suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night no be cheap. It's once again everybody will pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we need Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty, we need Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, let me get her. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. We need Mugu, I be the master. When you go play wayo, they go say that you style. When countryman do you go, they know the shot. All I kill I die. Whatever you go find is greedy. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, then I bring up. Mugu, I be the master. Let me be the master, oh. I hear you. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check,
bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
Jima wa ọmọ mi Jima Ọlọ́run jẹ́ mi lógún
àmín
Ọlọ́run jẹ́ mi lógún
àmín
àti ọlá yóò sì máa lọ síwájú
àmín
Ọlọ́run ní dá padà
àmín
gbogbo àwọn tí ń ṣe nǹkan fún pátápátá Ọlọ́run san lẹ́san rẹ̀
àmín àmín
Ọlọ́run jẹ́ mi lógún Ọlọ́run sì náà fún nǹkan kan ò ní ṣe.
This is the Gajatic Stadium.
Wow, man. Raul Baramosis Stadium.
Watch it.
Hey.
More than 3,000 capacity stadium. You can see it.
This is Timber Shade. Bo nwanne anyị nwoke bụ JRB. Bụ onye rụrụ ya bụ Timber Shade. Ihe anyị ji wee mara ya bụ anyị bụ Kuzel. Ihe nwoke a na-eme n'ibe agwa ọ karịrị akarị. Ọ bụrụ dị sọsọ n'ibe agwa. Ihe ọ na-eme karịrị akarị asị ka agụba ihe ọ na-eme. Anyị mma nata ebe a today maka na ihe ọ na-arụ karịrị.
Like this hospital you see here now. The man behind it which is Alhaji Jumora of Badamasi,
Yeah.
made it possible that any mother that's expecting mother that gives birth in this hospital, provided they are indigenous of Ibagwaka in Ibeze South local government area, Enugu State, Nigeria, that he makes sure that he gives you 1 whooping million naira to take care of yourself and the child.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. ayendeba. Asima ayendeba, 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 ayendeba. Wandema ayendeba, 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 ayendeba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya brand say akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here, and there you are, wherever it is that you are. What does that mean? That means here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another dollar. Another day, another session. One man went to more. Of course, that's the way life is. That is the start. As sure as night follows day, you will always have a session with the Oya laughing man. So as sure as night follows day, you will always have a session with the Oyo laughing man, Afidio local government, you know, Akimori. So to localize it. So you don't get more Yoruba than that. Ajaokuta, Yolokere, Elo Moredani, Erikoja Eron and for Palu. You know, so Erikoja, you know, it's just so rich, the depth of the, you know, of the texture of the language. Can you imagine that? I have to play it again. Actually, I must play it again. Listen to it. Oh, Ajanoku Yolokere Elo Moredani Eri Koja Eron and Fopalu. Do you know what that means? Do you even have? You can understand it literally, but do you understand the idiomatic nuance, the underbelly, the inferred meaning? You know, the contra tone at play. Do you understand any of that? I'm sure you don't. You know, and listen to it again. And there it is right there. You know, I'm not even going to translate it. You have to go and learn Yoruba, because if I translate it, it loses its resonance and it's just words. But because, yes, you know, ote ni ote, you know, egbe mugun, you know, so there it is right there. You know, and you have to speak it with an Oyo inflection, otherwise it loses part of the, you know, the juice of it, you know. So there it is right there. There it is, absolutely right there. So there it is right there. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Good day to you, good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? We go again as we always go, as I said previously. We go again as we always go. The protocol, of course, remains the same. Click on the like button. Why do I even say it? It's not as though anybody does it. Just do what you will. Click on the like button if you like. If you don't like, then, you know, I don't want to, I was going to say something that ends with an off, you know. Click on the like button. And if you don't want to click on the like button, then that's your burden, not mine. So you'll be burdened by that. So click on the like button. Ditto the subscription button. Click on it. If you don't want to click on it, then don't. And that is your burden too. So it's not, you know, you come here all the time and, you know, we average 1,500, sometimes 2,000 plus. Every single session, we have a consistency of viewership. And you look at the numbers, not at all reflecting that. So a lot of people actually listen with malice, you know, malicious followership. That must be a unique thing. I'm glad actually that I rankle people that much, you know, because then the job is not done if you don't jar their senses. So continue to be jarred, you know, and withdraw that, withhold that subscription, and withhold that subscription and like, but continue to be pained and jarred and be perturbed by the words, because of course you cannot resist it. We know you, we know where you live. So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Click on the like button if you will. If you won't, then don't. Click on the subscription button if you will, and if you won't, then don't. Hyperlink, come join if you will. Do, if you don't. But we will always be here though. That's the one thing. In fact, it is even more so now that I know that it jars people, that redoubles then my determination to always be here. So long as it jars some people, they continue to remain jarred. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join on the screen. Share the links if you will. If you won't, then don't. Super chat if you will, and if you won't, then don't. It's not as if you do anyway. So all that. Look at that. They are coming out already. So these are exactly. So you know those malicious viewership that I was just talking about just a micro moment ago. It's from this particular cusp. So you see that comment there, and you see where it's coming from. That is the cusp that I was speaking to, the malicious viewership. So continue to listen with malice, and I will continue to pepper you. So there it is, all that. Let's just launch straight into it, shall we? Let's launch straight and immediately into it. So let's launch straight and immediately into it. Obasa fights Moji. You know, I was going to read it Mojisola because it's always the fullness of a name. But Obasa fights Moji Meranda to return 5 billion naira withdrawn from Lagos Assembly account days after she became speaker. So everything changes but remains the same. She was only there for 6 weeks. So, and if it's to be believed, and if we are going on the strength of a belief, within 6 weeks, he has already cleared off 5 billion naira. That is just, and it doesn't even, you know, we don't even pay attention to these things anymore. You know, but I mean, which day has gone by that we've not come across headlines like this? This one steals 50 billion, that one steals 100 billion. You wonder how the country is still able to function. It's just it's a looter continual, but not the struggle, the looting. A looter continual, the looting continues. Obasa fights Moji Meranda to return 5 billion naira withdrawn from Lagos Assembly bank account days after she became speaker. So it's somewhat of, there's a taint, there's a little bit of hint of disappointment actually, because she came across somewhat you know, clean. I wouldn't even say she's clean, but she gave the veneer of somebody that is a bit better than what obtained, but she's no different than from Obasa. From what we're reading, Obasa fights Mojisola Meranda to return 5 billion naira withdrawn from Lagos Assembly bank account days after she became speaker. So let's get into it. The Lagos State House of Assembly Speaker Mudashiru Obasa is currently in a bitter fight with Mojisola Meranda over her decision to authorize the withdrawal of 5 billion naira from the Assembly's account to purchase vehicles for lawmakers just days after replacing him as Speaker following a short-lived impeachment in January. So that is bribery right there. So so the money is accounted for. So she says she bought vehicles for speakers. So she bought vehicles for speakers. Quite why taxpayers' money is being used to buy vehicles for speakers, that's a different argument. But essentially, she gets into that office, she goes into the budget to use that budget to secure her position within that office. So the vehicles then, of course, bribes. It's a standardized bribe that they use in politics in Nigeria. They go and buy vehicles or things like that to try and shore up their position. Lagos State House of Assembly Speaker Mudashiru Obasa is currently in a bitter fight with Mojisola Meranda over her decision to authorize the withdrawal of 5 billion naira from Assembly's account to purchase vehicles for lawmakers just days after replacing him as Speaker following a short-lived impeachment in January. Sources familiar with the brewing situation told correspondents that the crisis between Obasa and his deputy, Ms. Meranda, stemmed from her decision to approve the disbursement of 5 billion naira to purchase 40 units of 2025 Toyota Land Cruiser SUVs for each of the lawmakers days after she was sworn in as Lagos State first female speaker on January the 13th. So this cannot be a lie, of course, because this is something that would have been captured and documented. So these are easily verifiable things. So we cannot, there's no possibility that this is a lie. But what justifies then, I did say it was a bribe. So outside of it being a bribe, what justifies within days of being made speaker, she goes into the budget of that assembly, withdraws 5 billion naira and spends it on vehicles for the lawmakers. What justifies that? What is the immediate and imminent need for that to happen? Just pause for a moment and think. If you say within days, that means it happened within a week, maybe 5 days. So as soon as she's sworn in as speaker, she authorizes vehicles for everyone. So why is that? And this is the waste. This is the misadministration of public spaces and public funds that we continue to cry about in that country. But there it is that so Obasa now calling somebody out for being untoward. Lagos State House of Assembly Speaker Mudashiru Obasa is currently in a bitter fight with Mojisola Meranda over her decision to authorize the withdrawal of 5 billion naira from the Assembly's account to purchase vehicles for lawmakers just days after replacing him as Speaker following a short-lived impeachment in January. Sources familiar with the brewing situation told correspondents that the crisis between Mr. Obasa and his deputy, Ms. Meranda, is she Ms. Meranda or Mrs. Meranda? Is she unmarried? Sources familiar with the brewing situation told correspondents that the crisis between Mr. Obasa and his deputy, Ms. Meranda, stemmed from her decision to approve the disbursement of 5 billion naira to purchase 40 units of 2025 Toyota Land Cruiser SUVs, one for each of the lawmakers, few days after she was sworn in as Lagos State's first female speaker on January the 13th. Another serious crisis brewing in Lagos Assembly, the source said. This is because Mr. Obasa is angry that Mojisola Meranda did not even wait for weeks before she withdrew 5 billion naira from the Assembly's account to buy 40 2025 Toyota Land Cruisers for lawmakers after she replaced them as Speaker. Mr. Obasa is not taking the decision lightly, and he is asking her to return the money. So how is she able to return the money? That's the thing. Because if she has stolen the money, that's the one thing. You can ask her to return it. But if she has misused it, then you can ask her to return it. Because if she returns it, then all those vehicles have to be returned. So she will file it under welfare, won't she? So she has spent the money on the lawmakers to try and bribe them to hold on to that post, which failed. So take that one on the chin. It's not even your money. So it's essentially what the complaint of Obasa essentially is, she has stolen the money that he intended to steal. And that is really what aggrieves him. Another serious crisis is brewing in Lagos Assembly, the source said. This is because Mr. Obasa is angry that Mojisola Meranda did not even wait for weeks before she withdrew 5 billion naira from the Assembly's account to buy 40 2025 Toyota Land Cruisers for lawmakers after she replaced them as Speaker. Mr. Obasa is not taking the decision lightly and is asking her to return the money now. Mr. Obasa, who already had a plan on purchasing the vehicles before his removal, was re-elected Speaker on March the 13th on Mr. Tinubu's order. So we're reading this from People's Gazette. So you have to allow for that slant of a bias. If there's any space that hates Tinubu to the very core of their bone marrow, it is People's Gazette. So I wonder, this should not even be allowed, because there is nothing gazetted that Tinubu actually ordered that Obasa be returned. So when they're stating it categorically now, the naive people who come across this now will just take it verbatim because it's coming from a news platform. There was never anywhere that we were told that Tinubu ordered Obasa to be returned. So quite why they're saying that, I don't know. Mr. Obasa, who already had plans on purchasing the vehicles before his removal, was re-elected as Speaker on March the 3rd on Mr. Tinubu's orders, and immediately began to pressurize Ms. Meranda to return the 5 billion naira she disbursed to purchase the 40 Land Cruisers, saying she had no right to withdraw the money from the Assembly's account. Ms. Miranda's tenure lasted just 49 days before she was forced to resign after President Bola Tinubu mounted pressure on lawmakers and the All Progressive Congress APC leadership in Lagos to ensure Mr. Obasa's reinstatement as Speaker. So I'm not quite sure. You have to read between the lines. It's a very nasty form of journalism that they practice in Nigeria. Truth are vast. The truth is just incidental to the narrative that they're looking to present to you. Truth is just a byproduct of news presenting in Nigeria. It's just a byproduct. It's an optional choice, truth or fact. Fact are vast, truth are vast. This is the stuff. I mean, look at Arise TV. All the popular spaces, completely truth are vast. The spaces that go with facts, like Channels Television, they don't get the traffic because it's not sexy enough and it doesn't tell the lies that people want to hear. Ms. Miranda's tenure lasted just 49 days before she was forced to resign after President Bola Tinubu mounted pressure on lawmakers and All Progressive Congress APC leadership in Lagos to ensure Mr. Obasa's reinstatement as Speaker. Correspondents learned that just before his removal, Obasa had already finalized plans to disburse 7 billion naira to dealers to supply 45 units of Toyota Fortuner SUVs, with his initial plan being to give one each to the 40 Lagos State Assembly members, one for House Clerk, one for each of his two wives, and the rest for oh God, Allah, no. One for each of his two wives as the first lady of the assembly, as the first ladies of the assembly, of course, and the rest for himself. However, his predecessor's action has now disrupted his plans in its entirety. Immediately, Mr. Obasa was re-elected as Speaker. After President Bola Tinubu ordered it, he started to put pressure on Miss Meranda to return the 5 billion naira she approved to buy the latest Land Cruisers because the Speaker had his own plan, etc., etc. So there it is right there. So it's not actually a case of misappropriation. It's more a narrative of misspend. So it's more a narrative of misspend. So we go on from there, and then we go back to the future with the next storyline, which is again a revisitation of the Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan never-ending saga. We pick it up from here. It's taking a totally new dimension and an international one at that. But let's start it off from here. The Senate on Monday ruled out a reversal of the 6-month suspension imposed on Senator Natasha Akpoti, who represents Kogi Central. Senate spokesman Yemi Adaramodu, speaking exclusively with correspondents, dismissed any pressure to reinstate Akpoti, emphasizing that the legislative body would adhere strictly to its rules. So I hope they do hold firm and they don't vary or never mind reduce that she must stay suspended. You know, there has to be a point where the line is drawn. You know, we can't be acquiesced, we can't be bending over to this sort of public pressure and social media, jingoism. The state has to hold firm. The House must always win. The Senate on Monday ruled out a reversal of the 6-month suspension imposed on Senator Natasha Akpoti, who represents Kogi Central. Senate spokesman Yemi Adaramodu, speaking exclusively with correspondents on Monday, dismissed any pressure to reinstate Akpoti, emphasizing that the legislative body would adhere strictly to its rules. He said, "There is no pressure anywhere that can take our eyes away from our noble statutes. The Senate will always regulate her conduct as empowered by the Nigerian Constitution and as enshrined in our standing orders." You see, this thing is going to very quickly backfire on this Natasha now. The era of bottom power politics is gone. At her age, she should know that the era of bottom power politics is gone. He said, "There is no pressure anywhere that can take our eyes away from our noble statutes. The Senate will always regulate our conduct as empowered by the Nigerian Constitution and enshrined in our standing orders. The Senate is currently busy working on the tax reform bills and preparing equally for the Constitution review. We want to reflect the feelings of Nigerians on the Electoral Act before the 2027 election." So matters more important, more relevant, and more potent engages the Senate at the moment. But what engages Natasha Akpoti, of course, is her travails. That Senator Natasha takes fresh action over her suspension. So there it is right there. Rather than read this to you, let me just play you it. I have it actually in video form. So rather than read this to you, let me just, it's the most comical thing I've yet seen this year. This video that I'm about to play you now is the most ludicrous, most comical thing that I have yet seen this year. Here it is. Just your mouth will be agape. You'll be aghast.
I come with a heavy heart from Nigeria. But first, I'd like to apologize to Honorable Kafila Obara. I am not here to bring shame to our country. I'm here to seek help for the women of Nigeria. Again, my name is Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. 5 days ago, on the 6th of March 2025, I was suspended. As a senator, I was suspended illegally because I submitted a petition of sexual harassment against the President of the Nigerian Senate, Senator Mojisola AKPABIO. I thought that by submitting the petition, he would recuse himself, and both of us will submit ourselves to the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petition for a fair and transparent investigation. But unfortunately, I was silenced and I was suspended. I was suspended for 6 months, amongst many other stringent conditions, such as taking away my security, taking away all the officials, vehicles, and other items that were handed over to me as a senator. My salaries will be cut off. I must not appear anywhere near the National Assembly. And for 6 months, I'm not to introduce myself or present myself as a senator locally in Nigeria or internationally. That means I'm here illegally, but I have no other place to go but to come.
Sorry, I'm going to play this again. It's about 3 minutes and 30 seconds long, but I want you to note something which happened at the start. So she's listing now the conditionalities put in by the Senate of course, she was suspended not to parade herself as a senator or refer to herself as a senator either in Nigeria or internationally. So listen to how she introduces herself. No regard. If she doesn't have regard for the Senate, then she shouldn't be there. If she cannot abide by their statutes and rules, then she should not be there. So whether it is right or wrong, whether the decision was harsh, unfair, or whatever, a decision has been made by the body that you belong to. And signing on that dotted line means that you sign to adhere to the rules. So if you cannot adhere to those rules, then you should not be there. So her referring to herself as a senator there is sufficient enough reason then for them to extend that 6 months by an additional 6 months. The House must always win. The House must always win.
I come with a heavy heart from Nigeria. But first, I'd like to apologize to Honorable Kafila Obara. I am not here to bring shame to our country. I'm here to seek help for the women of Nigeria. Again, my name is Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. 5 days ago, on the 6th of March 2025, I was suspended. As a senator, I was suspended illegally because I submitted a petition of sexual harassment against the President of the Nigerian Senate, Senator Mojisola AKPABIO. I thought that by submitting the petition, he would recuse himself, and both of us will submit ourselves to the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petition for a fair and transparent investigation. But unfortunately, I was silenced and I was suspended. I was suspended for 6 months, amongst many other stringent conditions, such as taking away my security, taking away all the officials, vehicles, and other items that were handed over to me as a senator. My salaries will be cut off. I must not appear anywhere near the National Assembly. And for 6 months, I'm not to introduce myself or present myself as a senator locally in Nigeria or internationally. That means I'm here illegally, but I have no other place to go but to come here and speak to you women. Because this is a bigger picture. This is a bigger picture. It depicts the crisis of women political representation. My suspension is not just about me. It's about the systemic exclusion of women from political leadership in Nigeria. Women make up 3.6% of political offices. And in the Senate, it's just 2.8. We have 109 men and only 4 of us are women. So right now, it's 108 with only 3 women. This is a clear case of political victimization, punishment for speaking out against impunity, corruption, and Gender-Based Violence, the United Nations Declaration 48104 declares sexual harassment as a form of gender violence. The Senate's actions are an assault on democracy. I was elected by my constituents to represent them, yet a few powerful men have unilaterally decided to silence their voices by suspending me for 6 months. My call for an open and transparent investigation into harassment allegations have been met with hostility instead of accountability. If a female senator can be treated this way in the full view of the world, imagine what ordinary Nigerian women will go through every day in workplaces, in universities.
So there it is right there. It's gone international now. So just that is Natasha Akpoti, by the way, reporting Gospel AKPABIO to the United Nations. So there it is right there. So forget Syria, forget Rwanda, forget the Ukraine. All of the world's military might should be sent immediately to the Nigerian Senate and hijacker. They should Osama bin Laden style Gospel AKPABIO for suspending her for flouting the rules. So she's going around parading like she was suspended off the back of some spurious and dubious allegations that she made. But of course, she was suspended for the original crime, which was flouting the rules regarding the sitting, the untoward behavior, the thuggish manner, the Agbero behavior in the red chambers. That was why she was suspended. And the sexual allegation thing that she's alleged, that's still very much in the works. So she submitted that petition, whatever it is, and that has been passed on to the appropriate committee to be actioned. So there are two separate matters ongoing here, of course. She flouted the rules in terms of the sitting arrangement and doubled down and held the Senate hostage. And that was referred to the Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. And they sat, invited her to come and state her side. She never turned up, went to Brekete TV and all that, to think that social media will bully the Nigerian Senate into acquiescing. Of course, she got the fullness of the punishment off. So the suspension, nothing at all to do with what she alleges against Gospel AKPABIO, and everything entirely to do with her flouting Senate rules. So the allegations against Gospel AKPABIO, by the way, as I said, has been referred to the appropriate committee. But she will learn, as that very dark man will say, and she will learn the hard way. Absolutely no question about that. She will learn, and she will learn the hard way. So she will learn, and she will learn the hard way. So now I bring you this headline here. I'm not going to run commentaries on this. I'll tell you why I'm not going to run commentaries on this in a moment. Oluagunloye petitions IGP over plot to oust him as SDP National Secretary. So that's one of the top functionaries of the SDP party right there, Oluagunloye. So Oluagunloye petitions IGP over plot to oust him as SDP National Secretary. So let's whiz through it. And these are the effects of El-Rufai joining that party, by the way. It's not even taking a moment, and it's already dabaruing everything. Oluagunloye, the National Secretary of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, has petitioned Kayode Egbetokun, the Inspector General of Police, over an alleged plot to force him to resign. Sources told correspondents that members of the SDP loyal to God. So we already have members loyal to El-Rufai. It's not been there a minute, El-Rufai, by the way. Oluagunloye, the National Secretary of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, has petitioned Kayode Egbetokun, the Inspector General of Police, over an alleged plot to force him to resign. Sources told correspondents that members of the SDP loyal to Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State, who just joined the party, are pushing for Agunloye's resignation. So on what basis? He wants to take over that party in its entirety. Agunloye confirmed filing the petition when contacted by correspondents on Tuesday, I petitioned the IGP about a person who forged letterhead paper and is threatening me to resign, Agunloye said. On Monday, let's take that from the top again. Actually, I didn't like the way I was going about that. Oluwagundoye, the National Secretary of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, has petitioned Kayode Egbetokun, the Inspector General of Police, over an alleged plot to force him to resign. Sources told correspondents that members of the SDP loyal to Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State, who just joined the party, are pushing for Agunloye's resignation. Agunloye confirmed filing the petition when contacted by correspondents on Tuesday. I petitioned the IGP about a person who forged letter-headed paper and is threatening me to resign. On Monday, El-Rufai resigned his membership of the All Progressive Congress APC and joined the SDP after months of strategic meetings with opposition party leaders. El-Rufai, who served as governor of Kaduna State 2015 to 2023, has been critical of President Bola Tinubu's administration, particularly since the Senate declined to confirm him as minister. In February, El-Rufai said Nigerians should not believe the narrative that the National Assembly rejected him as a ministerial nominee, noting that Tinubu did not want him in his cabinet. In a statement announcing his resignation, so we know all this already. In a statement announcing his resignation from the APC, El-Rufai said he would work to unite opposition leaders against the APC. Without prejudice to this decision, as a member of the SDP, I will focus on engaging with and persuading other opposition leaders and parties to join us and congregate under a unified democratic platform to challenge the APC in all elections and by-elections between now and 2027 by the grace of God. I therefore call, what is the Agunloye bit is the same. I therefore call on all our supporters and other persons concerned about our country's future to join us in the PDP in the journey towards making Nigeria flourish as a beacon of pride for Africans and the Black race. On Tuesday, Adewale Adebayo, the SDP presidential candidate in the 2023 election, celebrated El-Rufai's defection to the party, describing the former Kaduna State governor as an asset with a verifiable and measurable track record of public performance. So that is Olu Agunloye right there. So still on Olu Agunloye, I've booked a phone call with him. I've invited him on this platform severally, but he has not yet turned up. He's always found a way to turn us down. But it's quite curious, actually. I'd already even booked that phone call with him tomorrow, even before I came across this headline. So I booked a phone call to him tomorrow. I'll be speaking to him tomorrow, and I'll try my level best to persuade him to come join us. I have tried in the past, and he's been able to somewhat slide me to the side, but maybe I'll be a bit more. I'll find the language to try and persuade him. So there it is. So I'll let you know tomorrow how it goes. So I'll be speaking to him midday tomorrow, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, he will come join us. So that's Olu Agunloye right there, and the effects of El-Rufai already being felt at the SDP. Nobody who jumped from party to party has ever become Nigeria's president. This is Reno Mokri poking as ever. His two favorite whipping boys, Reno Mokri, are now allied together. His favorite number one whipping boy, the person that Reno Omokri likes to flog the most, is of course Peter Obi. But when that cane is starting to tire, when it starts to tire of the cries of Obi as he continues to flog him, he will switch the cane to the other hand and flog Nasir El-Rufai. So his two favorite whipping boys nobody who jumped from party to party has ever become Nigeria's president. This is Reno Omokri. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri has asserted that no politician who frequently switches parties has ever succeeded in leading Nigeria. Onokri made this remark in a social media post on Tuesday, March the 11th, 2025, emphasizing that Nigeria's complex political environment demands stability, which is often linked to party loyalty. He argued that politicians who constantly change affiliations may struggle to provide the consistency and leadership the country needs. His words, for the 65 years of Nigeria's existence as an independent nation, nobody who has jumped from party to party has ever become a president. This guy is always looking for any and varied ways just to tell us again that Peter Obi's chances are between slim and none. Tafawa Balewa was in one party only. Ditto President Shagari, President Obasanjo Adua, Jonathan were only ever in the PDP. Buhari was in the ANPP until the party collapsed into factions. Then he formed his own party, the CPC, which eventually coalesced with others and became the present APC. President Tinubu was in the AD, which became the ACN, which merged with the CPC and the NPDP to form the ruling APC. The others were military men who had only one constituency, the Nigerian Armed Forces. Nigeria is a very diverse country, and this can cause tensions. Only a politically stable person can stabilize the nation. The best predictor of the future is the past. Those who jump from party to party cannot bring stability. They can only bring apathy and anarchy. So, apathy and anarchy. Apathy and anarchy, let me actually show you this tweet that has been dug out of the archives and is now making the rounds. Let me show you this tweet. This is a tweet from the guy that told us yesterday that Peter Obi is not such a bad person after all. This is El Rufai's son, who is actually a member of the House of Representatives now. This is from Bashir El Rufai. It says, this was during his father's tenure as the Kaduna State Governor. This is what he tweeted. It says, it is your stupid mother that is an elephant, and Southern Kaduna residents will keep seeing Shege if they continue to attack indigenous Fulani headsmen, Oloshi. So that just tells you then, that tells you the sort of currency that these people bring to the landscape. So that's the El Rufai family right there, bringing whatever it is that they're bringing upon you. This is full scale war against women. Bisi Fayemi lambast Itagiwa Kingibe Olujimi for backing Senator Natasha's suspension. So, a lot of people are actually infusing a lot of feminism, whatnot, into this particular narrative, which might not necessarily apply. In fact, it doesn't really apply. Natasha Akpoti was suspended for flouting Senate rules. So her allegations against Mojisola AKPABIO, which is an afterthought, because it's telling us then that this incident happened 2 years ago, but it has not come to the fore. It did not agitate her mind enough until she was referred to the disciplinary committee and she was looking at the noose of the hangman, and then suddenly she remembers then that she was sexually assaulted. So it's an afterthought, and her suspension nothing to do with her spurious and made-up allegations against Mojisola AKPABIO. But all of these women that have been put upon, vested upon, maybe even felt up in whatever situations throughout the course of the day, they're all packing their woes into this woman's narrative. This is what's going on. This is full-scale war against women. Bisi Fayemi lambast Itagiwa Kingibe Olujimi for backing Senator Akpoti's suspension. So just a couple of paragraphs from this. Ekiti State ex-governor's wife, Bisi Fayemi, has taken a swipe at ex-Senator Florence Itagiwa and Abiodun Olujimi, as well as serving lawmakers Ireti Kingibe, over their remarks on the suspension of Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. In an article titled Not About Natasha, Bisi Fayemi described the comments made by the 3 female politicians as extremely disappointing, accusing them of failing to support another woman in a moment of crisis. Even if the woman is lying or the woman is in the wrong, they should still support her, is essentially what she's saying. These are cultish sisterhood, whatnot. Akpoti-Uduaghan, and then okay, let's see where it picks up. All right, they're giving us the backdrop of it, so I'm just going to skim through to where Fayemi picks it up. Yes, Fayemi, a women's rights advocate, did not hold back in a. Okay, let me take it from the preceding paragraph. Reacting to the drama, Itagiwa during a TV appearance criticized Akpoti-Uduaghan's decision to go public with the harassment allegation, saying the senator had shown signs of weakness. Olujimi, on her part, advised Akpoti to be strong and not to display emotional instability in the Senate. Kingigwe dismissed the controversy, arguing that the Kogi lawmaker should not have made a big deal out of the sitting arrangement. Fayemi, a women's rights advocate, did not hold back in her response. After she dropped the bomb, there was a flurry of activities. Senator Ireti Kingigwe, a serving female senator, and 2 former female senators, Senator Abiodun Olujimi and Senator Florence Itagiwa, were invited to share their views. She wrote, all 3 senators are older friends or at least acquaintances of mine, and I have a lot of respect for them. However, I found their submissions extremely disappointing. Whilst acknowledging the importance of following parliamentary rules, Fayemi said Akpoti-Uduaghan's distress was evident and should have been taken seriously. It is one thing to argue that it is important to follow the rules. I don't think anyone will insist on flouting the rules of such an important institution. So if you know that flouting the rules is unacceptable, then that is why she was suspended. She wasn't suspended for anything other than outside of flouting the rules. So that is why the suspension is in place. Whilst acknowledging the importance of following parliamentary rules, Fayemi said Akpoti-Uduaghan's distress was evident and should be taken seriously. It is one thing to argue that it is important to follow the rules. I don't think anyone will insist on flouting the rules of such an important institution, especially if they are applied fairly and not subjectively, she said. It was, however, clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered. Well, she can feel beleaguered. She didn't even feel beleaguered. She felt irritated. She felt, somewhat, put upon that she was, I don't think often in her life she's brought up short and called to order. So she's not used to being called to order, and her being called to order publicly was what jarred her to then make up this allegation. So forget about being beleaguered. It was, however, clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered, and she believed that there was a score that the Senate president wanted to settle with her. So how can she believe that there was we see action and then we see consequences. So everything played out in the public glare. By the way, there were cameras there. She was reassigned to a different seat. She stuck obstinately to wanting to sit wherever she wanted to sit, saying that the cameras will pick her up better then. They tried to persuade her. She would not be persuaded. She kept screaming and shouting in the Senate, and then she was disciplined. So it wasn't even, the punishment is as a consequence of her action, which happened publicly. So what score is the Senate? And he referred there to a committee, and they invited her. She didn't turn up. So what should happen subsequently? What should happen? What should I mean, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, I'm even lost for words. It was, however, clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered, and she believed that there was a score the Senate president wanted to settle with her. If this was the case, so she's now making the leap. So she now leaps from what is known factually into then her assumption and her prejudices. So she stated now all of the reasons why Natasha should legitimately have been suspended. So she even admits that. She said it's an important institution. You have to abide by the rules. You cannot flout the rules. So we saw that her not abiding by the rules. We saw her not abiding by the rules. We saw her flouting those rules, and we saw her disregarding and showing disrespect to the institution's committee. So all of that are factually the case. But she's now going to disregard all of that now and make a leap into her prejudices in order to then make the political point that she wants to make. This is the writer that I'm talking about. Let me take it from a paragraph up again, so it builds up nicely. It says that whilst acknowledging the importance of following parliamentary rules, FEMME said Akpoti's distress was evident and should have been taken seriously. It is one thing to argue that it is important to follow the rules. I don't think anyone will insist on flouting the rules of such an important institution. So that already establishes then that she needed to be punished. So it is one thing to argue that it is important to follow the rules. I don't think anyone will insist on flouting the rules of such an important institution, especially if they are applied fairly and not subjectively. So those rules were applied fairly. We saw her display at the Senate. So she left no room other than to be referred to the ethics committee, which subsequently happened. And then anyway, you all know what happened. It is one thing to argue that it is important to follow the rules. I don't think anyone will insist on flouting the rules of such an important institution, especially if they are applied fairly and not subjectively, she said. It was, however, clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered. So, that's a deliberate choice of word, by the way. She's using the word beleaguered in order to put you in the mind frame. Natasha Akpoti displayed a particular sharp sort of a reaction. So, but it's also an ambiguous reaction as well. And what underpins that reaction is only really known to her. You could say she was upset, which sent a signal. You could say she was angered, which sent a different signal. You could say that she was you could say she was being manipulative, which sends a different signal. So you can inflect, depending on where you want to lean, you can describe how she expressed herself in different ways in order to then lean, emotions in the direction that you want it to go. So this is somewhat a manipulative move by this writer right here. This person, whoever she is, no, not whoever she is actually, she's actually the wife of the former Ekiti State Governor. It was, however, clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered, and she believed that there was a score that the Senate president wanted to settle with her. So she's now painted. So she's infusing this now. There's nothing other than her prejudice that infuses this now into the situation. So having now infused this into the situation, she's now going to leverage it as though it was a solid grounding, and then make that leap of assumption into her biases. This is what Mrs. FEMME is doing. It was, however, clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered, and she believed that there was a score the Senate president wanted to settle with her. If this was the case, then I would have expected the three senators to support a process that will enable Senator Natasha shed light on her serious allegations of sexual harassment beyond national television. So if you're asking them to support her to shed light beyond going on national television, and Natasha made the allegation on national television, and she has been parading every television and every public-facing portal to continue to embellish on her allegations. So why would it be addressed off television when the central protagonist itself, herself, when the main character herself is played it out all on television? So a total nonsense. It was however clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered and she believed that there was a score the Senate president wanted to settle with her. If this was the case, then I would have expected the three senators to support a process that would enable Natasha shed light on her serious allegations of sexual harassment. So, what process is she inviting them to support? The allegation has been referred to the Senate Ethics Committee, and that is the process that supports her then to flesh out her allegation. So what else needs to happen outside of what is happening? This is my question. What needs to happen outside of what is happening? So are they stifling her? No. Did they refuse her as a petition? No. Was the petition accepted? Yes. Even the main person being alleged against accepted the petition. Was the petition properly handled? Yes. It was referred to the ethics committee. So what needs to happen that is not happening that has got these people all bent out of shape? It was however clear that Senator Natasha felt beleaguered and she believed that there was a score the Senate president wanted to settle with her. If this was the case, then I would have expected the three senators to support a process that would enable Senator Natasha shed light on her serious allegations of sexual harassment beyond national television, and for the Senate president to defend himself in a transparent manner. So, how is this not happening? It's been referred to the ethics committee. Has the ethics committee invited Godswill AKPABIO to come and take a stand and explain himself? Have they invited him and he's not turned up? Is that what has happened? So it was only 2-3 days ago that the woman submitted the petition, and very swiftly it was referred to the ethics committee. So as the ethics committee called in the Senate president to come and defend what's been alleged against him, and he refused. So I mean, what needs to happen that is not happening? And for the Senate president to defend himself in a transparent manner, expressing her disappointment, FEMME lamented that none of these female senators stood up for Akpoti, even when it was clear she was under attack. I don't think she was actually under attack. She's the attacker rather than the attackee. To my horror, none of the female senators deemed it necessary to stand up for another woman. So it's not a blind and a blanket, alliance. You don't just leave just because she's a woman. And this is the thing now. This is the thing. This is where women come. This is where the feminist movement comes on stock. This is where the sisterhood sort of thing, this is where it comes on stock. So why would they leap to her defense when they have no faith in what is alleging, nor do they really believe it? So if they find it incredulous, what she's alleging, then why would they leap to her defense? Just because she's female, they should just leap to her defense. To my horror, none of the female senators did. And in fact, it should not be to your horror. It should then make you pause to caution to see why they are not leaping to her defense. I don't think you can say somebody like Ireti Kingibe is coward. This is somebody that's been at the front line of the Nigerian space for the last 4 decades. So nobody is going to cower Ireti Kingibe or Senator Itagiwa. So why are they not leaping to Natasha's defense is really where the question is. So rather than they should have, and therefore they should stand condemned. To my horror, none of the female senators deemed it necessary to stand up for another woman, even if, in their opinion, Senator Natasha was misguided on matters of process and temperament. She was still entitled to have affairs and concerns heard, which she has been facilitated. That has been facilitated for. So I mean, what is she saying? I have no concept of what this woman is saying. It is so painful that all three of them missed an opportunity to see the bigger picture and address the constant intimidation, gaslighting, and belittling of women in leadership positions. You see, so this is why I'm saying that she's now infusing. A lot of people are leveraging this sort of vague and spurious allegations by Natasha to infuse either their personal experiences or their personal politics into it. But Natasha is not a solid grounding to build anything on. She will very, very, very quickly come a cropper, and we will all see it's going to be a very big public disgrace, and it will happen in the shortest possible time. It is so painful that all three of them missed an opportunity to see the bigger picture and address the constant intimidation, gaslighting, and belittling of women in leadership positions. FEMME argued that Akpoti's suspension was not just about the Senate rules, but a reflection of the systemic oppression women face in politics and leadership. So if it wasn't about what she latterly said, if it wasn't about systemic oppression of women in politics and leadership, then would Natasha not have been suspended? If Natasha was a man and she had done what Natasha did in the public glare and then refused to attend a committee set up to address it, what would have happened? Would the Senate have let it slide? That's where the question is. It is beyond ridiculous. And this woman then purports to be of some sort of education. FEMME argued that Akpoti's suspension was not just about Senate rules, but a reflection of the systemic oppression women face in politics and leadership. To all women who have publicly taken a position against Senator Natasha, I have news for you. You are not fighting the same battle as most of the male senators or the men around us who have also aired their views. You are not on the same page. You are not even reading the same book, she declared. So this space is really being hijacked by the dykes on bikes, the hardened lesbo feminists, the lesbo feminists that have taken over. Right, where were we? Yes, if it was just about Senator Natasha, if it was just about Senator Natasha following the rules and not disrupting the space, bear with me one moment. Let me take hold on. Let me play a little bit of music. Just give me 1 second. I need to attend to something. Don't go anywhere. Talk amongst yourself. Let me play you this clip. The last 3 minutes. By the time I am back, I want to see that room flooded with supercharged. Let me see. Let me play you this.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother,
All right. Sorry about that. Hold on. All right. So sorry about that. So, shall we just abandon it? It's turning into a bit of an annoyance. All these feminist excesses, it's just annoying. Uh, Pardon me, I'm out of breath already. Pardon me. All right, let us take it to the end. Just a few more paragraphs. Let's take it to the end. Hold on. I need to catch my breath. I'm out of breath. I only went up the stairs and back down. Look at that. Maybe gym now. I should start going back to the gym, shouldn't I, really? All right. It says, however, FEMME warned that the attack on Akpoti was part of a larger, well-orchestrated effort to silence outspoken women in leadership. What is happening is a full-scale war on women in public life with clear lines drawn. Women need to wake up. We need to do battle with the powerful forces that want women to keep being silent in the face of provocation and abuse. So why is she being provoked and abused? She was given 3 committees to head, being a first-time senator. So I think she was actually overprivileged in that house rather than being repressed. The former First Lady also condemns the public protest staged by Akpoti, calling it a deliberate attempt to shame. The former First Lady also condemns the public protest staged against Akpoti, calling it a deliberate attempt to shame women into submission. My heart broke when one of the female protesters for hire said she was protesting because they do not want stubborn women like Senator Natasha. Her words might have sounded like the rant of an illiterate, but those are the sentiments of the powerful people who surround Senator Natasha. So this is FEMME's wife just talking shit. So that's FEMME's wife just talking shit. So that's, there's in fact, she should be suspended as well from wherever it is that she can't be suspended from. She needs to be suspended from something. Is that enough of the readouts? I think you people tire of all that. Let me just show you this. This is not a readout, by the way. This came out of the archives with Nasser El-Rufai now joining the SDP, Tinubu's former party, of course. Tinubu, did he actually win his senatorial seat under SDP? And if he had not gotten the APC ticket in the 2023 elections, he would have run under SDP. He told us that. So SDP, essentially, a party that probably is still being funded by Tinubu. So the plot thickens in that space. So the plot thickens. Let me send the link. If anybody wants to come in, come in. If you don't want to come in, that's fine. So we, I get to go to bed, so that's fine. Let me send the link. If anybody wants to come in, come in. There is the link right there. All right. So that's the link right there. So if you want to come in, come in. Let me rattle you through the list of clips that we have, and then we see what happens after that. Let me rattle you through the list of clips that we have. Actually, let me find you. I need to show you a picture. Let me find you a picture. Peter Obi's son. Let's find the picture of Peter Obi's son, because we will need it for these clips that we're about to play you now. We will need it for these clips. Let me just look for Peter Obi's son. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Is this the one? Should I go with this one? Hold on. I need a picture of Peter Obi's son for this clip that I'm about to, for the set of clips that I'm about to play you now. I would need a picture of Peter Obi's son as a contrast to it. Let's see. Should I go with this one? All right. Okay, this one will do. So I did add a picture of Peter Obi's son for this set of clips that I'm about to play you. So before we go to Peter Obi's son, let's go to Tinubu's son first. So a lot of you would have seen endless clips of Tinubu's son traversing the northern quarters. So I thought it was actually hustling for the Lagos State ticket, but it looks as though he's doing the groundwork then for the campaign for 2027 for his father's re-election. So you see him all over the north, gladding hands and kissing babies. So this is Sheyi Tinubu acting as his father's agent, as you'd expect a son too. So let me play you 3 clips of Sheyi Tinubu's son working for his father. So sorry, not Sheyi Tinubu's son working for his father, Sheyi Tinubu working for his father. So here are some clips of Sheyi Tinubu trying to reconnect his father with the north.
Wallahi mutanen na Suriya na Arewa dubi yadda dan shugaban kasa ne yazo yana raba abinci ya mai da mutane almajirai.
So there he is. I think that was in Kano State, doing feeding the almajiris. But here he is again in Katsina State, a similar ditto. So there he is right there, and here he is in, I think this was in Kebbi State, similar ditto. So that was Sheyi Tinubu right there, unmistakably campaigning for his father's re-election 2027. It's been into virtually every northern state, shaking hands with the Almajiris, giving food to the Almajiris, and shaking hands with the great and the good. So we saw him with Abdul Salami, we saw him with Buhari, we've seen him with the emirs and everybody, the commoners, everybody. Is endless clips of him doing that northern tour. So what is Peter Obi's son doing to support his father's near impossible election? What is Peter Obi's son doing? Well, this is how Peter Obi is supporting his father. So there it is right there. Mixed reactions as Obi's son, Oseloka, features in gay publications. So Peter Obi's son busy kissing boys in London as his father continues to struggle with his Agbadro emission. So that is the support that Peter Obi's son is giving his father. Mixed reactions as Peter Obi's son, Oseloka, features in gay publications. So that's Peter Obi's son right there doing, I was going to say doing God's work, but I suspect that might not be God's work. So there it is, a little bit of just titillation there. So there is that. So there is that. Let's go on from that to another one. So 2027 looms, and Tinubu has this message for his producers. This is what Tinubu is saying to them.
After this election, we will know how many are progressive, but we will stay in majority. We will beat them silly.
And there it is, Aman Nawapani. So they hate Lagos, they hate Lagos. Lagos is a slum, it smells. They tell us this all the time, which is, of course, is a Slavic-coded ethno remarks towards the ethnic stock that constitutes that is indigenous to Lagos. So that's what they tell us, that Lagos is smelly, Lagos is bad, and that really is dog whistling to ethnic jingoism. So Lagos is a bit like the United States, actually. Everybody hates the United States, but really, if you go to the core of their being, this is what everybody wants to be their relationship with the United States. What face?
Oh, yes, sir.
So there it is right there, from Abakaliki to Lagos, no going back. Everything, including the kitchen sink. So that woman not going back anywhere. Let's go on from there to River State politics. Let's go to River State politics. And Tinubu is telling Fubara, cool temper. Just sit down there. Root your own beat and just don't upset the house, because the house will come after you. Here is Tinubu just seething under current warnings towards the Sapele water guy.
Yes, Nigeria. It's the goose that lays the golden egg. So, it's the goose. And the ice gives the golden egg permanently. Are you being ruined? I got your signal. And I got your concern. Particularly concerning River State. I've been on it for quite some time. I've moved on it before now. I foresee this crisis festering for too long before I enter into it. We reach an agreement, written agreement, not that party signed.
Right, so that was Tinubu there. I'm sure what he was saying was riveting and compelling. If you ever understand the word that he's saying, that guy needs to come with subtitles. He just bula balua. He's just gibberish. He just talks arrant, just nonsense all the time. Your president. But what he was saying, especially, is explained in this next clip. So, having now gotten that Supreme Court judgment, they are going for the jugular. Off with his head is what the parliamentarians in River State House of Assembly are saying to their governor, Fubara. Off with his head. But they want to chop him up in bits, and they're going for his attorney general, not his chief of staff, and they're going for his attorney general. Watch this clip.
Mr. Speaker, I support Enebeli should be arrested. It's high time we arrested him. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, those for 24, those against, nil, abstention, nil. By these voting honorable members, this House has therefore resolved that Justice Enebeli and other commissioners who failed to appear before the 10th River State House of Assembly will now be compelled by this House via a warrant issued under the seal of the Speaker to the Nigeria Police to bring them here to answer questions. And this will be done immediately so that the needful can happen. Rivers people can know what has been happening to their funds and what has been happening in the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission.
So that is right there. They are starting to arrest his acolytes, his functionaries, his wingmen. So they are stripping him naked, cloth by cloth. So the tie comes off, the shirt comes off, and then ultimately is stripped naked. So I don't know how many of you gamble. You know, there's a difference between gambling and having a flutter, actually. So somebody like me, for instance, I have a flutter. So let's say, for instance, I was actually going to put a bet on the football area earlier on today, Liverpool versus Paris Saint-Germain. I forgot to do it. I was going to bet that Paris Saint-Germain was going to beat them, and they subsequently do. So once in a while, I do that. Just put maybe £5, £10, whatever, just to have an interest in the game, just to feel I am staked and invested in the game. So that's a flutter. But people that actually spend their days at the bookmakers, that's betting. So that's a form of addiction. But if you are a gambler, then there is one thing that you should know: the house always wins. I'm sure you're not hearing that for the first time. The house always wins. Let me paint you a picture. So you go to Vegas, you go to your local bookmaker, you go online, wherever it is that you place your bet. So you go to the betting space. Let's use Vegas just for the sexiness of it. So you go to Vegas and you are playing the roulette. The dice, the cube falls on your number, and then your $100,000 suddenly becomes $300,000, and you're feeling flush, you're feeling lucky. And then you place that bet again. You say hold, and then it doubles again, and then you think that you are in a purple patch. So your $50,000 that you put on it has suddenly turned into $600,000, and then suddenly you start to dream big. And then you say, hold it still. So you're now betting that $600,000, the $550,000 that you won, plus your $50,000 original stake. You are betting it all. And that's your last bet, by the way, because if it holds again, you think your luck is in, of course, because the roulette has spun 3 cycles and it's landed in your favor. So you said, let it ride, because of course, then you know that $600,000 would then turn into nearly $2 million, and then you walk away with $2 million. So that now next bet was going to be your last bet, but then of course it goes against you. Do you know what that means? That means the house always wins. The house always wins, and this essentially is the spirit, the underbelly of what Sheikh Kuti is explaining here. The house always wins.
Please don't think in your life, I feel no vouch for any politician in Nigeria. I don't know them. The closest politician that I've been close to in my life is Bola Tinubu. And if any of you think you are smarter than him, if you think you know more than what is going on in Africa than Tinubu, if you think that anything he's doing right now is a mistake, he doesn't know, he just old, he's stupid, he doesn't know Gen Z, he doesn't know, you are the one that is very stupid. Because these men are brilliant. Trust me. They are brilliant strategists. They know very well. They are more read than many of you. They've read more books. They've involved themselves in struggle. Where we say life and death, they happen daily. We be saying life and death, they happen daily. You've not done nothing. Some people, they convince you to the game. You think it's by that one? You think it's by that one? I will tell you to the fact that they know how many people will die in Nigeria every year due to their actions. Our politicians know how many people will die in Nigeria, that will die negligible deaths. These numbers are accepted. I repeat, they are accepted. I'm sure you make them laugh when they read what you people say about them on social media, when they see where your mind is, when they see where on our consciousness day, when they hear on our own fake ass, weak analysis, it gives them pride and joy to know you people are so confused. To know you people are so confused. So anyway, back to our women. So after this, our weakness, our own inability to.
All right, that is Sheon Kote talking some random Igbo SHIT. So there's some sense in his nonsense, by the way, but it makes that sense. But then in the embellishment, the sense waters down and it becomes just some weed-induced gibberish. Talking about weed-induced gibberish, shall we have a pit stop with El-Rufai, who is now very much in the clutches of desperation. So desperate politics has been played by the Aboki.
The crisis that 1990 is facing in the Labour Party is contrived and funded by the government of the day. Everyone knows it. Jumping from one court to another is all designed to distract the party leadership from focusing on their core functions. The same thing is happening in the PDP. Worse. Even the NNPP has been targeted for destruction. There are people that have been resourced to go and cause problems in the NNPP. The last thing I read about NNPP was that one faction of the party has expelled Kwankwaso and the sitting governor. When you see things like that, you know it's contrived crisis. Which party sacks a sitting governor?
And the only governor they have.
And the only governor they have. You know it's contrived. I don't have the details. I cannot mention names because I don't have.
So there it is right there. So the musings of a spent politician. So when a politician is spent and done, they get increasingly desperate and they go to the quarters now that we find El-Rufai. So the musings of a spent politician. Let me play you the Kegat music and then we'll see what happens after that.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikukoniru Agbeche may just have nothing to do with us. Joining us to start, always a delight when the star is here. Ekene is here. Hopefully we get to hear from him today. He comes here, either falls asleep or drops. And Baba, of course, your favorite voice and mine. So assembled so far, more room for others. If you feel like joining, hop on. If you feel in the mood for a chat with the Oyo Laughing Man, hop on. So hop on. Haven't hopped on then. Let's kick it off, start it off with Ekene. Ekene, how far? Yeah, one man.
How far?
I do. How about you? Now, kitchen you dey hear pots and pans. You dey go thief that woman chicken for what did they have for? Now kitchen you dey go raid the stew.
No, I just water the hungry man. I just dey find water I go drink.
Now lie you dey talk. Now that chicken you go attack. The one wey madam say me you no touch. Look at this guy. How you dey?
Man, no wahala, how far now?
I did like you know people used to say I did like Dele Giver, but you know one day like Dele Giver anymore is long dead. So I did can't wait.
It's well. I try to follow you in the afternoon, but afternoon here we don't have that kind of a time. But I just listened a little bit.
Yes,
the argument.
who were we kicking in the afternoon? We were kicking El Rufai, weren't we? Yes. Oh no, we were kicking Prince Adebayo. Yes.
Yeah. But I didn't know. I didn't actually know what Prince Adebayo said that made you hosted that show in the afternoon. I don't know, Sha. But I was listening at the point you were asking them what they will campaign against Tinubu in 2027.
Yes, and what we were discussing was that and even the obedience in that particular stream, they were telling us that it's going to be 60% negative campaigning. So they will just be inviting hate against Tinubu rather than telling us what they would do differently or do better for the country. So they have no plan. It's essentially what they told us.
No. It's just that it's because maybe most of them are not living in Nigeria. If I am to make a campaign team of the opposition in the next election, I think I will do a good job, because the job will be very easy for me. You understand? An ordinary man in 2027 who is very sincere will do a good campaign for the opposition. You don't really need Kenneth Okonkwo or Daniel Buala. Just go on the street, pick a very sound, eloquent speaker, and make him one of your campaign chiefs and speakers. Then he will go on national television and be doing the talk. You don't need much. You don't need to spend any. You just need to spend little on that person. So the campaign is very, very easy, seamless, and effortless. It's just that it's for the people to. In short, it's just an easy campaign.
Oh, okay. If you were going to craft a campaign for a candidate in the 2027 presidential election, name 3 spaces that you would anchor that campaign on. Just 3 spaces.
Well, I will start by. I will first of all start by say that he will hit the ground running. I will just bring out his own promises and use it to campaign against him, because I don't think he has fulfilled any of them. Then, but the first and the most important thing is the purchasing power of the people, which I will use against him, which he has reduced to nothing. Nigeria has not experienced it in their lifetime in any presidency, that their purchasing power has been reduced to nothing. No matter what you want to counter, the purchasing power of Nigerian people today is at the lowest ebb, what they never experienced.
All right, so that wasn't the question, but I suspected that would be the answer. If you are doing all of this, whatever it is, then the next question is what you would do differently. So Tinubu has rolled out a whole raft of policies. He's taken a whole stream of actions that have moved the country in a particular sort of way. So what would you do differently? Would you reinstate the subsidy in the exchange rate and the petroleum space? Would you do that? Would you cancel the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway? Would you cancel the Students' Loan Fund? What would you do differently?
Well, you just mentioned Lagos Calabar Highway. How many percent has been done? How many percent remaining to be done? Maybe after 4 years or whatever. You understand the budget, which was not mapped out in the budget system of the 2024
No,
2025 budget.
you are still criticizing. What would you do differently is the question now. What would
No,
you do?
what I will do,
Would you cancel that road and the Sokoto Badagry one? Would you cancel them?
what I will do, first of all is to criticize. You allow me criticize first. My criticism matters a lot. When I'm doing it,
hold on. You're not.
let me finish. Now.
Let me just say this because you're not addressing. Because we all know that that's what you would do. So, outside of negatively campaigning against the government, which is what you are doing now, and which is what they were doing in the earlier session, outside of that, what would you do differently? Don't tell us what he did badly. What would you do differently? And which of his policies would you cancel? So that's the question.
First of all, in terms of Lagos Calabar Highway, you just mentioned, I will first of all try to let Nigerians to know the non-importance of that project and the wastefulness of that project. Then I will first of all, another thing, highlight the political aspect of it, the political aspect of it. Then bring it to the need of Nigerians, where I'll first of all use a number of money they say they will use in building that project to maintain or go straight away to maintain all the major federal roads in Nigeria.
So would you cancel it? That's the thing.
Cancellation.
Over 30 kilometers.
I might definitely not touch that road.
So you will abandon it. You will abandon it.
Yeah, but the major federal roads that I will touch will surpass that Lagos Calabar Highway project. Honestly speaking, because
you would abandon the Lagos Calabar Highway.
Let me finish now. There are a lot of them that will impact Nigeria more than that. A lot of them that, if well treated, well managed, well built, will even attract more investors, more profitable to a lot of Nigerians, not these political blows.
All right. Take us to the exchange rate. What would you do? Would you introduce subsidy back to the Naira?
Well, honestly, there have never been it's just like what you are saying, subsidy is gone in the exchange rate, but we still see the discrepancies happening in that exchange rate. Because when you talk about bringing subsidy in the Naira, I will first of all ask you. Let me finish now.
No. You're going to take us on a long journey because I want you to go to the question directly. We already know the negatives that you hold against. We're asking what you would do differently. So how would you strengthen the Naira?
I'm not telling you. I will not. You will not just ask me a question and tell me would I remove. I'll first of all explain to you. I will first of all explain to you that you never remove subsidy in the exchange rate.
So how would you?
Yeah, I will give you example. I will give you example
No, don't give examples because we don't want to go on a long. We don't want a long essay. Just short, sharp.
No,
how would you strengthen the Naira?
No. You have not. You first of all tell me if you have removed subsidy in the first place. Before I will tell you how to strengthen it.
Right.
You understand? Because the issue that your Naira got a little bit strengthened a few weeks ago, and now is now increasing again, shows that you never removed any subsidy. Because your Naira started to strengthen and your reserve.
Please, hold on.
Your reserve started
hold on. Can you hold on? Don't take us on a long journey now. Don't take us on a long journey. We already know the backdrop of everything you're saying. What we're saying is, how would you strengthen the Naira? Don't say, oh, they did not remove the subsidy, oh, this, that, and the other. How would you strengthen the naira? That's just the question. Don't take us on a long essay. Yeah.
Okay. The issue is that everybody knows that to strengthen the naira, we need to encourage productivity, honestly speaking. And in this administration, productivity has not been encouraged in many ways. The interest rate is on a very high side. It doesn't encourage productivity, and it's very, very vital when you are talking about productivity. The exchange rate, the interest rate is very vital. And since the history of Nigeria, this is the first administration where experiencing almost 40% interest rate in any loan you take out of any commercial bank of Nigeria today. So that alone can easily affect productivity. And the government has not frontally come out and design a project that maybe they will support with a certain, even though the president said
All right, let's
that
just
in
move
the,
from that question. You're not going to give us anything concrete. You're just going to criticize the government.
what do you mean? How do you mean I want to criticize? You allow me say what I want to say now.
No.
Or don't you want me to say?
I'm happy for you to say what you want to say, but you're just going to hold us through everything you've said endlessly here, which we already know. We already know your narrative in that regard. What I was asking, which I'm sure you would not address, is that we take as given all the things that you're going to say, oh, they did this, they did that, or it's the worst government that the world has ever. All of that, we already, so you don't have to.
There is nothing like the worst government. I'll just tell you how the government promised to support productivity. The trillions of naira he promised to give out after he was elected the president of this country. How many of them has he done? How many? What has he done in that?
That's not the question.
Nothing.
All right,
But
let's just move on.
everyone knows that when he did that, we supported the idea because we think that is going to support productivity. But at the end of the day, it was all politics. So if you need a sincere government that will implement what they say.
Did you understand the question?
I understand your question. You said, well,
Yes,
how will I?
Saying what has Tinubu done badly? Now you've told us every single day what Tinubu has done badly. I'm saying if whoever the person you are campaigning for, what is he going to do differently? Not what Tinubu has done badly. What will
That's what I'm telling you. Supporting productivity that will encourage the naira, and in doing that. In supporting productivity, I've tell you what I will do to support productivity by making sure that interest rate comes to normal, what it will be to encourage borrowers and lenders also. You don't just do it sideways because
so
what you did is just.
How do you do that?
So when you have a good interest rate and a good
we know the consequence of having a good interest rate, but you don't just legislate it now. You don't wish it now. You have to do something for the interest rate to be good. So what would you do? And forget encouraging productivity. That's
the issue is that the issue is that the issue is that the tax that the only thing that the government has created is just only task, and in doing that they have not that has not affected. Because when those things happen, it discourages many productivity. You see how many companies that left because of your tasking system and unorganized taxing system and unprofitable.
The taxing system is not organized.
It's not organized. It's not organized because if I should give you just like what Ajaokuta said, he's into the system. He said that the federal government only contributes 15% of their revenues. Other ones come from the tasking system. So it's just for you to look into it and know what is wrong. Why is it like that? And you know,
and you say you encourage productivity. What does that mean? What does that mean?
What it means is that in putting a good tasking system with good interest rate, it will encourage productivity. Then you encourage fairness in doing business. not favoritism. When you are fair in approving businesses and all that, there are many producers who want to do business with you.
Right.
You understand?
You see this is a good example of what people talk about. It's very easy to say, oh, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that. But when that is removed and you are now forced to describe what your plans are, you start to falter just like you are now. You have
There
no
is nothing like
plans. You have nothing.
there is nothing like Porter. You cannot tell me that I Porter when you have not
I've asked you if you
when you
put
have
back
not
the subsidy, you
when you
won't put
have
it
not
back. You will cancel the
when you
Lagos Calabar. You have no anyway. Carry on.
yeah. If I say I should cancel it, I have a different opinion in doing that, because you cannot just put all the resources of Nigerians in one project. Why Nigerians are suffering in most of their major roads today, and you are telling me you are doing a particular project for the rest of your administration. Is that how to govern? So I will remove that and do the needful. Maintenance of most of our federal roads is more beneficial than putting all our single resources in the Lagos Calabar Highway project that will last even
How do
after
you
your
mean?
administration.
How do you mean? Do you know
So,
how many roads? Dave Umahi is building close to 1,000 roads simultaneously. We all saw it in the last budget capture now. That road, we budgeted this for it. The East something road, we budgeted X for it. All over the country, including your region, they are building everywhere. You would have seen it now. You
they are
travel.
building everywhere in your newspaper.
Of
They are
course.
building everywhere in your
Of
newspaper.
course.
So okay, no
But
problem.
you're not the one we showed the clip of a road that was built, and you said no. It looked a Kenyan man.
That's what I said now. I said it because I use the road. You understand? It's not what you show me, it's what I use. You don't show me what I use. So you showed me, but I tell you that I use the road. I use the road.
You seem to live in a parallel Nigeria.
The difference between me and you, the difference between me and you about Nigerian issue is that you don't live in Nigeria, and you've never tried to live in Nigeria, and you have never. I don't think you have used that road for the past 20 years. That's the problem. So I can easily have an upper hand where you are. So if you want to make an argument with me, if you feel that I'm not saying the truth, what you just do, enter a flight and come back. Let's just go and do an examination.
Okay, what's the funny part? One man never been to Nigeria. He never came.
For more, I think even more than 20 years. So I think I can easily tell him what I want to tell him. I can easily let him know what I want him to know. So if we are to make argument on that, I think I have an upper hand. I tell you, it's what I use, not what I hear. You understand? So I don't know where you gather the encouragement to tell me that I am lying because of just what you read on the papers. When I'm telling you that I'm using it. Yeah, it's not what you saw because you never saw it. You just read. I said I saw it last December. But you've never been there for the past 20 years. So what argument are you making?
How do you know where I've been for the past 20 years? Are you my travel agent?
You sound so now. You sound, the whole Buhari administration, have you been in Nigeria? Even during good luck time?
Of course. I was in Nigeria not that long ago. I'm not going to tell you my movement because I know you guys will come and will leave me, not you personally, but your people, But I know I'm in Nigeria fairly frequently, so don't you worry about that. Maybe one day I'll come and I'll go to Alaba market and I'll phone you to come and get me from the gates. Yeah.
No, when I see you, then I'll begin. Maybe when you come and take these pictures by yourself and make it your personal news, then that would have been more understandable. You understand? So, but as it is now, I think if you don't want to believe me, that means you don't want to believe me. But I think I have upper hand. You understand? Because you cannot tell me that everything you read on Nigerian newspaper today is what is happening. It's just news. Even we have a lot of news. I think 90% of the news you see in Nigeria today never happened. It's just an imagination. They'll just give you headlines and all that. But I'm telling you that this is what I'm using every day. You understand? Even the Nigerian food prices and all that, I can easily tell you that if I say that I bought a tuber of yam for 50,000 naira, you don't have anything to argue.
Even Al Jazeera, which is based in Abu Dhabi, they reported that the food prices are dropping drastically. Al Jazeera, we played the clip here, but it's only you live in a parallel Nigeria, different from the one everyone else lives.
Yeah, I live in a, if I tell you, it's just like a petrol price that everyone is shouting. If I tell you that petrol price is 950 where I live, you will not believe it. You understand? You will say it's
Are you sure it's not 2,000 naira? It's usually 2,000 naira where you
It's
are.
825. But I tell you, I tell you, I buy petrol 950 every day here in Lagos State, in Ojo. I'm not saying that there are places that are not selling 8 something. You understand? But for me to enter motor to go to maybe an NMPC fleet station to go and get a petrol for 8 something, it's foolishness for me, because that transport, what I would just use is complete it and use it to buy the 950 that is selling, that independent marketers are selling, because there is no NMPC fleet station along this area. You see it, but if I'm giving you the argument, you is just doing propaganda, but that is a fact. What you are giving us is you are giving us, but we are telling you this is the real price that many Nigerians, especially those in remote areas, are getting petrol. When you come here, you give news that you are using the government prices to give your own news, give your own definitions of what is going on in Nigeria. But we are giving you the realities of what Nigerians are getting, but you will not believe it. So if you, what you just have to do is come down here, let's go around Ojo, all these remote areas I'm telling you, then let's price petrol before you go back and give your news. That's the point.
All right.
So if I tell you that electricity is at the lowest ebb since this administration took over, you say it's a lie.
Well, I know it's a lie, because that's not the I don't live in Nigeria, but I know people who live in Nigeria, and what you are reporting runs contrary to what the rest of them tell me. So, like I said, you live in a parallel Nigeria.
Well, I don't live in a parallel Nigeria, but I'm telling you that even as I'm talking to you now, I am under darkness. I am in darkness, and it has been like this for the past 3 weeks.
When you are saying you are in darkness, is that are you talking of ignorance or lack of electricity? Because
I'm telling you of lack of electricity.
We may agree,
No, it's lack of electricity, and it has become worse. Because before this administration take over, at least so many nights we used to have light. Many nights, not daily, because here you don't experience much light on the days. It's only in the night. But these days, the night, you don't even see it at night, mostly, these days. So it's getting worse than what, instead of building up, maybe when we are having maybe 2 hours in the night or 3 hours in the night, at least we should be having like 5 hours in the night or 6 hours in the night, or even 4 hours. But now you barely have 1 hour, 2 hours. And it has been, and since this year, since earlier this year, it has been like that.
All right.
So if I'm telling you, if I'm giving you that information, you will say I'm lying. But for you to get a good information, what you have to do is just come down, stay with me in Ojo for a few days, then pick up your news. Don't not what somebody wrote on the newspaper and present to you. We are telling you the life Nigerians is experiencing today.
All right.
And the kind of heat.
No, you made the point. Let's do this because the room is populating, and there's a new voice that has joined us that I want to go to after you. So give us like a 5-minute monologue, maybe about Natasha or whatever interests you, and then we go on to our talk now, who joins us for the first time. So floor is yours, Ekene.
Okay, for me, Natasha, I don't really want to make her a topic, but just to give my opinion, I think that woman will not back down. because most of the time women like this are very stubborn. But I think, just like what I said in the earlier times, that the Senate didn't handle this matter maturely. They just did it in a way that they want to. It looks as if they want to stifle her voice, which is not proper. Just like I said, they would have given her fair hearing. When someone lays an accusation, the first thing is for her to prove it. And you have not given her any ground to prove it. I think that's what the Senate would have done, to give her ground to prove her accusation. And if she's not able to prove it,
how could they have done that, Ekene?
how will I know? She said she has an evidence. How will I know?
You said they should give her grounds to prove it. How would they do that?
I think they have a section for maybe where that Senate that such matter is treated.
Yes,
or
so
maybe
her case has been referred to them. So what should they be doing that they are not doing? Her case.
They would have. They would have asked her for her.
She submitted a petition about 3 days ago, and that petition has been referred to the ethics committee. So what else could they do that they are not doing?
Well, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that when somebody lays accusation against you, one man, you know how it is. When you take that person to court, it's for you to come with your evidence, then present your evidence. Present my own evidence. Then the judge will rule over it. So, but in this matter, I didn't see any such. He just come and say she doesn't have an evidence, this and that.
No, they didn't say that now. They referred her petition to the ethics committee who are looking into it. They didn't say
maybe if you are still looking into it, then you wouldn't have given her that suspension. Maybe you would have allowed that to go.
Why was she suspended? Why was she suspended?
They said it's because of her conduct and behavior.
Yes, and that.
But I think.
Hold on. We have to go step by step. It was for her conduct and behavior around the sitting arrangement, and they had referred her to the ethics committee on that before she came up with this allegation. That ethics committee sat. They invited her to come and give her side of the story, and she refused to attend. So what should they do? What should they do?
I don't know. No,
you tell me now. What would you do? What would you do?
I never saw that part that they said that they invited her.
The chairman came out now. Senator King Gibe was there. There were about 20-something people that made time to sit on that panel. She was invited. She did not attend. So if you were the head of that committee, what would you do?
I don't. Maybe I don't really know what the rules of the Senate in that regard.
No, forget the rules now. But if you were the head of that committee, what would you do? Somebody makes an allegation, you assemble a committee, you make time out of your schedule, you invite that person to come and expand.
But you never missed any section in the Senate now, or is there any other private?
We're not talking about. Listen now, the sitting arrangement. We saw the whole thing play out. The way she conducted herself, that particular incident was referred to the Senate Ethics Committee, which was actually headed by a Labour Party senator, by the way, and Ireti King Gibe was there. She's PDP, alongside, is she Labour even? So it was a cross-party committee. They invited, I can go and bring you the clips if you want to see it. They invited her to that committee to come and defend herself. She did not attend. So if you were the head of that committee,
you said is
so you are not even following the facts of it. You are just going with your prejudices.
No, I never knew they invited her, because with what she was saying, it was as if that she was not invited to make a case.
I'm on standby.
So if she was invited to make her case and she was not able to make her case, then I think she deserved what she got, because the first thing to do when and the case she was trying to lay is not a levier accusation. It's a very heavy one. So she has to got evidence before laying such claims. So I was waiting for her to bring out her evidence. So that is even where I'm interested in this matter. So, and if she was given that panel or that platform to lay her argument and brought out her evidence, then and she never did that, then she got what she wants. So, but now going at the international, I don't know what will really happen, because this fight is not going to end very soon, and maybe the Senate have to now give her maybe more 1 year or extra 6 months on top of what she has gotten. But many people, even King Iriteibe or whatever you call her, also complained in the Senate yesterday that her voice is being stifled, that she should be given a fair hearing. I saw the video where she was complaining also. So that's to tell you that in that Senate, they're just being careful not to provoke the Senate president or to maintain their position. Many people wouldn't want to, in our political system, wouldn't want to lose any of their benefits in order to defend what is right. Rather, they be more naive and cowardice. They always want to go cautious so that they will not go against the higher authority. So that is what is happening in our political system, and I understand it. So that is it, one man.
All right. Is there anything else you're looking at? Did you think it was a bit too much for her to have run to the... What exactly was she expecting the United Nations to do? What are they going to do? They're going to... What? They're going to put an international arrest warrant against AKPABIO. What?
The issue is
not
that
the United Nations. It is the International Parliamentary Organization, Union.
Is it not an organ of the United Nations? It's been reported as an organ of the United Nations.
It's an organ, but it's a standalone organ. International Parliamentary Union. ECOWAS, regionally, they have the same thing. Even ECOWAS has the same thing. Carry on, please.
So what is the benefit of going there, Baba? I just want to know what will she gain?
Well, she's trying to fight for her fundamental right. The truth of the matter is, I'm sure some people. Greetings to the house. Please pardon my manners. I'm so sorry. Apologies. I'm sure we seems not to study the template around the world with regards to the unjust suspension of Senator Natasha. And that's what the senator herself is fighting. I sympathize and I pity women who ought to stand with her and they turn their back. In the political palace, so many women have been victimized. So many women have been, silenced simply because of silent sexual harassment that is going on everywhere. Today, some of us are taking this issue of this Senator Natasha's issue like child's play. But I'm telling you, what you see going on is exactly what is happening secretly in so many public spaces, especially in government settings. But some women have been so threatened that they could not come out to fight for themselves. But I particularly salute the sagacity of Senator Natasha.
The sagacity that she just put a
Hold
word out there.
Hold on, sir.
She just put out a word.
It's a
and that's
contempted person.
sufficient.
Listen, she's a contempted woman. others will give in secretly. I'm telling
No,
you
I'm
the truth.
asking you that if
Yeah.
you want to allege someone, what exactly do you do?
Look,
You
even
as a person.
even our leader, Senator Ogule, were former minister for works, right? Who is a veteran senator, said it that the Senate goofed. They made mistake. Look, these issues would have been nipped right at the onset, but they think they
You've not
can
answered
rubbish
my
human.
question.
You know what? I know your stand on this, and that's why you see that I may not want to answer your question. This is a platform where we all express our opinion.
Okay, I'm sorry
You
about that
understand me? So
then.
let me
All right.
express my opinion.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
Hold on,
I
Maurice.
interjected.
Yeah.
Sorry, Baba.
Oh,
Maurice,
I
land
didn't
that.
even know it's Morris. I wouldn't have bothered myself.
Yes, just land that point, and then we
I
move on
didn't
now.
know.
Baba,
So,
Sorry. And I don't want to enter.
Baba, how are you, sir? Today, you are not with me. No problem. Agreed.
all
Agreed.
right,
No problem. Yeah,
Maurice, land
yeah.
that point very quickly, and then
Okay.
I
So
want to.
what I'm
I
trying,
want. Hold
what I'm
on.
trying to say, what I'm trying to say.
Just
Yeah.
hold on. Let me describe how I want it to go. You land that point fairly quickly, then I'll
Uh,
play a clip to Ekene, and he will round up very quickly, and then I'll go to talk now. I want to try and have it as structured as we possibly can. So,
okay.
Maurice, land
Yeah,
that point
yeah.
there.
Honestly, I stand with Senator Natasha, right, on this issue. I'm not saying that she is right or she's wrong. I'm saying that the process of her suspension is not right. We have 8 senators or members of the Federal uh, Assembly that has been suspended, and the court returned them back because the court has stated it clearly that they don't have the right to suspend a serving senator or member of the House, even House of Assembly. 8. You understand what I'm trying to say? My own concern is, why didn't they give her fair hearing? Why did they just quickly model the whole thing and pronounce suspension? Legal icons have come out to castigate it,
All right,
condemn it. You understand what
Maurice,
I'm saying?
don't go long.
Oh,
An interjection is just meant to be a short little. All right, thank you, Maurice. Let me just play this clip, and then Ekene rounds off, and then we move it around.
On the referral from the floor, based on our rules, to look into a matter that will referred to us by one of our colleagues, distinguished Senator Ajaokuta, against one of our distinguished colleagues as well, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. We waited. Unfortunately, she's not here, but I hope that as we continue this procedure, that she will join us. Before I continue, may I allow my colleagues to introduce themselves to you, and then start with the hearing. Thank you.
So there it is right there. That's the committee, as they said. Yeah, she was invited, she did not attend. But bring it to Ekene, and then we'll move it round.
Well, the only thing is that our Senate need to be more professional in delivering their duties so that people will not see them being biased. You understand? So a lot of people see them being biased. And we know how, we cannot say that we don't know how our system is working. If you are denying it, then you are not telling yourself the truth. Because if what Senator AKPABIO did was right, why is she paying protesters to protest against Senator Natasha? A lot of them were outside today in Abuja. And most of them cannot even read what the placard that was given to them. What a shameful nation. Just to protect your gullible image, you have to go and pay the Nigerian, just pay them 1,000 naira. I saw one of these lawyer, Deji, this Sowole friend, who said he met
those protesters and asked them how much were they being paid. They said they promised them 1,000 naira, but they have not given them. So they just they hired to deliver their job, then expecting to be paid their 1,000 naira. That is how you have reduced Nigerians to. You use gullible Nigerians to try to fight your gullible. It's very unfortunate. So if the Senate knows that the Senate president knows that the judgment he gave was right, he doesn't need to pay protesters to come and protect his image. You understand? So it shows you that action of the Senate by bringing those protesters, paying them 1,000 naira, shows that he's hiding something. For me, that's how I feel. He has not given good judgment, and there is something that is hiding that he doesn't want Nigerians to see. And I will not tell Natasha not to do what is right. If she knows that the cause she's pursuing is very right, I encourage her courage, because not many politicians would have just easily give up. So I like people that never give up. Even if she lose at the end, I want to see it. I want to know what will really happen. You don't just give up because of a Senate president give an order. So her courage is what I'm studying, and if anything good will come out of it and reshape our present Senate system, then I'll be glad. That is it, man.
All right, then. Thank you, Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. So we go in this order. We do about 5 minutes monologue each. Interjections are still welcome, but when you interject, just make it short and to the point. Don't go long and extending and winding, just because then it makes the conversation skittish and all over the place. So we go in this order. We go to Talk Now, who joins us for the first time, from Talk Now to Baba to Enigma. So Talk Now to Baba to the star enigmatic Maurice, and then I'm going to bail out, hand over to Patoski, who will bring it home. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Pato, the rain hands over to you. Up next, Talk Now. Talk Now, good to see you. Speak to us. Talk Now.
Hi, everyone.
Good to have you.
Good evening, one man. This is my first time on this platform.
Good to have you here.
It's nice, hearing from everyone. I've been listening to this platform for a while, in and out. And it's awesome seeing people that are for and against. You don't see that in a lot of platforms. So what you see is one direction kind of discussion. And it's nice, is one of the beauty of democracy. I just wanted to pop in to just say a few things. All right, on the Natasha issue, I think she has she went to some outside the country, I think parliamentary forum, some sort, and she had her views. That's her right. And I think it wasn't properly managed, to be honest. There were times where they should have, at the initial stage when she raised that complaint, even though she wasn't seated on her seat, she broke the rules. They should have called into an executive section. That's a normal standard when things are chaotic that way. So they should have done that. And at that time, when you're in an executive section, it's not going to be rowdy. So there are just a few people so they can really listen to the key issues. So it's all modeled up, because there's one part where she, breached the rule. There's another part of sexual harassment. Those are two different things, even though they are kind of intertwined. And I was surprised when she also came to the floor the next time and she said, oh, she didn't take that to court. And I'm surprised why she didn't take that to court. So it's a little bit twisted. And, Nigerians will always pick sides. And I believe they could have managed it better from our own side. If she was speaking from her seat, of course, she won't break the rules. she will have a right. More people will listen to her. But you know, when she not sitting on her seat was something that they saw as a fault. And you know, when you're coming to equity, sometimes you have to come with clean hands, and that was her issue. Aside from that, I mean, venting her anger, doing the best she can to speak out, I mean, is her right, and that's okay. And I feel the case is in court. Let's see how it goes. And for me, that would be all that I can say about that. I'm not a politician. I don't know a lot, but I just feel that it could have been managed better, especially when it comes to female. There are better ways to manage that, really. Which other talking point do we have for me?
Yeah, there's a Lagos State issue, if you can talk to that,
yes.
and the El-Rufai matter too.
Yeah. On the Lagos State issue, Lagos State is just a lot of drama. Honestly, I didn't expect Obasa to come back. Him coming back, and the information I was getting this morning is that he was supposed to have resigned before today. That's the information we got, in-house information, that he was supposed to have resigned. So I think the arrangement is he would resign. Then I think they will retain the deputy. Then they will call up another person from Lagos West. I think Lagos West is supposed to have that position. So they will call on another person, and then the person will they will vote. Of course, the person has already been decided some sort. But I think he's pushing back. He does not want to resign. Power is sweet. So, and when you have the backing from the center, I mean, what can you say? So basically, that's what is going on. I believe he will resign. I think he's trying to gather some support, but he's not getting it at the moment. The other 23 representatives, they are hell-bent. He's trying to buy them in, but they are not getting. So I think he's as good as gone. He's just there as he's just there at the moment. That's what I believe. But you never can say, you know, politics, things change overnight. You just hear the news that he's there and others have thrown in their weight behind him. Anything is possible. But at the moment, he doesn't have the numbers. I think there are only like 4 or maybe 3 that are still with him as at this morning. So I believe he will still resign, but things are not looking too good for him at the moment. But what is sure is he has a backing at the center. Tentatively, there's been they've worked out something, but tentatively, he has the backing of the center. He needs to get the other people to support him, basically. So that's for that. So for El-Rufai, the truth is El-Rufai is not going to add anything. There's nothing in Kaduna. You know, he is more like my body is the body of Esau, but my voice is the voice of Jacob. If you see the numbers that came out in Kaduna, it will be clear that he played 2 sides. I believe so. Personally, I believe so. He didn't support. If you watch the trajectory, I don't think he supported Jagaban, Tinubu from the very beginning. I don't think so. At some point, he just decided to support because he saw the handwriting on the wall at the time when Tinubu visited Kaduna. So you will see that flow. Eventually, he now supported him, but he was supporting, but he was not wholeheartedly. He looked like he was wholeheartedly supporting him, but he was not. And that's what played out when they nominated him. I don't think people wanted him in the Senate because they saw it, they knew it. Politicians know themselves, they know who to trust. You know, and that's the truth. He tried to play that game, but that didn't go through. He's not well supported in APC. That's the truth. When you are a governor, they will respect you. Once you are out, the people that support you, you will see the real people that support you. So that's a fact. He doesn't have the numbers. He has some support, but it's not significant enough to shake APC at the moment. But we don't know the real game. There's a lot of things going on behind the scene. They might probably form one single political party using SDP and maybe PDP. I'm not sure of the Labour Party. I'm not sure they've decided. From the feelers, it looks like they want to form a major political party. That is what is going on. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. But to beat Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to be tough. You will have to be ready, as in really ready, because he plays his ground game. For all you know, he might have his people in SDP, he might have his people in all the political parties. He has he's like an octopus, he's everywhere. So
yeah, you just
he's
hit
a
on
juggernaut.
something now. Talk now. That's my suspicion too, because I think SDP is the oldest political party amongst the rank and file of about 19 we have today, in the sense that Abiola contested under SDP, and during 1992 and 1993 elections, the president Tinubu contested a senatorial seat under SDP. Then he became a senator, and if Tinubu were not to win the 2023 APC primary, he would have gone to SDP. He stated that clearly in one of his interviews. And then Aremo Shoba, one of the backbone of Tinubu in the Southwest, was an SDP man until about 2 years ago, before he left SDP. Does that really mean Tinubu owns SDP? What's your view?
As at, I think, 2021, before the election, like 2 years before the election, I think they had some form of primaries, I think, in SDP. Literally, but I'm not sure. His people are also there. Even some of the guys from the north are strong Tinubu supporters. So if he had lost the primary, he would have gone straight to SDP, and it would have been seamless, because I believe the people that are there are people that he knows. SDP is more of, the Labour Party of then. SDP is like that.
If you had lost the primary, you could have been able to contest under SDP now. The electoral law says you cannot be nominated by two parties.
But he would have seen the handwriting on the wall. He would have exited.
Cannot be ahead, because that was what Obi saw, and Obi just pulled out.
Yes,
if he had waited and he ran and he failed, he would have been gone. He would have been able to run on that.
The truth is, when you are running, when people like Tinubu, Atiku, they will know if they are going to lose an election or a primary if it's not sure for them. He would have exited the place. He was sure he was going to get the ticket, and the ground game was on, and he had different support groups, so they already know where they are going. So SDP was more like a fall-on if he misses here. So it's not impossible. The last I checked, I'm not sure they've done any Congress. So it's the same people that are there. So in fact, I'm suspecting a lot of things. El-Rufai going there, I don't know. I don't know. Because at the end of the day, when you will know that there's a game that has been played is if at the end of the day, SDP now supports the ruling party, then you will know that has been the ground game from the very beginning. So it might just be a distortion in the whole opposition process. You know, Tinubu is he's a very funny person. To beat him, you will need a strong opposition. You need a collaboration between parties. All these silos parties, Labour Party here, SDP there, PDP there. I'm not sure they can beat that guy. As bad as the economy is, I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I think he understands politics, and people that are quiet and do not speak too much, they have some kind of demeanor sometimes. And they play their ground game well, and they are well spread like that. We need to be careful. He doesn't talk too much. He does more of action, and he has people that are ready to work for him. So if opposition really wants to do it, they have to collaborate. And as at today, they are trying to, but you know, the problem is everybody wants to be at that forefront. That's the problem. All right, I think I can yield the floor. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Patoski, do I go ahead?
Yes, Baba.
Okay,
Help
thank you.
help us speak to that 5 billion. I don't know what happened there.
I will come to that if I have time enough. The Natasha's topic actually interests me most because I can't stop getting amused, actually. Because do you know why they use the word crocodile tears? Does anyone know how that word came about? It's a study of the crocodile. When it snap on a human leg and snap it off while trying, because it doesn't, crocodile doesn't chew, but in like getting it down the throat, closing his mouth, his eyes will start to water as if he's crying. That's where crocodile tears came from. I watch the prima donna Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan gave a performance today or yesterday in Switzerland, in Geneva, at the IPU, with her voice quaking, her eyes. It was giving a tearjerker, and she has to put on sunglasses. That was a con job. He thinks the Europeans will fall for that. And all of a sudden, an enfant terrible of Nigerian Senate transformed into a damsel in distress. What a wonderful Oscar-winning performance. For any objective person, that performance alone is a put-off. It's a put-off. Because it is unlike her. Compare that video at IPU and the petulant female fatale in the Senate wagging her fingers, trashing the Senate, raising her voice, shouting, riotous. You can't fool the people all the time. The people you went there to report to, transforming yourself into a damsel in distress, they ask questions. They will not jump into conclusion. They will not. They will ask the Senate president to come forward and state the case for and on behalf of the Nigerian Senate. And I'm sure there are video evidences. They will show that no, Because she didn't talk about her attitude, disrespecting the Senate as a house. Because there are two cases here. The seat issue, and of course, the sexual harassment issue. Two distinct matter, separate, not interrelated in whatever form, whatsoever form. They've dealt with one adequately, and rightfully so. So it is the second one now she talked about. And the way she presented her case at IPU, she didn't talk about that. She said she was suspended because she accused the Senate president of sexual harassment. That's what she said. Does that sound dubious to you? I mean, I couldn't believe it. Shedding crocodile tears and then telling the whole IPU that I was suspended and my security was taken out and my cars, official cars were taken out. She's forgetting that those she's relating those stories to are parliamentarians from their different countries like herself. Most of them don't even have official car. They don't have security details, and they will be aghast. So senators in these countries enjoy this kind of thing. Most of them ride bicycle to their parliament in their country. Because if you have to be strategical in even telling lies in a forum like that. I think I will nominate her for an Oscar, the next Oscar next year's February, because this one has passed February. I'll remember. She has to win an Oscar for that performance. Because that nullifies everything she's been saying. Everything. And for the sexual harassment aspect of it, she's talking about, well, everybody with their own experiences. You don't just open your mouth and allege. People do it and get away with it. More so, I mean, I've heard of somebody who was lied upon that he raped somebody. He was so traumatized, the young man was so traumatized that he committed suicide. And it was all a lie. So if you are to say something, say, okay, this man did this man did that. It doesn't have to be a narrative. Yes, there are some things you cannot prove. She doesn't have camera on her or tape recorder. I can understand that very well. But to come sure-footed in that kind of circumstances, there are rules to make it, to concretize it. Simple. Swear to an affidavit, attach your petition, attach it to your petition. It shows a level of sincerity and truth in that, because it is assumed you cannot perjure yourself, because you know there is a criminal aspect of perjury. So that is what is obtainable everywhere. She's in court. The only thing I just see here, I've seen all of this. I've lived in the last century. By God's grace, I've enjoyed a quarter of this new century. So I've seen everything. I've seen it all. It's not new. And I know where this will end. I know where this will end. Because the husband enjoys patronage from politicians, from the body politic of Nigeria. That's what they feed on. And what do you think? Those who consider a home a household, as a friend of the government, all the largesse, you think they will not withhold it? So it's going to end up messing that man's finances up. And when the tree falls, all the birds that perches on that tree will fly away. When the man goes broke, she doesn't look like somebody that will stay with a broke man. She doesn't look like somebody that will stay with a broke man. I've seen samples like that before. And if they say rented crowd, what I don't want is people hiding or not looking on the side of the other part of the narrative. You said she rented, AKPABIO rented crowd. She also rented crowd.
What we have in the West now, male has become victims.
Yeah, we saw the rented crowd of AKPABIO. I saw the rented crowd of Senator Natasha. Also, I had the NDDC woman accused AKPABIO. I had Reno Mokri accuse Natasha. So what are we talking here? Let us be balanced. Let us be fair. This is not about election, that maybe we have to display our biases. This is about a case, a man's life, a woman's life. So we should put it in perspective, because everybody's running with the story that, oh, she's been suspended because of the sexual harassment allegation. That is not true. We all know that. Even those who are mounting that, they know it is not true. Because to their self be true. To their self be true. The Senate Ethics Committee. Yes, sir. I'm listening.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, sure.
We are experiencing the West. Like we are experiencing the West now. You know, men have become victims now. When they
I call it, what did I use the other day? Endangered species.
Exactly. But I think Nigerian women are they are trying to switch towards that. But now they are using lies, and I don't think they are likely to achieve that, because if you want to get to that point, you must actually be coming up with true claims. You understand?
Patoski.
Yeah?
You see, your point is valid, but you see, it's also a weak man, and you cannot say in our system you don't know that a lot of men top officials demand sex in order to favor the female uh, apprentice or whatever. Even in our small organization, we know. You understand? An oga cannot easily employ a fair lady just to satisfy him sexually. And when a lady is playing her role very well, she will be getting everything she wants, her iPhone, her house rent, whatever. And for me, a society cannot be thriving in that manner. Most of the time, you see our young girls, you know how much they earn as a salary. You know what it will take them to get an iPhone. And just few months into the work, they got an iPhone, they have a good apartment, they're living well. And when you check their salary, it doesn't match with their expenses. You now begin to ask yourself, where is this money coming from? And the answer is they are looking at you. Your guy is rich, married man, servicing him very well. At the other side, giving the girl what she wants. So why can't our society deal with that character? So I will not be in a position that the Senate president is not guilty of what Senator Basha and Natasha accuse him of until he allow him to prove her case. That's my point.
Okay.
Don't just put it away that it is men that the women use it. why we know that men also, whenever they're in a hierarchy, they use their position to seduce women. It's rampant in our society.
Yeah,
Baba,
I agree with you. So let Baba
Baba.
land it. Let Baba land it. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I want to ask him. I beg, who they hold her make she no prove her case? She don't carry any evidence come with the
Nothing, just word of mouth. Word of mouth. And you're going to look, the thing is, there is a stage. Natasha is not a teenager. She's not in her 20s, not in her 30s. She is 45 years old, married with children. There is a stage a woman will reach in life. She cannot be sexually harassed. Then they take big prick, make old woman fear.
Baba, it's a lie. Baba,
Huh?
even it's a lie.
What is lie
Even
there?
a woman of 60 years can be sexually harassed, depending on how good looking you are. A woman of 70 years can be sexually harassed. So don't tell me that
Listen to
any
me.
woman can be
I'm not talking
harassed
of,
sexually.
waiting now. I'm not talking of backstreet thing. I'm talking of high streets. I'm talking of high streets here, not back streets. I'm talking about executive women, 45, boardroom directors. You parry it. That's what people like Itagiwa, Kingibe, they are saying. That is what they are saying, and people don't want to have an understanding of it. Even me, at my age, do I come now and tell you, one 35 years old girl is hitting on me, harassing me sexually? They will laugh at me to my face. They will laugh at me to my face because it cut both ways. It cut both ways. So at 45, in a Senate is like, it's a high class club, if political club. When somebody tell you, Madam, you're looking beautiful this morning. Yes, thank you, my friend. My husband told me before I left home. Yeah, that will shut that man down. You don't run now like a teenager. I said, let me finish. The man is harassing me sexually.
I want to ask you something. If AKPABIO should be investigated,
Well, look,
does it
one
require
want
that?
this matter to be investigated. To its
Yeah, let me
logical
ask you.
conclusion.
If the question I want to ask you, if AKPABIO should be investigated in that matter, would he supposed to step down or still remain as a Senate president? I think what's the procedure? Is he supposed to be sitting in that seat while his investigation is being carried out, or step down for a while, then after his investigation he goes back to his seat? Is it not how it's being done? So
Okay,
that's
there are
because
two
you
ways
are here.
now.
So I don't.
There are two ways here. One, she can do it by going to the police. It's a police case. Sexual harassment is a serious matter. If that is the issue here, you understand, AKPABIO can always leave his seat, attend courts. If police investigated and find him culpable, AKPABIO will be charged to court. He will be attending court. He doesn't disturb his Senate business. But now on the second side, if she now chooses to submit herself and AKPABIO, like she said it at IPU, that she expects both she and AKPABIO should go before the ethics committee. And by that, you can see the inference. She wants the man out of that high horse she's riding. Bring the man to her level, and then they go to the ethics committee. In ethics committee, she knows what she's going to dare to do. It's not for me to say here. I don't want this to be dragged up. And no, let me finish. Let me explain to you so that you can understand. Those are the two avenues she can use. If he's dragging the boss, the president, to the ethics committee, there have been precedents. When Saraki is talking his own, Saraki forgets that when the offer robbery in Kwara State happened and he was deemed to be complicit, nobody asked him to step down.
Baba, you are not. Baba,
no,
you are not getting the point.
No, let me say the other one. Maybe that's one. With the second one, when Saraki has a problem with whether it's the true Senate president or not, they will close down the Senate and attended courts with all his officers, with about 52 sons. They will attend courts. So why would AKPABIO own be different? If the committee is sitting, they go and attend to the committee, and he comes back to his high horse to ride his horse. Because when they are saying he should step down, to what purpose? To what intent? What's the intent? Enigmatic, comment, please. Sorry about that.
I'll just let you land, Baba. Fire down, no worry.
Okay, so these are the issues. It's not political. It's not political. It is criminal. Sexual harassment is criminal. So I expect her to even go to the police so that they can do justice to it. Because now she's now saying she wants to go to the ethics committee for the sexual harassment case with the Senate president, that the two of them should go there. And I don't like that. I want whoever is lying between herself and AKPABIO to be dealt with. And it's only police that can do a good job.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
I expect AKPABIO should be in court now. Because ordinarily, this is not even a committee issue. It's a criminal issue. Somebody wrote a book about someone. Somebody wrote a book about someone. You have 3, 4, 5 lawyers in court. I mean, the guy was arrested and detained. So if somebody is alleging that somebody sexually harassed him, it's either they arrest the Senate president or try to investigate and go ahead and detain. I'm sure if he's a simple person, a normal guy that was that Natasha as a senator decided to make it clear that he harassed me, I'm sure by now if I were the one, maybe I would have been in detention. So it's not.
And let me just round up quickly, Patoski. Let me round up quickly so that Enigmatic can come in. You know what saddens me most? When she started alluding to the idea that she's going to throw a bomb, I thought it would be what's that? That bomb that scatters when they shoot it, when they drop it. I've forgotten what they call it. Fragmental bomb or fragmented bomb. That was I thought she would settle. Because now she said, gave 2 examples. The 2 occasions she claimed she was sexually harassed. And I want you to interpret it. As a man, I work, he held my hand. My husband was a few steps behind, and he was propositioning me, saying that we can always come here. You like my house, we can always come here to cool down together. That is 1. 2, I went to his office. I complained about my bills, and he said, "Oh, if only you are nice to me, I mean that all those things will have been easy for you." Then she said, "I will pretend I didn't hear that." I leave that to your imagination. I leave that to your consciences. I leave that to your fair judgment.
Baba, I have a question.
I yield. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Why do Nigerians do this? Like whenever they are discontent with their country, they always run to daddy. Meaning, Either they go to United States, UK, or UN, all this to go and report.
Make I land before I make I dey go.
Yeah, go
Baba,
ahead, enigmatic.
yeah, good evening, everybody. My regards to all the speakers on the panel and those who are, and the Twitter fingers, right? The keyboard warriors. Let me use that. Well, anyway, on a lighter note, first of all, I think Nigerians would have to take themselves serious, and then they'll be very kind and loving to their country, and they'll be patriotic, right? Because what I see about Nigerians, we Nigerians generally, including myself too, we love to tear ourselves down over the most flimsy situations or circumstances, and probably the most, I mean, probably the pettiest of biases and sentiments. At the same time, we conveniently ignore the cesspool of corruption and the crime that defines global politics now. Because everything that happens in Nigeria, they just want to shout as if Nigeria is the moral capital of the world. Whereas, in the so-called moral West now, including the United States of America, right, that some of us live in, the leader of the executive, the U.S. executive, the POTUS, Donald Trump, is a convicted felon with 34 criminal counts and the court validated, sexual predator. Everybody knows that. He's owing $84 million in damages to that victim now, right? And he's a convicted fraudster as well, with over $400 million in penalties, damages. That's the president of the U.S. Unprecedented, situation living, and then we see it daily in American soil and on American soil. Yet he's still the political leader of this country. And even when you go to the that is the executive, on the executive part. And when you look at even his cabinet, do you want to talk about the current Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth? People should go and read about Pete Hegseth. You will throw up. Or you want to read about Matt Gaetz within the GOP. The GOP is riddled with a lot of pedophiles, fraudsters, criminals, crooks, all over the place.
Sorry, enigmatic. One man, if you are listening, Maurice wants to come in, so link him up, please. Sorry about that, enigmatic.
Yeah, no problem. And when you go to the judiciary itself, the Supreme Court has currently constituted right now. The two justices of the Supreme Court, Brett Kavanaugh and Justice Clarence Thomas, people should go and read about their stories. Okay? They are sitting on the highest bench in the United States, despite monumental corruption and scandals against them, and even sexual misconduct allegations. So the very day that Donald Trump found himself, into the murky waters of politics and entered the political landscape of the global world, that very day, the global morality died. So if you want to preach morality, it's done already, it's dead. Donald Trump has killed it globally in politics.
But Nigeria they'll still be telling you in America. They don't in America.
UK, the same America that Natasha came to today, the president who is sitting in America as president.
You want to report Nigeria, and she first said she's not there to embarrass Nigeria.
Yeah,
what is
no, IPU is in Geneva, Switzerland. Actually, she went to Switzerland.
It's a validated.
But it's led by America. Technically, they are reporting you to the West now, to the West Master, Colonial Masters.
So this is why, and then when we talk about, because there are so many issues to actually unpack here, this Natasha Akpoti, it be like say me, I mean, I will talk now. It be like say Baba self, it be like say Baba don't shop that girl. It be like say AKPABIO don't shop that girl. It be like say when things were cool with them, they don't shop each other. Things go sour. I be waiting to talk. She'll get.
They've traveled together a couple of times.
Even before that. Before that, Baba, all of us will be guy men.
I don't want to talk him now.
I kind of want to agree with you, to be honest.
Let's be real now, because she's taking it far, and then let's take it fast now. So what is happening now is that AKPABIO, go and look at one of the most the highest bidding contractors in NDDC when AKPABIO was the minister of NDDC. Natasha Akpoti was one of them. Go and look at that time. She got a contract from the same ministry where AKPABIO was the supervising minister. So you could have seen the trail already. And this Natasha Akpoti, she's just 45 years old. She ran to be the governor of Kogi State. How did she fund that election?
AKPABIO.
No,
can I give you an input there? Okay, so on the House floor last week, okay, Senator Bamidele revealed that her husband, who has never been a governor, an executive member, has no political relevance.
I'm still going there, sir. Just hold on. I'm going there.
Was offered the opportunity to select someone.
That is only one you know, right? In Delta State, the guy is not the governor. He's not a senator. He's not holding any office, right? He has nominated 17 people from Delta State, 17 Deltans. He does not hold any office. So the situation is there's a tripod to this, and people should be very careful. We have to understand the fact that sexual allegation is a weighty allegation. Nobody is going to play with that. To the allegation of sexual harassment, as I have previously said, and I'll reiterate it again. When this matter falls saw the light of the day, I know it's going to be a Herculean task to separate the truth from the falsehood, right? In such cases, except you have an ironclad evidence presented, and that evidence that stands, taller than even the mere whispers and the rumors of malice or the shadows of speculation. It goes beyond that. When you bring it to law, right? There are 7 or 6 components and factors and elements you must fulfill, and one of the sine qua non of that is the evidence, the proof of evidence. The onus of that lies with Natasha, and Natasha is not doing that. Instead of Natasha doing, she's a lawyer doing that. She's playing to the gallery, doing guilt trip and blackmailing through the media. Nobody should support sexual allegation, particularly if you're in the corporate world, and if you still have this moral standard about where the world is going, right? But the fact remains the fact. I am afraid, for one thing, right? The resolute and the unyielding oak of in the midst of the tempest, right, should guide everybody with the sanctity and the ephemerals of all this conversation that we are talking about. It's not just about AKPABIO now, neither is it about Natasha, but we cannot continue to have this ignominious stage of sexual misconduct conversation while we are trying to be biased or sentimental about who we like or who we hate. We cannot choose and pick about that. And we have to be guided about this feeble morality and the absence of consciousness about this. And we should prick our conscience. So the nation's Senate, the legislative arm of Nigeria now, right, is being dragged to the gutters in the international stage, as if, like I just started earlier, as if the Western world are better than any other country now, even in the third world, in the way things are in the world now. So Nigerians, they need to be guided. Natasha Akpoti's husband, I think he's already a pawn in this game, and this is a very high level game that you guys are not seeing. Yes, let's look at the timeline, right? Natasha Akpoti has been pushing the Ajaokuta thing since 2014 or 2013. If you could remember vividly, the first time she brought it on the floor of the rep was when Dogara was the speaker, when Buhari just came to power, right? They never allowed that bill to see the light of the day, because the Ajaokuta is bigger than Natasha, is bigger than AKPABIO, is bigger than Dogara, is bigger than Buhari, is bigger than Tinubu. Jonathan couldn't. Jonathan's boss, the one that passed, Umaru Yar'Adua, couldn't do much. Obasanjo had to hands up at the time, right? So this lady came handed, and she came handy, right, with sophisticated documents presented. She said it in the floor of. I think people can rewind it and go and play it. She said it on the floor of the Senate, of the House of Rep that time, when they were asking her, "How did you get access to all these documents?" It's like you are having access to some high level, maybe critical facility, right? Critical infrastructure that you must have a certain high level security clearance. She got documents, and they found out this document actually came, and she said verbatim, Putin is the president of
they
a
call
country.
it classified information.
Yes, Putin is the president of a country you do not want to mess around with. She used that language on the floor of Nigeria's House of Rep then, and it was immediately. It was after that time that they started winding up that stuff. OBJ. So now she got some documents coming from Russia. She's a consultant to the Russian government. She was on retainership up until the time that she became a senator and the office holder. I don't know if she's still having that position now with the Russian government. If you live in Canada, if you live in the UK, if you live in the US, and you work with government, and you work in the corporate America or corporate wherever you are, do you think they wouldn't have meetings over Natasha? They will consider a spy or a Russian asset. And then what would be your interest? They will be asking, what is your interest particularly about this Ajaokuta that is linked to Russia? Because the proposal
But Russia is not an adversary of Nigeria now, so they won't really see that.
No, any serious government wouldn't. The proposal was for Ajaokuta to be producing some weapon, right, and some other stuff. Then she brought it to the floor of the Senate. Fast forward now, right? 5 different times or 4 different times, they were killing it.
No, why they killing itself, man?
Because it's bigger than AKPABIO. It's bigger than it's bigger than even Tinubu himself. For them to proceed on that thing, the living president, the living ex-president of Nigeria, including the current president, and some stakeholders will have to meet on that because it's bigger than it's a national security issue.
Really?
Yes. It's a national security issue that she's trying to dabble into. So the situation now is like she's on a leash that under Buhari for 8 years you couldn't deliver. This administration is 2 years in, you are not delivering. You better deliver or we do this. So it's like a Machiavellian game on that now. So the way things are now is I'm even thinking that how did she position herself to the point of meeting her current husband? Because that man is very powerful. The man is very connected to almost all the senators in Nigeria. He's very connected to almost all the governors. He's connected up to the presidency. Very connected man. And with your attitude and your character, do you think you are not spoiling show for that man now politically? And with all the long-term relationship he has had with all these guys, AKPABIO, he's been AKPABIO's friend for over 20 years. He's been most of those governors, ex-governors, and all of them, they've been friends for so many years. But because of shift, sit down for this year, no sit down for this year, that promoted to sexual harassment, to this, your husband would have to actually probably lose all his goodwill now politically. How do you think these guys in the political landscape will be dealing with that guy now? They will be giving him space, because already if you are the man and your wife is acting this way and you have that political leverage, how would you feel comfortable as a man? Because it's spoiling things for you already. It means you don't even have control of that woman. That's the implication. Because there is a political solution to every situation. Just like there was political situation to Fubara's issue that we said those days, that if he goes constitutional, it's going to go against him. If this matter goes constitutional at the end of the day, Natasha Akpoti will be exposed. And the husband is there, very close to all these guys. Do you think the guy is thinking Because why would you go back again after then we see you again in Switzerland crying, and you absolutely misrepresented the fact, mischaracterized the situation, this entire circumstance, you turned it upside down. Natasha Akpoti was suspended on the basis of the fact that she circumvented the processes of the rules of engagement in the Senate.
Hey, guys, let's be fair, though, man. Apart from this sexual harassment and this misbehavior in the Senate, but Natasha was someone that was performing, though, man. To be honest, like, I mean, I don't see anything else.
Hold on. If you are talking of performance, right? AKPABIO performed excellently well as a governor.
Yeah, he did too.
Natasha, so far so good. She has been an excellent senator. Good.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But when we are talking about the intertwined circumstances and the game thing, that everything that is going now, look, I'm telling you, look at in chronological order. Look at the timeline. All of a sudden, sit, no sit, sit down, no sit, no stand up, no stand up. Then it transmuted to sexual harassment. It went to this, it went to that. Now I'm looking at the husband now. Is even the husband not a pawn? You and AKPABIOs, you said your husband has been friends to the AKPABIOs for 20 good years. For 20 good years. And you've been married to this man for 2 or 3 years, and you spoiled that friendship of 20 years. And you are spoiling friendship of that man with his own political, with his own associates. Let me say that now, of so many years. If anything spoiled for that man, if everything spoiled the way you want, if you run back to your Russia or Ukraine where you come from, because you have dual citizenship. And why are you insisting? AKPABIO, the time that even AKPABIO allowed that Ajaokuta thing to be debated on the floor of the Senate, you saw what AKPABIO did that day, right? AKPABIO announced it that it should be submitted, and he vacated that day for DSP Barao Jibrin to.
But this Ajaokuta thing, it looks like that's the root of this drama. To be honest, I think it's beginning to look like she was frustrated. She was frustrated about it, and then that's what brought up that attitude, that behavior.
Mike, you did military now. So this game is like they have some people are pushing out that look, you got to deliver this thing. Anyway, by crook or by any means, deliver it. You are close to the AKPABIO, use your leverage on him. Push your husband. Do you think it's easy? Why would why would your husband leave Nigeria and track AKPABIO to London for the same bill? And AKPABIO cannot deliver the bill because the president will have to look. Something is bigger than you. Is bigger than you.
But this Ajaokuta thing, man, I think we need to that thing. To be honest, I still don't get it.
The NSA must conduct a serious investigation about why this lady is so concerned and so interested in that Ajaokuta thing. It's like
but why is Nigerian government not interested about it themselves? You know?
Like it's bigger than what you are talking about. You have to sit and recalibrate the situation. Natasha is like a consultant. You cannot have this type of conflict of interest on your head as a Nigerian senator, and you are fighting the cause of another country that you were a consultant to, and you were on retainership.
Okay. So the interest. So it looks like it looks like this Ajaokuta thing. Russia has a deep interest in it, right? So if Russia has a deep interest, why can't Nigerian government take advantage of that?
Russia play now, Mike. You are talking as if you are naive. They will always plant assets and they know how to use the asset. That's why I'm saying that even this man, this Uduaghan, the lady, if you know, even love the guy, but she probably walk herself into this guy's life because she has seen the influence and the influence the guy command within the political landscape. So when you look at all this, when you in the intelligence world, when you piece pieces together like that, you will see Natasha is a circle factor here. Why is she in this position? Why is she in this position? Why is she now married to this man that is close to AKPABIO, the Senate president now? And she's been pushing this bill 5 different times, and they keep killing the bill. And the only one time that AKPABIO allowed the bill to fly in the Senate, AKPABIO vacated his seat. He told the DSP to continue the proceeding. And as soon as the DSP took his seat, right, they collapsed to executive session From executive session, they went to have an executive session in Aso Rock, and that was it. And when Natasha Akpoti's husband went to meet AKPABIO in London, Natasha AKPABIO had to tell the guy that his hands are tied. There's no way. It's bigger.
But why are they not explaining to her why they are killing her?
Why they go explain to now the husband supposed to do that thing? Now why are they talk say the guy Namumu self? Because it's like
Hold on. What I'm saying, hold on. Okay, you said they killed the bill 5 times. Why is it Nigeria? Why are they not explaining to her why they are killing this bill?
Because look, they are
Mike, they can explain because it's
they must have seen something about her that
for
this
that
guy
criminality.
is an asset, that she's a plant.
Because I've always aligned with that lady regarding this Ajaokuta. It's been like almost 10 years where she's been advocating.
Mike,
I will listen to
it's
her.
for money
She
laundering.
present complete logic. But then the Nigerian state will not respond. They will just kill it. They will just ignore her.
It's for money laundering. There's nothing security about it. What damn security are we talking about? What's the national security about Ajaokuta?
Can I bring something up?
It's all about money
The
laundering
question
for the
is,
big
Mike,
men, for the powerful. Maybe
Regarding that
Natasha,
Ajaokuta, I'm always in line with that Natasha, man.
Natasha maybe outstepping a bounds in regards to the people that call the shots. Okay, that's the only reason. But you're trying to pretend that Ajaokuta is such a national security that it's not that at all. I mean, it's a money laundering from the 60s or the 50s.
Let me pitch this to you. Listen a second, Prince Daddy. Natasha, she has a Russian background. Just listen to this. She was a consultant to a Russian organization, right? Russian, they do not get into businesses in other countries through their oligarchs without an angle to it in the intelligence world. When you see that kind of things, you piece it together. You are supposed to make some report. If you have any contact, if you're in any office, let me just tell you.
But America does it too now. They find their person in the country. They use that person to push their interest.
Okay, look at.
If you ask me, and Natasha only has the competency and I think she speaks the Ukrainian language, maybe Russian too.
Her mother is Ukrainian.
That connection is probably what she's parlaying, to get close to the Russian and to be the mediator or to be the representative when it comes to this business. I don't think it's anything glamorous, actually. I just think she sees an opportunity and she understands the language and the culture, and so she's able to relate. I don't see anything big deal about it at all.
When Natasha's husband had to travel, why would he leave Nigeria and track AKPABIO to London for the same bill? And when this guy told him, my hands are tied, that it's nothing even I can even discuss with you. Okay, you are my friend of so many years, right? But there are some things that are off limit. This is nothing I can discuss about, and let's forget about it. The guy understood like guy man to guy man. He came back to the country. Whatever happened, I think that one did not take it. And then in the committee chairmanship that she was running, the local content, the other senators, no, she's not going to be the only. She's the committee chairman, where she will have other senators as a subordinate. They were not able to work together, and there were some other allegations. They had to move her, and there were supposed to be investigation being opened. AKPABIO even killed that investigation to protect his friend's wife. So those are the areas that I even say AKPABIO being stupid. When you sometimes
good point. I was going to ask you, enigmatic. What do you think AKPABIO's missteps have been in the whole process? Because AKPABIO, we all know, is not clean, and I'm glad you also agree that perhaps AKPABIO's had a special relationship with her.
AKPABIO has never been clean from day one, and that's why he's not circumspect about this lady. When this lady moves, if I were in AKPABIO's shoes, right, and with the trainings I've had and with the exposures I've had, I'll think twice. Why is this lady in this midst? Why is she? I've known, okay, you are my friend. I've known you for 20 years. At least I know I can trust you with some stuff. All of a sudden, you got married to a lady in 2 years, and I'm seeing some moves around the two of us, guy man to guy man. I'll pull back, and all of a sudden, I found myself as the Senate president. Now, do not forget where I started. I said, AKPABIO if you don't chop him before, but the two of them cannot even say. So how would AKPABIO say, I chopped my friend's wife? Or even when before they got married. They were not supposed to be married at the time. They had a tumultuous lawsuit that eventually people were surprised that they eventually got married. So when you look at those timelines and all of a sudden you become the Senate president as AKPABIO, and yes, you have the power of the gavel, and you are the number one in the legislative chamber. You have to ease her in gradually, but you just open your arms flabbily. You give her one of the top 1 percentile juicy committee chairmanship, and you have people who have been there 3 times. They didn't have that. They were even quarreling with you, and you didn't stop at that. You gave her some other privileges and leverages, right? Because of your friend, and then you are doing a lot of things. So first of all, you have violated some certain ethical standards, right? As a Senate president, getting her close to you to a certain level, regardless of the fact that you are my friend, you are my friend's wife, right? Is a misnomer for AKPABIO. If Oshomole had been the Senate president, he would have handled the matter differently, or somebody else. But AKPABIO has been so unserious. At Buhari they joke now, Tinubu they joke, they crack joke. Tinubu they crack joke wella. Buhari they crack joke wella. But they know where to crack joke. They know the audience to crack joke. But AKPABIO will be cracking joke like it's so silly, it's so unserious, it's so pedestrian. And you are dealing with a highly calculative lady. Look, AKPABIO and the Uduaghan, the two of them, it be like say the lady put them in the middle, and you just they turn their head up and down. The two South men, we don't get sense because they don't see yellow pawpaw. That is what I think. It's using that guy to curry favors from AKPABIO, and on the other hand, trying to push an agenda. That's what I'm seeing right here. And the two of them do not know until now that AKPABIO was saying, "He was my friend." That's what I thought. So that is the frustration of a friendship that has gone sour because of a woman. Because of a woman. Let's assume that you, Prince Daddy, you've been my friend for 20 years. I am the Senate president. Your wife is a senator. If there are issues, we can settle it even within our family without even bringing it to the public, even to the professional side of Senate or politics. Man to man, hey, now waiting your wife they do be this. I think I've overstretched, right? I've overstretched the the powers of my office. Talk to her in this way. Talk to her in this way. When you see a man and a man that have been friends for years and they be cool, and all of a sudden a woman comes between them, go and look at those men. They are weak men. They've allowed that woman to use their brain.
That's true. And so Nigerian men are known for that. Man. They're very notorious for that. You allow
Natasha's
one chick
husband does not have control over her. It's quite clear. It's quite glaring.
That guy, na weak man. And an average northerner, will control this lady differently. AKPABIO is weak, obviously. AKPABIO is weak, obviously, and she capitalized on that. Have you been to the Eastern Europe before, or you've had things to do with them? They are working calculators, my brother. They are faster than you in thinking and the way they reason like they reason like you know the way Putin is shaking Europe now. That's how they reason. There's always an angle to everything they do. They don't do things for just for the sake of doing it. AKPABIO came to that Senate, right? Natasha came to that Senate prepared. She's been trying to be something in Nigeria. Eventually, she's something. And you spoil everything for your guy who has friends as governors, as senator, even in the presidency, within 2 years of your marriage or 3 years, to the level of ridiculing the Senate president who has been his friend for 20 good years. 20 good years. Who tells you Tinubu has not had problem with his close friends of so many years? But Remy is always a good man will know there's always a boundary between your friendship and your family. AKPABIO failed to see that. AKPABIO was played. Uduaghan is played, and the two of is still getting played. And I hope the guy will not regret at the end of the day, because he's going to be the one to face the consequences of the action of this lady if he's not careful within the Nigeria political space, because nobody will be free to discuss things with that man again now. If you were in his, if you were in AKPABIO's shoe or anybody else within the political space, and that Uduaghan is your friend, how would you be treating him now, my brother? Tell me, would you still trust him?
Regarding this
Nah.
Ajaokuta thing, this is what I think. I think because one thing I know about our politicians, a lot of them, they are very submissive to this, to the West, to America and England, all these countries. So because it's Russia, so America will be telling Nigeria, probably some American officials, maybe UK officials, probably the ambassador, they are sending, they are the one telling Nigerian government not to allow Russia to come there to do that. That's what I think. I think so. That's what I believe. So this whole thing is all about I don't want to mess America because we have these leaders that are always scared of the West. Maybe they are scared of sanction or in Nigeria. I just notice everybody always fear America. I don't know why. Especially our old men. This is our old generation. Sometimes when I have conversation with old people, when I start talking trash about America, say, hey, no talk, hey, I'm like, what are you afraid of, man?
Not even our old man, Michael. Even now, has she not run to in her mind now? She has run to the global village to report Nigeria. She shouldn't stop there. Oh. She should do like Chimamanda Adichie. She should go and write to ICC. She should go to all embassies. She should
Chimamanda ran to Biden to come and to come and change the election result in Nigeria. That's what I'm wondering. Like, what's wrong with these Nigerians?
Where the Biden now?
She should run to Donald Trump. She should even run to Donald Trump and say, Donald
She wrote
Trump.
letter to Biden. She said,
"Oh, they happen. Then they rape me for Nigeria Senate. She should go and tell the rapists of the world and say they are raping me."
What is wrong with Nigerians, man? They worry them. They just run to their own colonial master.
So even what I think will happen at the end of the day, right? But where I think they overplay their hands in the Senate. If I were at AKPABIO, I would tell them, don't. If you want to suspend this lady, suspend her by the books of the Senate, 14 days. Give her those 14 days. Let her go and reflect. If it's not reflecting,
no, enigmatic. Have you forgotten Nzeribe, the lion of Oguta, was suspended for over 2 years?
Indefinite. No, he didn't come back to until the end of that.
He didn't. So 6 months is not new.
He didn't come
People
back.
just talk about those court cases, but Nzeribe, one of the richest men of that period.
But you know that one are strong. That one are strong man. But this one, she's a blackmailer. She's using the media. She knows those people she's targeting, right? She is targeting those media folks, right? She's targeting those people who she believes hates the country. Ordinary small thing. They are running around the world trying to tarnish Nigeria's image.
But enigmatic,
right?
do you believe that performance, that tearjerker performance, rhetoric?
Baba, but what I'm only
she go win Oscar.
I'm only scared for my own Niger man.
Okay, enigmatic. Talk about Erufai in SDP.
I'm trying to avoid that. Erufai and noise maker now, but of course, look, 2027, right? To the glory of Almighty God, we shall all be here. Tinubu is going to leave office on the 29th of May 2031. That is and Tinubu will hand over, right, to his own successor from the north. And the vice president to that northern candidate that will be the next president from 2031.
You be a Southwestern?
Will be from South. It's going to be a South person.
South, okay.
It's going to be a South. So there's going to be a South vice president from 2031. There's going to be a northern president from 2031. Atiku is done politically. Obi is done politically. Which one again? We know Shuwore is just that one just do your own thing. So El-Rufai's major goals, which I think El-Rufai does not have issues with trying to run for any presidency. And people should always do not forget that where there is an opposition, that you see an alliance or you see a coalition and you smell Atiku there, right? That is a dead on arrival coalition. That is dead on arrival. Atiku is constitutionally bad to be vice president. So if Atiku, hypothetically, let's play it now, if Atiku is going to move to SDP, El-Rufai is already in SDP. If Peter Obi is going to go to SDP, so it's a clear mass already. Atiku will be the head of the ticket, a northerner. Obi, if they choose to, if they choose to use him, he will be number 2, the VP to Atiku. I think Obedient should be happy with that. But if they are thinking, because of course they always glow in this delusional grandeur most of the time, that Atiku will be in opposition, Obi will be in opposition, and Atiku will step down. Atiku would rather die than than stepping down for anybody. So now, are they ready to play the second fiddle? That's the first question for the Obedient. Because when Atiku is in the mix, Atiku will take the number 1 on the ticket, will be the number 1 on the ticket. So are they ready to be VP to Atiku? And forget about the pretense. Peter Obi is the project of the Southeast. Southeast, are they ready to play the second fiddle? So now, El-Rufai, right, is aggrieved. But I am very, very happy. The last time I came here, I said one of the greatest things I want to happen that I'll be that when El-Rufai will announce that he has left APC, he should leave APC, and then we can know, now we can say, okay, this is an opposition, not a snake within the house, right? Like Wike that is troubling PDP now. Now we know somebody is out, and it's already out there with the opposition. Now let's look at the opposition parties as well. We have Labour Party one side, there is PDP another side. Now there's SDP joining the pool of the uncoordinated opposition. Take it or leave it, Peter Obi is going to move on from Labour Party because technically Peter Obi is homeless politically now. So he will have to seek a political home. And we know he's a journeyman when it comes to the camping and jumping from bed to bed when it comes to political parties. So he's going to move from Labour Party. Is he moving to SDP? If he does, let's take that. PDP, as it is presently constituted, Atiku has not announced that he's moving to anywhere. So far so good. We still consider Atiku a PDP man. PDP Atiku faction, PDP Wike's faction. So if Atiku moves to PDP, right, it means PDP will have to field a candidate. PDP will field a candidate in 2027. Obi moves to SDP, Labour Party will field a candidate in 2027. Then SDP, with the trio of El-Rufai, Atiku, and Obi, they will have to field a candidate. That means we are having 3 different candidates in 3 different political parties in the opposition against a formidable incumbent president like Asiwaju, who won the election against all odds, even with the coordinated, sabotage from his own political party and from Aso Rock. So now we are having 3 divided opposition again: LP, PDP, Labour, and then SDP, right, facing APC. So does this need a Susia to tell you that this is an open goal, straight pass from Mercy to Nima for Tinubu's second term? So if you cannot see this, if you die and come back alive again, you will never know politics again, particularly Nigeria politics. You will never know it again. Because the first order of winning an incumbent, right, is to have a coordinated house as an opposition. When Tinubu's APC wanted to kick PDP out of power for uninterrupted 16 years. They were not this perfidious. They were not this unserious. They were not this comical. They were serious with the business. They came to the US to hire David Axelrod, right, to help in the image making and the PR of Buhari, because they knew Buhari had a bankable 12 million votes somewhere, year in, year out. But he has issues with his PR, with his image, with the way he speaks, with the way. So you will see he was wearing suit, dressing cool, and so they toned him up for the election. And what was the major factor? The major factor was Buhari had a base, a core base. He was coming from CPC. He never jumped party from party. He had his own political party. Moving from CPC with his men. Tinubu coming from ACN with his own men, right? The Southwest ACN coming in fold. This man from Imo State, the former Imo State governor, Rocha Sokorosha, I think he came with Abga then too, I think. And then there's this man that may so rest in peace, Ogbonoya Onu. He was coming with his own group as well, right?
There's Ngige as well. Don't forget Ngige.
Ngige was in APC, because Ngige was even APC's candidate that ran against Obi in his second election. Don't forget, in Anambra State. So all these men, they were coming with a fortitude of a political base. So when they came together, they had the understanding of taking power. Sorry, do not let me forget the PDP part too. When Atiku came with them Saraki, right, from PDP. And there's one instructive thing that people are not seeing. When Atiku and Saraki came with their men from PDP, they came with almost 7 governors and how many senators and how many rep members. If Obi is going to move from Labour Party today, if there's a possibility at all, right, that Alex Oti will be moving with him, which is like getting the donkey out, through the eye of the needle. Hypothetically, let's assume that Alex Oti will be moving with Peter Obi. Obi will be moving with only one governor, only one. The governor in Adamawa State, Fintiri, is not in the same political camp as Atiku. How many governors will be moving with Atiku? How many governors will be moving with El-Rufai? So those 3 men, how many governors do they have in total? So far, so good. We've not seen any governor move with El-Rufai so far. We've not heard of any senator move with El-Rufai so far. So we've not really seen any base move with El-Rufai so far. How many senators will be moving with Obi to SDP? How many senators will be moving with Atiku on the same path? And do not forget that Kwakwanso is still there, that is ready to even be a lone ranger. So you'll be having like 4 different opposition parties against APC. A well-machined juggernaut. Do not forget PDP too, they are juggernauts on their own. They have structures all over the country. But they're having issues. So now when you have those 3 guys in SDP, and Kwakwanso is going to be on the ticket, PDP will have a candidate on the ticket, Labour Party will have a candidate on the ticket, and SDP will. So when Tinubu moved to APC, to form APC with them, Buhari, how many governors moved with Tinubu? The entire Southwest governors moved. How many governors moved with Tinubu? How many governors moved with Buhari? How many governors moved with Ogbonaya? How many governors moved with Okorosha? How many governors moved with all these guys? Or how many notable politicians in the Senate or in the House of Rep? Since after the election, Labour Party, they've depreciated more. They've never won any serious election. All the off-cycle elections, they've lost all the gubernatorial elections. Even Edo State, that is their headquarters, they couldn't maintain their steady in Edo State. So in Kaduna State, El-Rufai, out of 16 House of Rep, he lost 13 to opposition. 13 to opposition, House of Rep. He lost the entire Senate. The 3 senatorial zones, he lost everything to opposition. The gubernatorial candidate, his own successor, right? His own man, that guy won the gubernatorial election with less than 11,000 votes. The least, I think the tiniest, the slimmest of margin in the entire country. So El-Rufai successfully, after 8 years, that is a woeful referendum on El-Rufai. He almost lost the gubernatorial election. He lost the entire senatorial zones, 3 senators. He lost everything. He lost 13 out of 16 House of Rep. In the House of Assembly, I think there are 32, right? He lost half of them between PDP and Labour Party. And then he's crying that he wants to come to be a minister. And his ministerial position was stopped between Shetima and Nuhu Ribadu. They were the 2 guys that actually orchestrated against him. And if Asiwaju is going to choose between his man that he has been with for over 20 years as against El-Rufai, that is a serial betrayer, that has empirical facts of being a serial betrayer, who would you choose? I would rather choose my guy that I know for 20 years and he's doing a good job as an NSA. So he can cry as much as he wants, and Obedient can have him as much as he wants, but the facts do not lie. It's a cold fact, particularly in Nigeria, right? So now, El-Rufai is there now. Atiku is there. Obi is there. Who do you think will be the head of the ticket? I want anybody to answer on the platform. Who will be the presumptive presidential candidate of SDP if Atiku is in the mix? And Atiku cannot be vice president again. Constitutionally bad. The only thing Atiku can do until he dies is to be the presidential candidate of a political party. So how will Obi fit in? So is Obi going to move out again from SDP when he sees that reality? Even SDP that has Adewale Adebayo already in their fold, it's not sure for everybody knows Adewale Adebayo will be a floor guy now in SDP. So these are contemporary politics that eschews bitterness or sentiments or bias. It's a cold fact data driven situation that we are talking about now, and there's no going to be issue of Nigerians church take back your country, daddy, Muslim. That is done and dusted forever. And the Midwest, I mean the mid belt or middle belt, they are trying to assert themselves from the entire core north now, and Tinubu is working with that. The entire Kaduna South, they have university now, they have an medical center. They were cut off from a lot of things, right? And the governor in Kaduna State is doing the opposite of what El-Rufai did. The guy is pulling everybody back. All the people that El-Rufai chased away from APC, bringing them back on board. The Kaduna South, the current CJS is from Kaduna South, the chief defense staff, right? The current minister, the current chief of secretary of the federation is from the middle belt, the north central, but the Christian north central, right? Go and check all the middle belt people or the north central. Go and look at their appointments. So they are aligning because the game is changing. That Christian nonsense is not going to repeat itself. And on a daily basis, most of the Yorubas, right, that were in the Obedient or that actually preached with Obedient, they are realigning, they are reconfiguring, they are evaluating their position with the Obedience now. Because shortly after the election, Obedient completely went blown out. They showed their hands. So it became like almost a tribal party.
They've insulted all those liberal Yorubas.
All those liberal Yorubas.
Every one of them have been insulted by.
Even from Edo
even though Yokukwe, all of them bounced.
Yokukwe died, they were cursing the guy in his death.
So
I know a lot of them, and they used to hate me. Like, this guy. Well,
and you see,
even in my family, I had them now. Those obedient Yorubas.
people that I know that even voted for Obi from that I know from the southwest, right? They know better now. All those coordinated cook up propaganda and shit, that thing is done. And Obi has done a disservice to himself. Why? How could you not turn Labour Party around to a formidable party that you can hold? We'll be saying it. Obi should keep this political party, turn it to a bargaining chip. You are going to SDP now. You are going with the entire movement, entire Labour Party, not just Obedient. Because Obedient, they are different from Labour. They will be saying Obedient. They are different from Labour. Obedient, they've ostracized any other Obedient that is not called Obedient. Because the called Obedient, they are from the Southeast now. That is the situation. Either you like
even all the Edo obedient, they're no longer obedient now. Most of the Edo obedient I used to know, they were supposed to be the real obedience. So.
Yeah, immediately after the election, they were cursing out Oba.
They installed the Obasa.
Right, and the epoch-making decision was during the election. Edo people were saying we want this. Obedient were saying we want this. That's where everything just capush. So you cannot play politics like that. And look, in Nigeria's politics, you cannot jump from one party to the other and be a president. Give me any Nigerian president that you see that have joined party to get from one party to the other that is a president today. You must have a value. When they don't see that value in you, nobody can. You align, you go tired, you go old. I've told you then that Peter Obi will be the next version of Atiku. Peter Obi will contest election until he dies. He will never be anything again. That's a fact. Because he has had the chances. How could you come from nothing to that number and you mismanage that number? You mismanage the political party. You mismanage the structure. At a point, he was siding with Aburi against Apapa, and you came to the national TV to take a side as a national leader of the party. Who does that? Who does that? And when things were not going on with you and Aburi again, you switch. And Apapa, they took Aburi in. Now they throw you out. You are homeless. And you see every political people that are cross-carpeting now or decamping, where have they been decamping to? When you hear this senator decamps today, they are decamping to APC. Not PDP, not Labour Party. Because if Labour Party has been well managed, there should be decampings from PDP and APC to Labour Party. They had that momentum then, the guy killed the momentum. So now with all this thing now, how is Obi going to be on the ballot when Atiku is in the mix and Atiku cannot be vice president? Explain to me mathematically. And there's nobody from the south now that will throw money for any candidate from the north that the way they did with that former Delta governor. And Wike is not in the mix. And Wike, God is buttering even Wike's butter now these few days. The entire House of Assembly is in Wike's pocket now. The entire local government is in Wike's pocket. They have Fubara by the boss. Fubara cannot access any fund. Even the IGR, it does not have the power to access the funds. So when you play politics with open eyes, not crying, not emotion. So when people tell you this is how it will go, right? Go and look at why they are saying it. It's not about you hate El-Rufai today. Tomorrow you love him because it's in your books now. You love Doyin Okupe yesterday. Today you hate him. You love Prof. Olesoyinka yesterday. Today you hate him. You don't do politics like that. Tinubu was in the code for 16 good years. Tinubu was in the code for 16 good years. He did not cry. He did not sulk. In Ondo State, his candidate, right? Olusegun Abraham, they conspired against his candidate for Aketi. People should find out. They conspired against his candidate in Ekiti. His candidate in Ekiti was Olusegun Oni. They conspired against that guy. They conspired against his candidate in Edo State. They conspired against the candidate in Kogi State, Falike.
They chased Oshomole out of APC. They went back to the Edo State, right? APC governors, including FEMME, right? They worked against their own party. They moved Obaseki to PDP. They sponsored Obaseki against their own party because of Tinubu and Oshomole. Tinubu did not say PIM. So ask those people, the entire Southwest, the ministerial list that Tinubu was asked to release from Buhari, only one person was appointed in the 15 ministerial list that they gave Tinubu. Only one, Fashola. Everybody you saw from the Southwest, Fayemi, Aregbesola, all the list, they made it themselves. They turned down all the lists from Tinubu. Tinubu did not do PIM. When they wanted to select Oshomole's replacement, right, they had 11 candidates for the chairmanship of APC. Tinubu's candidates were Amakura of Nasarawa State and Saliu Mustafa, who is a senator now, of Kwara State. All of a sudden, they went to bring Adamu, who was not interested at all, who was in the Senate, because they had an asset job they wanted to do during the primaries. Tinubu sucked everything up, and he was pushing. He was doing his own thing. During the election, they bring monetary policy, they bring religion thing, they bring this, they bring that, right? At the end of the day, it was a 3-horse race as against two-horse races in the past. If that election had gone to 2-horse race, there's a possibility that Tinubu will not be president. There's a possibility that Tinubu will not be president because all the numbers that Peter Obi got in the Southwest, in the Southeast, would automatically go to PDP Atiku. The number that Obi scored in Lagos, if Atiku has scored that number, and the number that Tinubu got in Kano, if Atiku has scored that number, it would have been over for Tinubu. But God made it to be 3-horse race for Tinubu. And when people are saying Tinubu has the list of numbers among the Nigeria's president, then I will question your mathematics. How do you want him to have number when it is 3-horse races? When you put the numbers together, you have maybe 30 million votes. 30 million.
You know, if you put Obi and Atiku's number together, that's way like.
Atiku was supposed to be the president, while Obi would have been the VP.
Yeah, that's and some people here would dispute. Like Remy would tell me that it's not like that.
God was working with Tinubu. It's just like when Obi ran for a second term in Anambra State, right? People should fact check me and check the number. Check the margin between Obi and Ngige and Soludo. It was the 3 of them. Go and look at the number. That is the least margin of second-term governor in the entire federation.
You know, when people start saying that the election was rigged, that one alone just debunk it because there's no way Tinubu wants to rig election. It was only give himself that kind of number.
So now the Plateau State, right? Plateau State.
Enigmatic. Try and bring it to Moriola is there, Prince Daddy, Aro Gidigba, AI, the Star.
So
all of them are in the wings waiting.
In summary, in case you don't hear me right, don't worry
about me, Baba. I'm going to sleep now.
In case you don't hear me right, in summary, Tinubu is going to do his 8 years. Tinubu will hand over to his successor.
We don't tell them no vacancy. That's all.
And then the VP is going to be from the South. So if the Southeast want to play the political game now, they should go and be playing for Senate president. If they are not doing that now, South will collect the Senate president again, and nothing will happen.
They should start for Senate president. I mean,
I don't finish. Next person.
I think Madam AI was there first. I don't get it, but actually, Madam AI, one of them, sir.
Let Madam
Whoever
AI
is ready.
Let Madam AI speak, please. Or Prince Daddy, or whoever wants to speak.
She's not ready, so you can go ahead now.
Somebody say there's young guy want to say Tinubu economy. Now Donald Trump economy at the shop, no be Tinubu. Now the hungry, no be me. Now Trump the sure she give for you.
Prince Daddy, Oriola, anybody home? Uriola is gone. Prince Daddy, are you there?
Prince Daddy
AI.
is busy watching Fox News or one of these.
Fox
Well,
News is on right now, so Prince Daddy has glued to the TV.
okay, Arrow, you carry on. I've
Yeah,
sent
Baba,
AI Prince Daddy.
Baba, Muki, Okwi, Gupwele.
Báwo káàbọ̀. Mo ń gbádùn ẹ pẹ̀lú enigmatic. Carry on.
Enigmatic is quite something. It's enjoyable to have because we enjoy the input of enigmatic and Ogbeni legal minds over here. I think one of the main issues I see with our people is that selective amnesia. Because I don't want to say they are ignorant, and I don't want to say that people don't read or people don't seek information. Because these things are things that we encounter, we discuss, and then a year down the line, individuals behave and act as though they never happened. I want to correct one thing. I think one man I don't know if he replayed that video, but some days ago he played a video in which he suggested that Remy Tinubu was involved in some fracas in the house on the floor of the Senate. However, that video that one man presented of a lady fighting and actually having a fisticuff with Dino Maleye was actually on the floor of the House of Representatives during the Dimeji Bakole years.
I told him that night. That first video was not Remy Tinubu.
Yeah, that video happened, I think, sometimes around 2010, 2011 or there. But I said
I think that woman is from Northeast. I can't remember her name.
So
that woman was from Northeast.
Yeah, they were both herself and Dino were both ejected. I think it had to do with some cars. Was it Dimeji Bankole ordered some cars, and it's very silly stuff.
Like you guys say, one man fell for the propaganda.
propaganda. No, I don't know where one man got.
You know, I once fell for that thing too before. When they were saying
one man
there was a recording. There, one man was talking about this thing, and they say it was the vice president that said it. I fell for it too. And I came here to present the people, and I was like, no, it was not. I'm like, yeah, these people got me, man. You gotta be careful.
I don't blame one man. One man as journalistic, what they call it, journalistic. He's allowed to do these things. He wants to prod.
No, I don't think he purposely did it. I think somebody sent it to him and said, "Look."
Okay.
But he didn't take his time to verify it. Maybe he's one of those. One man like to be friends with. One thing about one man, he like to be friends with his enemies. So those enemies, they got him.
He tries to be fair. He tries to get people to come in and speak. I mean, there's no problem with senators and representatives getting up and actually having fiery discussions. It has happened in the past. We've seen the likes of Ndume. In recent years, we've seen even in this current Senate seat, we've seen the senator this from Oshobaba. He's gotten up and some fiery speeches. Was this man there not long ago there during this tax matter? This man from Northeast, this senator from the Northeast. We've seen people stand up and actually, he gets eaten and even confront the Senate president. Based on that same order 10 or standing order 10. It gets. I mean, anyone that's ever watched the thing of Nigerians need to understand this. On YouTube, there's actually a live session. They broadcast the live session of the Senate at the House of Reps. Even the one they have today, it's there. Okay, people need to watch it so they can understand how these things, how it works, how it runs. Okay, that order 10 gets flogged, it gets called to death. Remi Tinubu had a spat there with Dino Maleye where he insinuated that he was going to have his way with her. For which
impregnate her.
Yeah, she she rebuffed him. There's nothing wrong with that. Senator Akpoti. I think Enigmatic has done justice to this matter because there are some underlying mad factors involved. And anyone that watched the last week's sitting where she was suspended would have heard some things, some matters that ordinarily should not have been discussed. Our husband is not a member of the Senate, never has been. Our husband is from Delta State. I think he's Ishekiri. I think he's partly Ishekiri. He's a young man of repute. I don't know of his family background. But in this same Delta State, where you have the likes of Ned Nwoko, in the Delta State where you've had, the three governors, last three governors have been, they're of influence. In the same Delta State where you have the likes of what's the name of this governor that was convicted, Ibori. So many strong men in Delta State. This man is pulling weight that's far beyond is what is normally you'd expect his political capacity should be. Which then brings up the matter of who is he? Because senators, I mean, why should an individual of his standard, political standing, have the opportunity to present individuals for MDAs? I mean, 17, I think Enigmatic said. Natasha and her husband have been favored beyond what is ordinary, what should be acceptable. So anybody that wants to defend that should understand that this is beyond. This is not just Natasha she's fighting a home battle. In fact, I'm certain that this whole issue of harassment never occurred, and her going to the UN is even more ridiculous. I think herself and her husband are playing scorched earth tactics. They are done for politically.
Aaron, one thing I noticed is Natasha, she used to being that alpha female. You understand?
No. I don't think it's an alpha
hold on.
female.
Because in Nigeria now, when you be yellow pop, all of them all those dumb Nigerian men, those a lot of them are very simple. What's your words there? They like to be. They see yellow pop, they will say like they never seen her before. She used to that feeling of men pandering to her. You understand? So she think she can bring now at this stage, she can now come to a level of Senate and be playing that alpha female role of they harass me. Everybody goes listen and true because I find it. But that doesn't work because first of all, you're on a level where those men in those Senate, you are not the prettiest girl you slept with. You understand? I probably don't yash you my way fine 10 times past you, trust me. Anyway, you understand? So that's not the place to come and bring that one. Put that one on the streets, on the club level. You understand? Those when they
Mike,
come,
I
they
think
come find you.
was it not AKPABIO that
Hello.
sponsored that?
Sorry,
Was it not
Mike.
AKPABIO that sponsored Two-Face and Annie's wedding? Yes, go on.
Aro. Sorry,
Yes.
Mike.
Go on.
Mike, are you there? Maybe I should hand over to you. I want to be step aside to do some stuff.
Oh, you are the one in charge.
I believe. Yeah. Mm.
So
Can
if
take
I
over.
want to come and end the show or what?
Do you want to go soon?
No, I don't know when I'll go, man. I can go soon, I can go later. I don't know. I don't get scared.
Can. Yeah, I think everybody has spoken, right?
No, they are still talking, man. We're still talking.
I mean, what I mean is that if we got into the after hour, maybe we should just go to the background.
No,
you
don't
know
need to
when
go
at the background we can.
That's
Just
still
take us
live.
to the background now.
No, you don't need to go
You
to the
know?
background. Still live. Yeah.
Okay.
No, don't worry. If you want to
Okay.
leave, I'll take over. Don't worry. It's fine. Fine.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I might just get back soon. Yeah, later. Bye bye, everybody. Have a nice time, sir.
Okay, Pato.
You too.
Okay. Bye bye. And you didn't get
So,
to speak
Baba,
about that woman. Oh, is it true that woman took 5 billion? I saw a
who is
woman
this?
posting that the woman took.
It's tomorrow we'll talk about that. Go.
Who took 5 billion?
Okay. It's
Who took 5
Miranda
billion?
is talking about.
Really?
Miranda.
5 billion? No,
You can call me Oshike.
I should go take 5 billion. I don't hear. Ọjọ́ mélòó ló ló ń bẹ tó máa sáré dé 5 billion àlàyé láyé ṣòlè. So, Papa, was it not AKPABIO that sponsored Two-Face and Annie Dibia's wedding? I think that was.
Yeah, himself and David Mark.
David Mack, yeah, exactly. And they even gifted them, I think, a Chevrolet Corvette or something like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the man is well experienced. Natasha, even this one that they say she's fine, she don't really fine like that now. She has a funny Oriental face, nothing particularly. I don't think she's an alpha female, rather she's an operator. That's the word I used to describe her. She's an operator. And I think I will go in line with Enigmatic to say that she is an asset of some sort to some people. And the reason she's behaving erratically now is because of desperation. I think she's on a timeline to deliver. She's 40 something years old. She's a relatively young lawyer. She's been able to step into some scenarios and into places that are well beyond what would be expected of an individual with that experience. She has funded, well, herself and her husband they funded a senatorial campaign against, because the senatorial campaign that she was funding was against a sitting governor that had a war chest. And to the best of my knowledge, she matched them. And that person is the white lion, as they call it. So where did they get the money? Is the question I ask. Because I think
she ran for Guba too. Don't forget.
She ran for. I didn't. Oh, really? Did she run for Guba as well? Okay. Because she was really fighting she was fighting Bello. Pound for pound, dollar for dollar. Where did they get the money? It's a lot of money.
AKPABIO's money.
So and we already know that the husband has been getting very good contracts when AKPABIO was in what's that Niger Delta
NDDC.
NDDC.
The guy I think in maybe 2017, because the guy is very close to Malami too. He got a $400 million.
But Enigmatic, who is he? Because to the best of my knowledge, in Delta, for you to be pulling rank like that, you must have come.
He's a cousin of the ex-governor,
Uduaghan. That's why. That's where he was like the smooth operator for that governor. Why?
Exactly,
the governor
the
was
bag man.
So he was the bag man for that guy. So at that point, his path crossed with a lot of politicians.
Is Uduaghan related to Iboria as well? Apparently.
You say what?
Yeah.
I think
Uduaghan is distance cousin. They are between Urobo and Chekiri.
So so it's like you are the governor, right? And you have a younger brother who operates like your bagman. So invariably, all your governor colleagues, right? You get to know them. Your younger brother will get to know them when you introduce them. So by that influence, he gets to know a lot of governors. He gets to know a lot of senators, and then governors sponsoring their own guys to go to the Senate, to go to House of Rep. So that's how he started his influence, right? And his relationship with all these guys. And they've built this for years. And you know the Nigeria politics now, how things work around. Look at Seyi Tinubu now, right? So over the years, you've built all these things, and this woman just came to throw everything up for you. So that is, and that guy, a lot of people will be very cautious to do business with him now.
Enigmatic. I watched the sitting last week, and a number of senators made their statements, and at the end of it, they made a short remark in closing that suggested that we will see. I think even AKPABIO said, "Oh yeah, we've been friends, but now we will see," something like that. So you can tell that there's a plan. I mean, don't be surprised if that guy gets.
No, he said that was what I thought. That's a powerful language from a
that's a powerful language. Don't be surprised if we start to see the EFCC and the likes being
now have they not open all the list case that they closed all these years because he was dangling into Fubara, and they opened the case sharp. The worst thing you don't want to do is get into the mix of offend the top echelons of
Because even Uduaghan has a pending matter now.
But he knows how to play his game now. Or Ibori is, when you know how to play this guy now.
So
Why
they might point on this guy's head now. That's the problem. Every or the Uduaghan matter, they will just point on this guy's head and say.
And that's where I say, is he not thinking what is happening? Because at the end of the day, woman and woman, she'll get woman and woman. If everything don't fall, she go find
but
her level.
He's not even distancing himself from it. It's possible for your wife to be fighting a political fight, but you will still be distancing yourself. And you can be, but he's not distancing. He's coming there. He's kissing.
Natasha is in control.
How foolish can it be?
Did you see the lawsuit that she filed against that guy?
I saw it. Yeah, essentially, she forced him into marriage.
If you file that lawsuit against my brother, right, and my brother proceeds to marry you, that will be the end of my relationship with that brother, because I won't be safe with that kind of woman. Obviously, that's a blackmail. He blackmailed that man to marry him, to get to that marriage.
Did she have a chance for him at that stage when she blackmailed him into marriage? Because I mean, if there's nothing tying you down, why would you be? I don't know. This is beyond the pale. Essentially, is what I'm saying. So anyone that comes over here and wants to make an argument for Natasha should be very cautious.
Guys, let me come in real quick. Enigmatic. You know why I don't believe I debunk this Natasha sexual harassment thing? One reason is this. I know men very well. The fact that AKPABIO knows the husband very well. There's no way. The only reason he will want to go ahead to make move on his wife is if he knew that his wife was one dirty slut that was, easy, or some kind of like, this kind of female now that, we cheat on the husband easily, that kind of thing. That's the only reason he would do that. Now, unless Natasha wants to come and tell us that she was a dirty slut that does that. Other than that, I just don't believe AKPABIO did it.
I think in the corridors of power, there are these big political ladies that they pass around. If you understand what that means, that they pass around. I think because how did she get almost 10 billion naira contract from NDDC when AKPABIO was minister?
She's a young girl. She's a young girl. When
before she met this Uduaghan
but that was before she got married, though.
Before she got married,
that's what I'm saying. But now that she's married, AKPABIO know the husband, they know they are.
But look.
So it means that maybe AKPABIO did it before, he wants to do it again.
Even Reno Omokri knew the husband before they got married, and they knew that even within the cycle,
they are both shekiri now.
Yeah, she was dating some people in power before she even met this guy. She was frequent in Aso Rock when Jonathan was there. So now long thing, go and find this guy that died. What's his name? Oronto Douglas. People should know that guy.
And Oronto, yeah.
If you know Oronto Douglas now smooth operator for Jonathan. She'll get smooth operator in terms of women, packaging and everything. She was so look, this thing it be like something went wrong somewhere. And the guy did not manage that. The guy is not the Uduaghan guy. It shows he's not in control of the lady.
I think this girl. I think you know what? I think this girl is she's an asset, and I think she went after him. I think
she saw this guy as a plausible asset.
Yeah,
to have a leg up to a certain.
Everything sounds like an asset, even because she went after Omokri. Because if you look at the Omokri allegation, it almost looks like she tried to get him and then it didn't work, and then I think she tried to use her friends to get him. Even when you look at the Omokri allegation, it almost looks like like a bitter, if you're not going to play my game, I'm going to destroy you.
How many people on this platform has access to Aso Rock? You don't get access to Aso Rock for the past 10 years. Who you be?
10 years. I think that's what I'm telling
you. That's the point there.
For over 10 years.
Before you go carry that place, you go need to.
It's 42 now. It's 42.
During Jonathan, you had access. During Jonathan, you had access. During Jonathan, you had access to Aso Rock. During Buhari, you had access to Aso Rock. Now during Tinubu, You are not even having access to Aso Rock. You are in the Senate. Who you be? How many
She's in her
Nigerians get
mid-20s.
access
That's
to
why I
Aso
keep
Rock?
saying that she's a young girl. Like she's in her mid-20s and she's already getting multi-billion-dollar contracts. And when did she come out? When did she finish her bar? When she do it? When she do her court?
Are you guys saying she's powerful? Is that it? She's powerful now.
One thing you guys are missing. Ladies sometimes when they're in their 20s, right? The level of power they get when they get older, they forget that thing is fading away. Maybe she still have that mentality that I mean, what I was getting in my 20s. She
But
still
she's
thinks
still
on that
powerful.
same. Hold
But she
on
has
now, your beauty is not the same. You're in your 20s and you're in 40s. It's not the same. So maybe she's realizing that how come I know they get the same level where they get the same power where they get. Sometimes they don't know that time they are era don't they fade. You
but
understand?
no, but she still they get the same. Mike, look at it.
Forget
She's still powerful. I think
power compared. She may still be powerful to some level in Nigeria ground. In a place like Nigeria, yes.
I think what
For
has
Yankee, I don't care if you find your own 45. Nobody
no,
look.
I think that
But for Nigeria, there, there's still they worship and gonna yellow pop. But come down.
Mike,
But what I'm saying is, there's no way even for Nigeria there, the level, the kind of power she will use her beauty, to access in her 20s. It's not the same in the 45, 46. I have 4 children after that. Come on now.
Mike, I think what the issue is this: the nature of the presidency and Aso Rock has changed. The operators there now, especially since Tinubu came in there and brought his Lagos caucus, different setup. He still has influence with the Senate president, but I don't think the kind of access he had to the Aso Rock, I don't think it's there anymore. The Tinubu caucus is a different caucus.
I kind of want to agree with you, yeah, to some degree, because I feel like she's not getting what she's used to getting, and she's becoming frustrated, and she started taking that frustration out on AKPABIO. And typically, before a woman will want to take frustration out on you, he usually have to do it because you don't knock him before. You understand? So
I want to believe something has happened between her and AKPABIO at the time. I think so. I think she.
That's what I'm thinking. She's like, okay, come on, I remember you now. You entered before now, so why don't you give me pass?
But there was a video, Mike.
Maybe back then, AKPABIO they give her so much access. Just like we said, you don't give her so many things before. So now she realized, how come I'm not getting the same thing? Well, she don't realize, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, you were, 32 or 25 or something.
It's not even
But
about
now
being.
you're 46.
He might be constrained as well. I mean, he has to trade whatever influence he has for his own political future as well. He can't just be giving you stuff just because you're beautiful. He has to trade whatever.
You know what some of these ladies don't realize? Maybe another mulatto don't replace her. You understand?
Not even
Or
that.
for the scene. You understand? For the scene, some of these ladies don't understand. Maybe when she did 32 or 20 something or 20 something at that age, she was the only mulatto. She really mulatto around. Mulatto now. Mulatto na mixed race.
A fine guy now.
Exactly. Fine. The really mixed race girl with it around. But now, maybe some new mixed. They don't say some of these they don't know. Say the young one they come behind them. Maybe the new mulatto chicks don't take over the scene, but she still thinks that she's the one. So now she got to realize that why these men they treat me the same way, they give me the same privilege.
My Ajaokuta,
Frustration gonna enter.
Ajaokuta, they don't give me. They replace me with another mulatto. Wait till they worry me.
Now even big yash they do now. So you can load a Lamborghini truck here and just see we know the work. You don't get any job when they do go buy Lamborghini truck cash. So I mean, to be frank, I think it's beyond just even say you're fine or you're trading you're trading it's the transactional nature of Nigerian. But I think it's also the Senate president it is political cachet that he has to trade with. It's not unlimited. It's limited. He has 109 senators. He has other political interests he has to settle. He cannot be giving you and your husband everything he has in his bank to use to trade just because you are friends. He has to also trade with other political interests. There's 109 senators. AKPABIO although he's the Senate president, you need to understand that in that same Senate, you have 2 former Senate presidents who are members. One of those former Senate presidents is David Mark, a very, very, very powerful Nigerian. He might not speak much, and I don't even think he attends a lot of sittings, frank, because I don't seem to see him. But he's still a member of the Senate. Am I correct, enigmatic? To the best of my knowledge, he's still a member of the Senate. There's other former governors. There's other powerful individuals in that same Senate that AKPABIO has to deal with and he has to trade with. Natasha Akpoti and her husband are small fry. No matter how much we can say they have connections, they are still small fry in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the Senate and the people that AKPABIO has to deal with politically. So it might not just be, it might not be anything to do with, Naka before or anything or favors based on that kind of matter. It might just be a matter of, other people are haggling for something that you're haggling for, or those other individuals are more politically important to me, to my political future, to the stability of my, the AKPABIO can be impeached very easily. There's people in there that can stand up today, move a motion for impeachment, and AKPABIO will be done. There's people that can really, rough up the president enough that, you know what, if you want me, we want AKPABIO gone, that the president would really have to transact with. And so it's beyond that. She's a small fry. Her and her husband really are small fries, really, when you look at the big picture. There's a lot of big players in Nigerian politics that are still out there, even within this administration. And I'm shouting about the steel plant. She needs to pipe down on that there, because I think she's really going over the top, and she's punching well beyond her weight, unless she's a Russian asset.
But that steel plant, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't care whether I'm a Russian spy or asset, whatever. I'm still kind of behind that, because I don't understand why Nigerian government haven't done anything about that plant.
No one is against. No one.
We need that plant to work. Me, I just talk about that plant working, whether not Russia or America or Israel or whatever, or even Iran. We got that thing. That steel plant will make Nigeria a rich country now. I don't know why they are ignoring. If they are ignoring her is not my problem. My problem is, okay, ignore her. Then what are you guys doing about it? The plant.
No, Mike.
The plant is just there, neglected. What's going on?
Mike, there's a lot of arbitration involved in just there's a lot of arbitration still ongoing over the plant itself. So far, I think
you go say the same to everybody you're saying. Like I was challenging this guy in the comment section. Oh, Mike, it's complicated. Okay, complicated my ass, man. It's been how many years now? Figure it out, man. Get this thing working, man.
It's been decades. It's been decades.
Decades, you can't figure it out. Are you kidding me? Most countries in the world already have steel plant. They are all building steel, exporting steel. I mean, come on, man. What's going on?
Mike.
Get things done in Nigeria. That's what I care about. I mean, I don't care about individuals, to be honest. Yeah. I don't care about Natasha or anybody or whoever. I just want things done. The fact that she's trying to get something done, the steel plant done, whether she's a Russian spy or not, I don't care. The fact that that's what she's advocating, get it done. Well, if you think she's a Russian spy, then get it done and don't use the Russian. Don't use her. Put her aside and get it done. But if she's advocating getting it done, you that you are in charge, responding, you are not giving her your own. She present her own case. You are not to the Nigerian population, but you, the people in charge, you're not saying anything to us, and we have no clue what's going on. I don't understand that.
Mike, you're talking about the steel industry like this. The steel industry is probably is a very volatile industry. I think okay, do you know that, for instance, the British steel industry is dead on the floor? China are the biggest producer of steel, followed by India. Okay, the Tata Group is a major player. The Tata Group is privately owned, but they have a lot of government connection in India. The steel industry does something you can be joking and playing about.
Okay, so why is Nigeria not? You see again, you say all this, all you say, but you can't tell me anything about why Nigeria own is no. Why would Nigeria not participating? Why is not working? You still will not say it. All you guys just tell me is all
Yeah,
these
because
blah 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 blah
because we are not
about
serious. Okay, there's Mike. We are not serious. But beyond just
exactly. So Natasha's the only one being serious then.
no. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of complicit individuals. Some
Then
of them
break it down. Let me understand it. It's the same thing if I say complicity. Just tell me you're a puppet to America. America is telling you not to work with Russia. That's all. Just tell me that and I will accept it.
not just
Not like you
Americans.
start telling me
Mike.
I don't know what the heck.
Mike, there's a number of interests. There's a Russian interest, there's a Chinese interest, there's an
Whatever
Indian
interest, get it done, man.
there's
What's
American
Nigeria's interest? My question. What is
and there's
Nigeria's interest?
Mike, I don't know. I don't know what they'll do.
Exactly, you don't know. So let's support Natasha then, because she's the only one being open about her own position.
Yeah,
but the senators, okay, now she's saying that she's presenting it. AKPABIO is just dumping it. All the senator, everybody,
there's
they're
nothing
just dumping
AKPABIO
it.
can do, and it's not.
But AKPABIO should come and talk to me then. Talk to us, the Nigerian people. We are the one that put you there. If Natasha is presenting something in interest of Nigeria to you, then if you disagree, then give your own position to present your position to Nigerian people, so we know where you stand. Not like you ignore us, ignore Natasha, ignore everything. So we don't know what's going on, and we know we have a steel plant that we know can potentially help us.
Mike, can I put it to you this way? Number one, AKPABIO cannot do anything. At the same time, AKPABIO does not want a situation where individuals.
He's in a position of power. Why can he not do anything?
Now, wait, let me
tell me why he cannot do anything. You can't just say he cannot do anything. Tell me why. Tell me why.
It is not a matter to be discussed. And it's not. Okay, what would the Senate do?
Who are you afraid of? I can't discuss it.
No. The Senate will pass a resolution. The Senate resolution won't go anywhere because the executive will just do like they don't even they won't even acknowledge it.
At least pass it first now. Then we can know them. If you pass it and the whoever else decide to ignore it, then we can go after that person. But you're not passing anything now.
Wait.
You do your own job. And then whoever else not doing their job, go after that person.
Mike, this is a matter that needs to be discussed at an executive level. And
no, forget it, man. We can discuss it anywhere. It doesn't matter.
Well, they can discuss anywhere, but there will be no resolution to it.
The fact of the matter is, we have to know. See, it's a problem in Africa. I don't know why we do. We are our own problem. We are too resilient. We are too fearful. We don't like to get to the bottom of issues and wonder why we don't solve anything. We need to get to the bottom of this Ajaokuta thing. Because for the past goddamn almost 10 years, I'm just trying to figure what this thing is about. It's just confusing.
Ajaokuta has been over 3 decades at this stage.
So. Exactly, and no one understands anything. And when I ask people, they will say, "Oh no, it's complex." Okay, explain it. I need to get on. Let's get to the difference between white man and black man. White man, they need facts. They need to get a full understanding of the issue, the situation. You understand, before they can know what to do next. But black man will just leave something hanging. A black man can leave his problem hanging for 200 years. And he will never move a inch forward. And you wonder why he's so backward, why everybody is leaving behind. Chinese man is light years ahead of the black man. White man, everybody's ahead of the black man. But black man is comfortable just leaving his problem hanging forever.
No. Let me tell you something. That's a big lie, and that's a.
But it's what you're proving here now. Telling me.
Wait, let me tell you something, Mike. That's a fallacy. Okay. I know of several large projects. Okay, like the Euro Tunnel. This Ajaokuta matter it's small when you compare it to the Euro Tunnel. When you compare to other major infrastructures, there's a link there. There's a link there that's meant.
What do you mean? What are you trying to say?
What I'm trying this fallacy that the black man or there are some matters that are beyond just that are beyond just
Tell me a white man.
The journalist.
Mystery that they couldn't figure out.
There's nothing mysterious about Ajaokuta. There's nothing mysterious about it. Nothing mysterious about it.
It's mysterious, my God, because I don't get it. I've looked for the only person that give me most of the information I get when I start digging, trying to figure something out. All the information that take me to somewhere all came from Natasha. I can't get anything from the Nigerian government. They'll tell me if you say you want to go and find, they'll get lost. Is what they'll tell you. It's complex. Oh, my hand is tied. Why is your hand tied? Explain it to me now. Who's tying your hand? Just tell us the Americans or the British or wherever. But you won't tell me. You just say my hand is tied. So I'm trying to understand what's going on. They don't let Nigerian people know what the hell is going on.
There's things that Nigeria shouldn't, that the populace shouldn't concern themselves with.
What the hell? What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Are you
It's the
serious?
same. It's
We
the same
put you
thing
in
everywhere.
power. You're telling me we should not concern about. Are you kidding me? Come on,
Mike,
now.
Mike, is it every document that's unredacted?
Bro, we need to know what the hell you are doing on our behalf.
Mike, yeah,
We are
seeking.
not we are not
I'm sure
asking about, hold on. If you talk about classified document, it has to be something that has to do with maybe spying on another country or something. We are telling you about what we possess. Let us know the facts about what the hell is going on about whatever our wealth. Even in petroleum industry, we don't even know some of the things they hide it. We don't even know who's controlling it. It took decades before we found out that it was British Petroleum. That we don't even know the contract between you and the England and all these countries. We don't even know. The people don't know. So you're all upon your puppets, just being puppets.
enigmatic. Abeg, can you please come and help me with
Yeah,
my?
let's face reality. Like our leadership in Africa, they are bunch of pussies. If you know you don't have balls, don't become leader in Africa.
So, Mike, what
Sorry,
are you doing?
just step aside. No,
Why
what
don't
I'm
you?
saying is that these guys they are so
Why don't you?
fearful. Hold on now,
Why
they're
don't
so
you put
fearful of
yourself up for
their
election, Mike?
colonial masters
Put
that
yourself up for election, Mike.
he said,
Put yourself up for election.
Will you guys even support me? Sponsor now we go. Trust me. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of any man in his word. I'm telling you. I would tell the president of whoever the fuck to suck my whatever.
Enigmatic, you dey hear this thing, all this American, all this
Yeah, I'm
wacky.
telling you, I'm not afraid of
All
listen.
you, all you,
If I
you
decide,
guys,
listen,
you guys make me laugh, sha.
listen, Arrow, this is what I believe. If you're not ready to die for something, don't participate in it. You understand? That's why I always respect those guys in the past. That when that's why their name go down in history, because when they took part, when they took on their revenue, they'll tell you like, listen, yeah, some of my comments say when they say, "Guy, you be assassinated," you know what he said? He said, "Me, I've been dead 5 years ago. You know, I don't know. He said he been dead. I don't know. Maybe like 5 years or some years ago. Because the guy know what I'm doing. I already know I can be killed, so I sign up for it. If you're not ready to die, don't become president in Africa. If you know that you have no trouble to sell your people, just don't go there." Because at the end of the day, if nobody's stepping, the white man will walk away because he has no one to use. That's the problem in Africa, man. It's like everybody just go there to be. Why you allowing these people to use you? We have no choice. They will kill me. They get the hell out of office. Like let's say I become president of Nigeria, right? And then I know what it takes to do to make Nigeria great and whatever. I want to do it, and then America approach me or UK, wherever they have. Say if you do that thing, we'll kill you, and I don't want to die. I will just step down. I won't continue to do to their willing. Now I'm selling my country, selling 200 million people's destiny to some white useless man like that. Come on, man, that's not cool now.
Mike,
Because you don't want to die, then step down. You have option.
Should I put it to you that you're very naive about how things work? Okay, so Tinubu is bringing forward some reforms. Okay, some proposal for some reforms. Okay, those reforms would also mean that there will be quite a bit of suffering. There will be possibility of austerity measures. And what have we heard from the Nigerian populace? Complaining and this and that. The government has been rubbished because of the idea of what is simple. I've lived through two austerity, two recessions in this supposed sinner climbs that people like to talk about in Nigeria. I've lived through two recessions. I know what austerity measures really, really, really mean. I've lived through it. I know what inflation.
But Tinubu explain what he's doing, and that one is a different case. When people
I
say,
know.
"Come, we are suffering," he broke it down. This is what I'm doing. I have to take away subsidy for this and that and that and that. He broke it down. So that's a different case. But imagine Tinubu doing what he did and then keeping quiet. And people are like, "Bros, we are hungry here, man. What's going on?" And he refused to tell us that he took away subsidy. He needed, to use the money to invest in this area to rebase the economy. Imagine Tinubu keeping quiet and not telling us that and just ignoring us. why
I don't think
everything.
it's. I don't think
So
it's
that's the
stupid.
difference. Tinubu broke down what the hell he's doing, so people
I
now
don't.
understood. That's why
I
we
give
can
you.
come in and defend what he's doing,
He's
even though
not.
we all understand that things is hard. But because he explained what the hell he's doing, that's why we can come in and defend him. But
He's
imagine
not
him
stupid
keeping
enough.
quiet, and we don't know what the hell is going on. Imagine
He's,
whatever he's doing, maybe he's doing on behalf of England. And England is saying, "Hey, don't tell your people, don't tell them, oh, keep it secret." And he too is coming to us, keeping it secret. That's my problem.
Mike, I don't know. You've simply. I don't know why you're speaking like this because
The Ajaokuta is about it's about the Ajaokuta. The reason why some of our leaders are not talking is because Americans and the
no.
Europeans
It's
threatening
because
them not to talk. That's why.
it's because many of them have vested interests that they've corrupted themselves in the process, and they'd rather let this thing remain a secret. That's the simple reason why. The likes of Obasanjo, the Ajaokuta is not a matter. If Ajaokuta even predates Obasanjo, even predates IBB.
So we've always had useless, terrible leaders. Yeah.
If you want to resolve the Ajaokuta matter, you go back as far back as Shehu Shagari, to the best of my knowledge.
Bro, you go back, what is all document. Just get hold on. First of all, to resolve it, Natasha already broke down the steps to resolve it. She broke it down. She's not just telling, she's not coming up there telling you, hey, Ajaokuta, Ajaokuta. No, she's breaking it down. The process. The investors, the builders, the scientists, she broke it down. And I'm not saying I agree with whatever it is that you don't agree with what she's saying. Just come and present it to us, so we know your side of the view. You understand? But you're not telling us anything. You're just ignoring her and pushing her. I'm like, what is going on here, man?
But no, wait. She has 3 bills, Mike. She has 3 bills. Okay. Of those 3 bills, I mean, one of them actually has to do with Ajaokuta. Of those 3 bills, one of them is two of them are in second reading. The third one, I think, is in committee level or something like that. So it's not like she's not been given a chance to present her bills. So this notion that she's not.
Yeah, she's been given a chance, but at the end of the day, guess what? They're rejecting her bills.
They're not rejecting it.
They are rejecting it. That's what we've been telling you all day now.
Oh, but every day there's
They
nothing.
said they rejected it 5 times.
Wait, Mike.
And every
Mike.
Senate president, she's done it consistently. I've been following this. I didn't know anything about Jakarta until Natasha came out and spoke about the side element.
Wait, right. Okay. So you want to present a bill, okay? You write to the leader of the Senate, okay? Or the clerk of the Senate, I can't remember. It puts together the Senate's order of proceedings for the day. It's all the senators will get sent that day before the session, okay? It's not as though, yes, are they stylishly, because at the same time, it's an emotive matter, the Ajaokuta matter. And it's possible that the executive told David Mark, they don't want someone going on the floor of the Senate and making statements that just, makes that just rouse up Nigerians. So I can't tell you that I know everything about the Ajaokuta matter, but I know it's beyond just, if I was the executive as well, I wouldn't.
Let's stop sugarcoating. Let's face the facts. Let's face the facts. Just look at the history of the whole thing. The people in government, the only reason they keep pushing, they are afraid of somebody. These guys, for me, they are puppets.
I don't think anybody's afraid
They
of
are
anybody.
afraid of some foreign. There's someone outside, because there's nothing Natasha is saying about Ajaokuta that anybody in his reasonable mind, his sane mind,
But there's nothing
will
she's saying
disagree with. But they just ignore. They keep ignoring it. I get it. If your concern is that, okay, the Russian or whatever, you don't trust Russia, then find other alternative or whatever. Present something different, or bring it out. If it's that you don't trust Russia, and tell us you don't trust Russia. But it's not like just ignore.
Mike, wait. Okay, number one, there's nothing she's saying that is new to the individuals that are in power. There's nothing she's saying.
But it's new to.
She's not making any revelations that
they know. I agree with you that they know exactly. They all know. But guess what?
That's the first part. She's representing an interest in the Ajaokuta matter. That interest is being contested by others as well. Those other individuals contesting those interests as well have international dimensions. There's also local dimensions of former presidents that actually have their own interests as well.
Okay, with all this, hold on. With all this interest, is the Ajaokuta working?
No.
Exactly. So what the hell is this interest?
That is why I said, okay, if Natasha brings it to the floor of the Senate, okay, she would get the opportunity to make some revelations to the public. Those revelations to the public would, you know the way Nigerians
She has done it over and over now.
Wait, everybody gets riled up, all this and that and that and that. The powerful people do not need that. They don't need the nonsense, okay? They don't need the unnecessary public. To them, to the powerful and people in the position of power to discuss this matter, to them it's just an unnecessary public. Because they might
so you and I, that's why you and I should be getting powerful, because they are
wait. Yes, that's no problem.
They are useless people.
There's background communications and arbitrations going on. Anytime Natasha gets a chance to, because all she's doing is she's actually intentionally releasing, she's essentially sabotaging the process. That's what she's doing. To you and me, it looks like she's making revelations, but what she's doing is she's sabotaging the arbitration process. Do you get what I mean? There's an international dimension.
Repeat that. You said what? I didn't hear you.
She's sabotaging the process.
Who's sabotaging the process?
Natasha. She's representing.
In what sense?
So she's representing the Russian interest. The Russian interest don't want to lose because there's a Chinese interest and Nigeria.
Oh, wait. The Ajaokuta was built to about 90% or something like that. I'm not sure. But
yes,
percentage.
By the Russians.
By the Russians.
Then we brought the Indians to. I think we brought the Indians to manage us. The Indians, all they did was just kind of asset stripping. And then I think at some stage the contract was cancelled.
So she's telling you that those are beauty, they have the blueprints. Bring them back.
Forget all this blueprint stuff there.
What do you mean forget blueprints?
It's a steel mill.
The construction is one.
Mike, I work in engineering. It's a steel mill. It's a steel mill. There's nothing overly complex about it. You can do reverse engineering. Anybody, there's nothing. You don't have to. You don't. Fair enough. They're gonna do.
Oh no, the designer. No. There's no one can be more expert than a designer of a.
Yeah, blueprint. But they do training for the
designer.
The only thing I think the blueprint. The only thing they can talk about is doing training.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's all. There's
a designer of a blueprint has done some calculation. There's something called steel calculation, concrete calculation, all those kind of things. So the number, the calculations, the result of the calculation, whatever, he's the only one that has it. You can't come in and say, for example, I'm a civil engineer, so I understand what we do with concrete calculation. If I do concrete calculation to a project, right? I have the number. The only way you can know the calculation is if you come and ask me. You understand? So if the Russians have done all this calculation, the design, everything, I don't care where you come from. You can't figure it out. You have to come to the Russians. Unless you just want to eliminate, start from scratch. If this is where my disagree is, coming from being someone that understands engineering. If you want to eliminate Russians, just like pretty much demolish the whole Ajaokuta and start from scratch. If you want to use it, Indian or Chinese, in India or the Russian or the Chinese or anybody else, let us start from scratch. But the fact that the Russians are built it to some percentage. If someone's going to take over, it's got to be the Russians. And whatever distrust you have with the Russians, iron it out, man. It's not difficult. But from what I'm saying, it looks like these leaders are just taking their orders from America.
I don't think it's limited to this distrust matter. It's because individuals have there's different individuals
It's a
that are
lie. They
fighting.
are puppet of the British and American.
No, it's
That's
not
what.
just destruction. There's people fighting for control. Okay, because at the end of the day, yes, the thing was built, but you don't know. All these different presidents have come along the line. Some of the, a lot of presidents have corrupted themselves, in my opinion, in this whole Ajaokuta matter. I think nothing less than 4 former heads of states and presidents have corrupted themselves, and talking about 4 living ones in this Ajaokuta matter. Nothing less than 4. Because this thing goes back to the Shagari era, I think. Possibly even before that. So, I mean,
It doesn't.
I don't think
brother,
it's.
man, let you see. You know, the problem in Nigeria is when we start with politics, let's play politics. When we start for reality, you know, let's just face reality. The problem with us is we play politics with everything. And that's one, you know, we play politics with everything. That's our problem. When it's time for business, man, let's get real, man. For real. Like Ajaokuta, let's put politics aside. This is something, this is still, oh Lord have mercy, man. Come on. It's something everyone's interest, man. Even my own blood brother or my mother start playing politics, you know, holding a different position against the progress of Ajaokuta or something that will benefit the whole nation, I will go against it. I love my mother, I love my siblings, whatever, but because it's for the greater good, it's for my children and grandchildren and generations to come. So in Nigeria, we have to learn to stop playing politics with everything. There's some things where it's more important than, you know, bigger than politics, man. You understand? Ajaokuta, we need it. We need steel plants in Nigeria. That'll be the largest steel plants in Africa. So when we want to approach this, let's leave politics. Forget who you are supporting, who you are not supporting. In this case of sexual harassment, at this point, I'm not with Natasha, to be honest with you. Because the way she conducted herself and the way she played, she kind of, I mean, she looked disgusting to me, to be honest. At this point, she looked terrible to me. But when it comes to that Ajaokuta thing, I'm not going to say because now she looks disgusting to me and I don't like her anymore, whatever. I'll now turn against that. Now, I won't do that, man. Because that Ajaokuta steel plant is very important. It's very vital for Nigerian future, to be honest.
It is, but and even at that day, I don't know why we're so dependent on a singular. I mean, there's nothing wrong if we just. I think the best thing is just to forget Ajaokuta, just, just pay out all the all the individuals that have an interest in it. I think we already paid some Indian brothers like that, some almost 1 point something billion. Just pay out whatever this we paid out. We can go build a different. Just start fresh. Like it doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
But that's what I'm saying. They have to make a decision. If you want to start fresh, start fresh. But don't keep it. Do you know that they budget every year? There's a budget for Ajaokuta. They pay staff.
Oh, the civil servants
Exactly.
get that.
So what is this all about?
I know about 2 individuals, civil servants that worked their whole entire their entire civil service years in Ajaokuta. Like
exactly. So
and they were going for international training. Now this international training for steel mill that never really functioned.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't get it, man. Oh my god, man. I don't know what it is with black man. I don't know.
You know, so
we just do the right thing. That's what I'm saying. Right? Let's get things done now. You know, just get rid of if you want to eliminate the bomb the place and let listen. I'll be okay if they bomb that steel plant and it doesn't exist anymore. I'm okay. Okay, let's move on. Let's move to the next thing. But not like you leave it there hanging and then you keep talking. I'm like, okay, what are you gonna do with it? We don't know. When are you gonna let us know what we're gonna do with it? What's the way forward? We don't know.
No, they see
like many other
that they don't know is a lie.
We don't know.
They know what they want to do. They know the way they want to go forward.
Did they tell you?
They just don't want to tell you.
Okay, so what's the point? So me as a citizen, if let's say I'm a scientist, right? I mean, still or whatever it is, a scientist, and I want to look there to explore to see what I can contribute. If I don't know anything, what can I do? How can I contribute?
Mike, it's an unfortunate
Just
matter.
agree with me, man. Our way
Oh,
of doing things is very backward.
very. I mean, I'm not going.
We are
I'm
too
not going.
backward in our thinking. I'm sorry. Let's accept it.
I'm not going to dispute. I'm not going to dispute that. It's that a lot of we are not forceful about very important matters. Sufficiently forceful about important matters. But at the same time, I think that Ajaokuta matter is one that it's more complex than it's not quite simplistic. It's not. I'd like to it's not quite simple. I wish it was, but it's not.
But it doesn't have to be simple. It doesn't have to be simple for you to figure it out now. I'm glad you made that.
When I say figure it out, it's not figure it out in terms of it's not about technical capacity. It's not about technical incapacity.
Why is it that when we want to approach issues, we always expect it to be simple, and then we'll be like, we use the excuse of because it's not simple. That's how we feel.
When I say simple,
hold on. Wait. When you did primary school, do you go to your father and say because the question was not simple, that's how you feel? He go slap you now.
No.
Thing is,
Mike, you're conflicting. When I say simple, I'm not speaking about the technical capacity to resolve the matter. I'm not talking about, when I say simple, I'm talking about vested interests. This is not.
No, I'll explain it to you. Me, I already know that vested interest.
So the simplicity.
The American, the British, they don't want the Russians in Nigeria.
No,
because they still see us as hold on, they see us as a colonial subject.
Mikey, that is even really not a vested interest. We're talking about
local. That's the ultimate vested interest. Trust me, that's the ultimate.
Vested interest.
You say now England own everything for there. Bros, the fact of the matter is we have a bunch of pussies. That's why I keep telling you guys. The people you should be voting, the people that can save Nigeria and traditional worshippers. For me, trust me. Listen, man, I go tell you. Anybody threatening my life, you go die in 10 days. I don't. If Donald Trump threatening my life today, you go die in 10 days. Or long. I'm telling you. So I'm telling you that in traditional people, because people that rule Nigeria, a bunch of Alpha worshippers and Jesus Christ worshippers. And you don't know any continent. You don't know. See, let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth.
You think they get
who? Oyibo jazz, but don't burn their jazz. We don't reach our own. And me, you see, I will show you video. Oyibo they come meet me for jazz. You understand? Oyibo they bow down to me when they see me. You understand? Chinese. Bros. Oyibo they come meet me. They say, guy. See, that's what I'm saying. The people that you guys should be putting forward to be ruling you are the real Africans. Not all these brainwashed people that have been went to Catholic school, colonial missionary school, don't brainwash them to become useless mental idiots that become Arabs and Europeans. That's why they worship their European masters and colonial masters. If someone like me become president of Nigeria, if Donald Trump threaten me, say, come, I go tell him, say, come, you Ogun will kill in 10 days. I go die in 10 days if you know born away. Because Ogun know if I'm doing right and my enemies will be struck. You understand? So we are the one that can save you people. All these old Muslim president, Christian president, and politicians you are employing, they are mumu. You understand? They're useless. They're useless.
I don't know if I should laugh, Michael.
No, I'm telling you the truth. It may be funny to you, but because you don't understand what I'm telling you, the language I'm speaking to you is foreign to you. But maybe I'm just saying, like me, I fear no man. I fear do. Let me tell you something. We in Ishashi, we rather be in the opposite side of the world. We're not scared of death because we know in the afterlife we go to the home of our ancestors. So that's not something we fear. You understand? The only reason we want to be alive is because we have things we're trying to achieve, some mission we're trying to fulfill. But the afterlife is a more beautiful place. You understand? So the fear of the afterlife is not what we have. It's only the reason we try to be alive is because we have some things we want to achieve. Like me, for example, there's something I want to fulfill. That's the reason why I don't risk my life, right? Once I'm done fulfilling it, that's all to mark with. Okay, I'll just die. Most traditional people, when they want to ready to die, they will call their children, align them, and give them instructions, and they'll tell them that, hey, I'm about to leave, I'm ready to go. And what for and they will just die. You understand? When they're ready to die, if me today, I'm ready to die, know what I can call that I will just die. You understand? So we are not afraid of going to the other side because we know the other side is a more beautiful place than here. It's a higher dimension. So when we have that kind of mentality, I'm not afraid of a white man. But the rest of you Nigerians, yeah, they don't brainwash you. Say, Jesus, oh, you're not supposed to die, oh, you're supposed to live forever, oh, you go to paradise, oh, you need to give. They don't brainwash you to be scared of. So now they don't make you president. They'll begin to control you, sell your country to them, sell your soul, sell 200 million people. One useless president will just sell the country to them because they oh my god, man, I feel sorry for you guys, man. God damn it.
Mike, what? I don't know what to say. All I can say is you've oversimplified what is ordinarily quite simple.
You guys have sold that Africa to the Europeans. I'm sorry, you sold that continent away. Like every look at if I look at it's not only Nigeria I study African countries. Look at Cameroon, Togo, Congo. You have one idiot that just one idiot who just sit there and just be he just sell his country to this guy in Congo, Mobutu. For 40 years, you just give America access to trillions of dollars of minerals because he doesn't want to die. Because you know that if you go against it, they will kill him. If you don't want to die, just step down. Why do you have to sell your people? Sell your country for now the Congo is the poorest country in the planet. All the coltan, cobalt, all the minerals in that country, you just sold it out. To the point where Americans now build the in the 60s, they didn't have enough mineral. Look, America in the 60s, when this guy became president of Congo, Americans don't have the strength, the power, the technological advancement to really monitor and be on ground and control the resources, right? They need the people on ground to do it for them, right? So back then, this guy could have just said, you want to sell you want to control, let me not sell the future of my people. I just rally his people and then just tell them like, okay, if you want to dig you and dig it yourself and just do that. You know what China did? China in the 60s, when America wanted to control China, the same way they control Congo and all these African countries, Chinese people told their population, at least anyone with a white face, if you see them, kill them. And anybody you suspect that is working with anyone with a white face or European foreigners, report them, will kill them immediately. That's what they did. And these Europeans were offering those Chinese leaders billions money to become rich. They rejected. You understand? But when it comes to Africa, this $200 million, take it in your bank account, and we'll give your children citizenship of France, citizenship of America and England. Just sell your country to us. Just sell it. But this idiot is not thinking, okay, if I sell my country, I will only enjoy my life and I will die one day anyway. But the generations after that will be a slave. And he's not thinking that we were trying to go earlier. He's not thinking that if I sell my people, okay, that's where I'm gonna go. Back then in the 60s, these countries didn't have technology, right? The satellite they have in space today, where they can monitor what's going on in the ground, right? Like today now, they are stronger. This Western power, they really don't need sometimes they don't even need the leader. Like in northern Nigeria, for example, we use satellite in space to see what's going on in ground, right? And then we use Boko Haram to go and or whoever terrorists or bandits to go and occupy that where the mineral is and shoot everybody, shoot Nigerian soldiers, everybody, and take over that place, dig the minerals, right? They didn't have it back in the 60s. They didn't have that technology. They rely heavily on the Africans to do their work for them. But these dumb Africans, they don't understand that. Back then, let me not do it too. Let me not set the future of my children, my grandchildren. But this African fell for it in the 60s. Back then, our even your useless leader you're talking about, sorry, not Awu was better because he refused to sell himself. The Azikwe, Ojuku, the in fact, most of the only tribe, the people that sold themselves in Nigeria were mainly the Southeasterners. I'm sorry if you're a Southeasterner, you don't like me. Fuck you. I respect you. But your leaders were the one that sold out because even I read in Nigeria should trust me. Tafa Bella refused to sell out. Amadi Bello refused to sell out. They sold a little bit to some degree, but the real sold out was Azikwe and Ojuku, all those idiots. They don't show them money, they don't buy out quick. You understand? So these guys back in the 60s were not thinking deep enough, like, you want me to sell my generations? Because the decision this African leader make in the 60s is why we are where we are. Because if you look in the 60s, China was where Africa was. In fact, Africa was even ahead of China in the 60s. But the Chinese man was thinking decades ahead, like my grandchildren, my great grandchildren. I don't want to say their future. I'm not saying their future. But the Africans didn't give a shit. He just saw the money and he understood that if I take this money, I can marry more wives, I can have more sex, I can live a fucking beautiful life and enjoy my life before I'm 70 and die. That's what he was thinking about. He wasn't thinking beyond his nose. And he took the deal with the Oyinbo man. But the Chinese man told the white man, no, fuck you. I don't care about your money. I care about my future of my generation I am born. But today, because the Chinese man didn't sell out, the West couldn't penetrate China very deep enough to conquer them. And China today, in fact, back then was the British. Today, they don't born British man where to say won't go to war with China. China will conquer Britain. China will conquer England in 2 seconds without America backing them. You understand? But the same Nigeria, we see British man with like kiss his ass, we sold ourselves to the British. Say British is not relevant. Now British now transfer the thing to the America. Oh my God, man. And that's what I'm saying, man.
I understand your frustration, but I will say again, it's not quite that simple. I wish it was. I wish it was. But yes, I do agree with you. Leadership failure, and what the main problem is that individuals have corrupted themselves, and also I think the lack of character and the lack of self-respect and self-reflection. And I think also because of the duplicity and the multiplicity of ethnic groups and ethnic interests, no one is doing anything. Okay, look at the Western region. Because the Western region saw itself as a single entity, and they were able to, chart a course. However, you look at in Nigeria, there's all these different ethnic interests, there's people fighting for power. Okay, look at today, for instance. We spent a portion of today's show talking about El Rufai and talking about Peter Obi and
But
all
I
this.
already understand in China, they have different ethnic groups too. They have that
I
same.
do. But in China, they've conquered that duplicity because they have a one-party state, and they have a communist.
Do you know that the opposition end up in Taiwan? Those guys,
Yes, I understand.
they figure a way to, like, they figure a way to meet up. Hold on, in the 60s, it's so easy for these leaders. That's why when what's his name, Simba always come here to kind of criticize Awolowo or whatever. All the he know Awolowo. People misunderstood Simba because they think it's only attacking Awolowo, but Simba was attacking all the leaders back then. That's why I say so. You guys couldn't figure out to get in the room and enlighten yourself about the true enemy, which were the woman that was in your midst. You knew that. Nkrumah talked about it. Nkrumah exposed you to let you know that this was woman. And a lot of you went to school in the West. You saw the racism going on in America and UK. You knew the deal. So you couldn't get together to know that this is your bigger enemy. That's where Simba was coming from. But people didn't understand Simba. You understand? So what I'm saying is the Chinese also understood that back then. And the whole Chinese deal was they were able to figure it out. Get the people from different ethnic groups that understood that, get in the same room. And all those they were useless. I want to bully Bruku Asidaye. You understand? That no matter what you tell them, they will be a sellout anyway, but they are born sell, they're natural born sellouts. Those people let them flee to Taiwan. You understand? So now Taiwan is that country that's anti-China, that the West is using against China. But Chinese kicked out of their land. So our own leaders back then, because they were black men, so they couldn't think deep enough. So they could have done the same thing. That's what I'm trying to say. So there's no excuse. That's no excuse. If you fail, you fail. Just learn from your mistake rather than giving excuses for your mistake. Is the point I'm trying to make to you.
Mike, I'd actually argue that Nigeria's failure started on January 1966.
The coup?
That coup is the singular event that destroyed Nigeria. Forget all this Oyibo enemy, they couldn't sit down to agree on Oyibo enemy and this and that. That coup is a singular event that destroyed Nigeria. There's nothing in our history up until that point that was unusual. Okay, there was nothing that had been happening in Nigeria. Okay, between 1958. Okay, and that point that was unusual, even in the political dimension. Nothing unusual. But the event of that coup just destroyed everything. It destroyed trust. Those guys, they murdered trust, they murdered sleep, they murdered everything decent and everything honest about our country that day. Because I was actually taking a shower today, and I was thinking, people say, oh, yeah, this and that. Akitola, why did they kill Akitola? Akitola wasn't in the federal government. Akitola was the premier of Western region. He wasn't in the central government. Yes, Akitola was moving a political position for the Western region that would see that Western region was going to collaborate with the Northern region to form government, which meant that they would have gotten rid of Zik. Okay, in exchange, they would have the Northern region would have partnered with the Western region being led by Akitola.
Arrow. Let's forget this thing you're talking about, man. Listen to me. These guys are so foolish that they went to school in the West. They saw the racism going on in the West. They all been to England. They went to America. Zeke went to school in America. Awolowo probably went to school in England, I believe. And all of them, they've been to England, America, Tafawa, Balewa, they know the Oyinbo man they are dealing with. And even I listened to Tafawa Balewa's speech in the UN. He spoke about the Cold War. They know what's going on in the world. Why are they still doing this? My region against your region politics. They couldn't figure it out. Are you kidding me? When at the same time Chinese were figuring it out. So these guys,
I
they
don't
all
think they
made
didn't figure it out.
mistakes.
I mean, they were killed.
Most of the mistakes were the thing is this. Most of the mistakes were came from the most greedy people, which is
No, but Mike, you don't get what I'm saying. You are saying they didn't figure it out. But what do you mean by they didn't figure it out? They were killed by Carlos.
They were all still dealing with the British now. They were all still all of them were still dealing with the British.
Wait. Everybody deals with everybody, okay? You deal with individuals, you hold your cards close to your chest and you deal with that's how international politics works, okay? You hold your cards close to your chest, but you deal, okay? You have a smile on your face, you have your cards close to your chest, Okay, when the time is right, you know where to play and to show your hand. Okay, these individuals, they were murdered before their time by overzealous and callous young military officers that claimed they were doing it in the interest of the
Oh no, so what? They couldn't see that coming. They couldn't see that there's a possibility. Hold on, wait. Let me even break down to you. Those soldiers in the Nigerian military after independence were all trained by the British. They were all under the British. They were all under the. They were all military soldiers. In fact, before independence, they were British armed forces. Now independence came, they became Nigerian armed forces. Now you that went that believe you are smart, you couldn't figure that the British can infiltrate the ranks and things like that. You couldn't figure that. You couldn't think about that. You couldn't. I mean, you couldn't put measures in place. The Chinese figured that out now. What I'm saying is, your fellow human being can figure it out, which is the Chinese and
Mike,
Indians.
Mike,
But
Mike,
you,
how
the
many?
African, couldn't figure it out. There's
Mike,
something wrong with
Mike,
your black brain.
Mike. China has only started to grow to where it was, to where it is right now, between late 50s and now. Before that, China suffered a fate worse than Nigeria. China was a global power, right from the 1600s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. They dominated the spice trade. They dominated literally all the trade through the Silk Road. Okay, they dominated that there all the way from China through Mongolia, through all of Southeast Asia, right through India, right into Italy and Spain.
So in Nigeria, we have kingdoms like Bono Empire, Benin Kingdom, Oyo
Wait, Mike,
Empire.
let me help you. Okay.
You don't tell me the Chinese are more intelligent than us.
Wait. I'm trying to put something to you, okay? And they dominated and they did dealings with the Ottoman empires. They did dealings with Genghis Khan, the great Genghis Khan. Now, so what happened?
But no, it's China though. Mono is China.
Wait,
Or maybe as an ethnic group.
No, they did this.
There
as
was
the
no
great
China
Chinese.
until 19. I can't remember 19 something.
Oh, there was a great Chinese empire. They had a singular. They had.
But not the China of today though.
Well, the extent of the control of the empire and the emperor does not extend to the wall of China now. But the fact of the matter is, the Han dynasty controlled the vast population of what is China now.
That's what I'm saying. So you had great kingdoms in Nigeria. You had your Empire, you had the Benin Kingdom, Benin Empire, you had the Bono Empire.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay? Right. Okay. Now, even that Han dynasty was destroyed. And it was brought to his knees by the British. Okay? And they did that, and the British and I think some other European powers, the French, to destroy the control and the advancement of that dynasty. I mean, the opium, I mean, they brought opium into the country, destroyed the moral fabrics of the country, subjugated the Chinese for more than 100 years. So there's nothing particularly. There's nothing new. This is what I'm trying to get you to see. Now, does it mean?
Hold on there. You said there's something new. So why is this thing new to most Nigerians in 2025?
No, what we need to do
is still new. Most Nigerians in 2025. This is a new story.
No, because they're not well educated.
Thank you. So okay, now you just answer my question. So why in the hell in 2025 this is a new story to you? In fact, people in the Senate is a new story to them.
So
it's a fact.
See, Mike,
people in the Senate is a new story. If you go to that Senate in Nigeria, most of them don't know all these things you just talk about, and they are the one ruling you. Oh my God,
Mike, there's a difference between knowing something and also you need to reflect on it and actually evaluate it.
So you became a senator in Nigeria. You don't know. You haven't evaluated this. You have. Oh Lord have mercy. Bro, my brother, we are messed up. We have issues, and we need to be honest with ourselves. This is where our problem is. We can sit around and talk about Fulani yes man, Fulani. The Northerners are our problem. All that bullshit, bros. This is our real problem. Lack of knowledge. Self knowledge. You understand? Nigeria, the biggest problem is we don't know ourselves. We wait for someone to teach us about ourselves. Most of information we consume about ourselves come from outside. You understand? The people that really control uh, information that we consume come from outside. They invest so much money paying people that put the information out to the children and the elders come from outside. So that's what the root of our problem. There's something called information warfare. That's what we are suffering from. Psychological warfare, spiritual warfare. That's what we're suffering from. So these are the things we have to deal with. And don't tell me that people on top that not they are aware of it, but they sold out. They're selling out. It's very unfortunate, man. Very, very unfortunate.
You see, Mike, is what I'm trying to get at is this. We need to break ourselves from the yoke. Okay. But the problem is the vast majority of our people are invested in a lifestyle and in desires that make it very difficult to break away from the yoke of what you might want to call Western interests. Our people want to build large houses. They want to buy foreign cars. They want to live a lifestyle. If today the Nigerian president, okay, tried to bring Nigeria into a reality that's similar to that of China, where you have a country, a sovereign country, that charts its course, that is a captain of its ship and the master of its destiny. That president, I don't think would last 90 days.
Why not?
I'm certain that there will be a coup, and I'm certain that on the day of the coup, his body will be
Why
dragged.
would it not prepare for that? Hold on. Why if it's not, why would it not prepare for that?
Wait. Mike, that president, there will be a coup. That president's body will be put on the square in Abuja, Eagle Square. Every citizen would go there and they will whack his body, his dead body, his lifeless body with a stick and throw stones at it. And the citizens will be happy that this tyrant is gone. Because that is what they will call.
Do you think hold on, wait, before even going to this victim mentality thing, do you think the Americans, sorry, let me start with Russia. Do you think the Russians don't wish maybe not Donald Trump, but sometimes don't wish the American president or Ukrainian president or another country's president gone, dead? Do you think the Americans don't wish the Russian president dead today? Or the Chinese president dead? Or
When you say the Russians, when you say the
everybody,
Americans,
that's the way the world works.
Are you talking about the entirety of their citizenship, their population? Are you talking about
the government of
government in
countries?
power?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can I say something, please?
Because the government in power is not. The government in
But
power.
hold on, let me sorry. So just like less than 30 seconds. What I'm trying to tell you is this: if you try to stand for the right thing for your people, you're going against the interests of outsiders, because the outsiders' interest in your country is to rip you off. It's like business. Me and you doing business, I want to rip you off. You understand? So whenever you stand up for your people, the people from the outside forces, you're going against their interests. And I wish you die and someone else come to serve their interests. But it's up to you to figure that that's the reality. Now put measures in place to make sure you don't die.
The only way to put measures in place to make sure you don't die when you want to fight for your people is to become a tyrant, and that's the reality.
I must. In addition, if you see all these Asian countries, you will see that they don't follow this Western democracy, and they have their own kind of authoritarian society, whereby they have a supreme leader, and he controls everything. And then they have the secession plan among themselves. They don't give chance for anybody to infiltrate them. If you want to infiltrate them from the Western world, they will buy you immediately. But when you now look at the black man or whatever in this our world, even as we are speaking today, that we have this unchecked democracy from 1999. Let our president started going to the American blah 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 blah. So before you know it, you'll be having bomb everywhere. It's our people that we use against
they will
ourselves.
use against, yes. And the people will be shouting now, yes, and they'll rejoice.
Because we don't like ourselves and we don't want to sacrifice to even stay together as one nation. It's like we see our differences every day. And
Remy, hold on, before you go for that. Do you know in China they have different ethnic groups, different ethnic nationalities?
Let me tell you.
Yes, but they have a single state. They have a single
Remy, just pay attention to what I'm telling you. And I'm not disputing you. You are saying the right thing. But I'm just trying to agree with you. But I also want you to consider what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is that it's the natural way of divide and conquer. You understand? The West use it, but the Chinese someone figured that that's what they are doing. But the Chinese
yes,
come
because they understand that
they
cannot fall
listen. But the Chinese, you are responsible to figure that out. You understand? It's your responsibility to figure it out and put measures in place to counter it.
You know, in China, they have 1.4 billion people. Out of that 1.4 billion people, about 85 to 90% of them are Han nationality, HAN nationality, the same kind of people. Let's say 90% are Yorubas, or 90% are Igbos, or 90% are Hausa. The rest, minority. If you go to their north, I guess it's the northwest, where you see people like Xinjiang people. Those predominantly, this is a vast land, and predominantly are Muslims. If you see what Chinese are doing there, they curtail them because they are close to all these former Soviet Union republic, and they don't want influence of terrorism in that area. Although the way they treat them sometimes is not good, but they curtail them to the extent that they know every inch of everybody, and they make sure there's development there. They make sure that they pull their children out to go to school, like let's say from Maiduguri, you send them to Enugu, send them to Ibadan to go and study there or something like that. And they control them. So you are right. If you really want to be, if a country.
That's not what Babangida did now. I'm sorry, no, go on. The NYSC.
But
you have to go everywhere to study.
The problem we have in that our country is that if we are lucky, if we have not been lucky, if we have been lucky that regional government continued to today, if they say they managed that crisis of 1960, 1966, no coup, nothing like that, maybe this country would have been better off today. Because at that time, competition is a little bit less. You have to develop your own region, and every region is developing at their own pace. If we have followed that trajectory to today, maybe the country will have been better. But unfortunately, look at what we have now. Look at what we have now. Some people want to make it better. Some people want status quo to remain. Some people just don't want to develop at all.
Remy, I'm glad you said that you should continue the regional things. I've listened to a lot of elders and say the same thing. But here's the deal. It would have continued that with the regional thing. It will depend on how we manage it, because there's a possible chance that that region doing things separately, the same, if they didn't put a measure in place to counter the foreign influence, like the British, because during that regional government, the British were heavily involved in Nigeria. They were still involved. They were part and parcel. In fact, to the point where they were even interviewing a coup plotter in the middle of a coup. They were interviewing Hiroshi. Sorry, not Hiroshi. What's his name? Izogu. In the middle of a coup. That's how close they were in the country. If they were still that intimately close, like involved in Nigeria, they could do anything. They could say, "Oh, let's stage a war, original war." So it's not guaranteed. Even if you consider your original region, they still could have done something to divide you. So, to me, I think we never thought about the way most Nigerians see the British. That's why when you look, whenever there's a birthday of the British monarch or British prince, We celebrate our birthday in Nigeria. They say the birthday of Queen Elizabeth, the birthday of the Duchess of Success, the marriage of Queen Charles. We celebrate it in Nigeria. It's because the British figured a way to brainwash our fathers in the 50s and 60s to see them as their, to see England as the homeland of Nigeria, the homeland of Nigerians. That's why most of us name our children Charles, David, English names, including my father. Even though my grandfather was the head of the owl in my village, they all everybody that went to that missionary school, they all got brainwashed to see England as the homeland. We start thinking like the Black Americans and the Caribbeans, see the white man as the father of wisdom. You understand? When you have your own wisdom, you have your own knowledge. The Chinese man figured it out. They didn't, the Chinese man in China, begin to see England as their homeland or English people as the father of their wisdom. They stuck to their Shintoism, their everything. They kept their self, their momentum, who they are. But what they do is see what England has that they want to learn, and they go spy on England and take that information, absorb it, study it, figure it out. Not only figure it out, but figure out to do better and become more advanced than the English. Today, Chinese can defeat England in war because they are smart. You understand? But it's a different way. It's a different approach. We took it as, this woman, because he was ahead of me, is my God. You understand? So that's the difference between us, the way we think as black people, as the way the Chinese reason. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even though the so-called regional era, those guys were still, submissive, subservient to the British Empire. So I'm telling you, yeah, the regional thing in terms of regional autonomy, yeah, it was a good thing. In terms of regional development, it was a good thing. But the British had the power to interfere anytime they wanted. And we as people didn't have the measures in place to resist that. We didn't put any measure in place. And that's why they were able to create division and everything that led to whatever we are, and snowball to civil war and everything else we are today. So that's the point I'm trying to make, sure. But go ahead.
Do you want to go ahead before I comment? Is Remy? Remy? Okay, Mike. I appreciate your passion, but I think your passion ignores some realities. People do not want to pay the price for the future they claim they want. If Nigeria, for instance, if I were the president of Nigeria, I would do something that Buhari did. I would put down a 70% levy on foreign manufactured vehicles. 70%. I would implement it.
Economic war.
Wait, I would implement it 70 months down the line. 70%. Hear me very clearly. 70. An import duty of 70 on foreign manufactured vehicles. I might even do a gradient whereby it starts from 30% for some vehicles up to 70% for luxury vehicles. So it'll be based on brand and luxury and value of the car. That is to discourage.
That's economic war. Economic war.
It's not an economic
war. It is.
War. And I'll explain why it's not.
You're attacking the country that's
Wait, no.
the country you are
Mike,
putting tariff on. They will tell you it's economic war.
Mike, wait. The Nigerian share. Okay, let's say we just stick to the automobile industry. The Nigerian share in terms of the market share and the market demand from Nigeria for the automotive industry is minute, next to nothing.
Arrow, do you agree with you? Let me tell you why I agree with you. Do you want me to tell you why I agree with you?
Yes, go on.
If you put that the tariff, I call it economic warfare. Tariffs to me is economic warfare. That's my own definition. Against England, European countries, it will work 100%. You become a very rich country. For example, BP is a British BP means British Petroleum. England does not own oil, but is the richest oil company in the world. Why? Because of Nigerian oil. Now, if you put that economic warfare against England, that will work perfectly. England will go to war against you. They'll figure a way to destroy your country. They will try to find a way to destroy your country. I get that. But if you do a tariff against China, you succeed. It will make sense. In fact, it will not make sense. Sorry, I changed my mind. You put a tariff against country like China because Chinese actually supply you something, so you will fail doing that with China. You understand? Because they actually manufacture things that you need and send it to you, right? And you actually do real trade. So and you don't supply China more than what China supply you. So if you do that tariff warfare against China, you will lose. But if you do it against UK, you will win because UK does not supply you anything that you really need that you can't get from somewhere else. But UK, you supply UK what they need, they can't get from somewhere else. Because hold on, wait. I just told you that British Petroleum is the largest, is the richest oil company in the world, and the reason why UK is so rich is because Nigerian oil is something they call the sweet crude. It's the best petroleum product on the planet, and British use it to become so rich, and British offer Nigeria nothing. So if you do that economic warfare against Britain, you can win, but not against China.
Okay, Mike.
Right.
Okay, that is why I said if I were to become Nigeria, I'll be very strategic and very systematic in how I do things. But I'm taking the different things one by one. So I'll take the issue of automotives. Automotives and luxury goods would receive a very high import duty, very, very big. So let me take the automotive industry. I would probably do a gradient import duty. The likes of the Toyota Corollas and the small cars, I think the everyday Nigerian might have an interest in purchasing new vehicles. Every new vehicle would enjoy an import duty of 30%, with a gradient rising to 37% for luxury brands. Used vehicles would enjoy an import duty of 23%, and they would also be subject to a vehicle registration tax of as much as 27%. Whereas the new vehicles will enjoy an import duty of 30% and also enjoy a vehicle registration tax based on valuation of 27%. That's the way it works anyway. The British would not care much about your import duty on automotives because the English automotive industry is dead.
Well, most of the cars don't come from England. You know that, right?
Yes. I'm just saying, so Britain won't care about this your economic war.
Don't you think the automobile industry is shifting toward EV vehicle? Because here in Europe, and I think you also live in Dublin, here in Europe, more and more people are patronizing EV vehicles.
Yes.
And China, averagely, they say China produces 30 million, both EV and normal vehicle every year. Yes. And their major brands like BYD and the rest, I've seen them here in Finland too.
BYD is very popular over here.
So what I think Nigeria should do at this sense that we have rare earth also in Nigeria.
Yes.
Why our government and we have some automobile company, why are they not telling Chinese to come and start a factory
Mr. Remy, that's exactly where I'm going to. I was building up to that. So that's why I was taking.
Go ahead.
I already dismissed Mr. Mike's issue about the British.
So America automobile industry has been hit already because of this fire.
Yes, they are on their knees. The American
serious trouble.
The Germans are struggling. Volkswagen at the moment. Volkswagen dismissed 5,000 employees, I think, sometimes the last 2 months. And I think they are cutting down. They are cutting down on their workforce. Volkswagen.
The number one.
VW is the second largest. No, Toyota is at the
moment. Even here in Finland, Toyota.
Yeah, Toyota is the biggest automotive manufacturer. VW is the second. VW used to be first, but they've been overtaken by Toyota some years ago. Yeah. So, when you implement these tariffs, China they practice what they call dumping. But they only practice it where the government in place gives them an opportunity to do that. What you do, okay, with the likes of China is this. If you implement a strategy that's effective, China manufacture a lot of the parts. They also manufacture the vehicles. Already, you likes of Charis, you likes of Nord and all these people. Literally, all of these guys are literally just assemblers. I think, I went to say, Innocent, sorry.
But the argument is, why can't they figure out the manufacturer?
No, okay, there's two things. Number one, manufacturing of motor vehicles, it's capital intensive.
Okay, so Dangote had $40 billion in wealth. Nigeria is so rich.
But Dangote is doing pan at the moment now. He's doing pan.
No, okay. You have Dangote, Nigerian states as a state.
Dangote at the moment is
okay. Leave Dangote.
Trucks.
Okay, forget Dangote.
Trucks and is doing pan.
Okay, leave Dangote. Why can't we Nigerian state invest in?
Nigerian state should not invest in an automotive in an automotive industry.
Why not?
As a government, no. The government, I think there's businesses the government can run, but I don't think automobiles is one. You can invest in it as a partner. As a partner in terms of you can have shares in it.
No. What you say is you said that you're talking about capital. It's not capital intensive. So the capital part, government can come in, right?
The government can guarantee, but a private investor has to still.
But you are saying the reason why China.
You can do it in partnership. Okay, look at the Chinese. Okay, when the Chinese started as well, it's not like they just started on their own. You have Chinese companies that are partnering with the likes of Ford. You have Chinese companies that are partnering with GE. You have Chinese companies that are partnering, and they were able to do transfer of technology and transfer of knowledge. Slowly but surely, BYD started as a battery maker. BYD, okay, which is probably one of the biggest, surpassed Tesla. Okay, the Americans and everybody they are doing all they can to subdue BYD. But BYD, in my opinion, is the largest producer, designer, manufacturer of electronic and hybrid vehicles in the world as we speak. Bar none.
Arrow, if you know this story of BYD,
they started as battery makers. They were making batteries for Nokia.
One of my best friend in China, his first car was from BYD, which is
tiny two cars.
And then, do you know how much we bought it at equivalent?
2,000 at time, 2,000, 3,000. They were tiny two cars.
Equivalent about $2,700 US. Cha-cha, very nice one. And we were shocked that we can find a car like that.
But it was a simple car at the time. It was a simple car. Progressively, they will improve and improve and improve.
They've partnered with FAWO. They've partnered with Shanghai Auto. The Shanghai Auto partner with VW, and with Buick of America, and then FAW partner with VW.
GM Group,
Yeah, the Chinese bought a lot of American brand at that time because they believed that the quality is better. But the moment their local brands started springing up, producing cheaper vehicle, and before you know it, their design come out with more beautiful. The engine capacity is very good. They just jettison all these.
Even Mr. Remy, look at the likes of look at Toyota. Toyota started as a company that was making sewing machines.
Yes.
Look at Mitsubishi Automotive. Look at
even Toyota now, they are doing plug-in.